Hello everyone, welcome to the new audiobook. If you find it enjoyable, please give me a like and subscribe. Now, let's dive into the story.
Flew open cartoon shade style. This wasn't a dream. I'd accidentally had sex with my grumpy boss, infuriating neighbor, and flagrant backyard peer. I waited for the stampede of regrets to charge through my brain like bison on a dusty prairie, but it seemed my body was too sated to allow for that. Knox had banged my brain and body into submission. Carefully, so as not to disturb my snoring bed partner, I rolled to face him. He was naked, the sheet tangled up in his legs, leaving most of his spectacular body on display. This was the first time I'd had the opportunity to study him up close without him knowing. That thick, dark, dirty blonde hair was mussed from my hands. There was a small scar between his eyebrows and another one, longer, more jagged, near his hairline. His lashes were long enough to make me jealous. His lips, usually closed in that firm, disapproving line, were parted slightly. He slept on his back, one tattooed arm under his head, the other around me. I hadn't pegged him for a cuddler. No one in their right mind would. But the hold he had on me said differently. His chest rose and fell with deep, even breaths. I studied his stomach muscles with fascination. Mine were sore from the unexpected ab workout orgasms delivered. His looked like they could withstand anything, tapering down to a taut V that disappeared beneath the sheet. He looked so peaceful that even the perpetual line of annoyance between his eyebrows had smoothed. I couldn't believe Knox Morgan was naked in my bed. Oh, God. Knox Morgan was naked. In my bed. And the sneaky son of a bitch had given me two of the most intense orgasms known to humankind. How in the hell was I supposed to look him in the eye now and not send my vagina into involuntary spasms? Ah, there it was. My old friend, abject panic. What was I doing in bed with a man I knew better than to sleep with, mere weeks after running away from my own wedding? I needed to get out of this bed because if Knox woke up and gave me a sleepy-eyed stare, I'd throw caution to the wind and hop right back on that cock of his without another thought. It took a few tries, but I managed to extricate myself from his surprisingly snuggly grip. Not wanting to wake him by rummaging through drawers, I grabbed the nightgown I'd set out for tonight and wiggled into it before tiptoeing out of the room. One-time thing, I chanted to myself as I made my way down the stairs. It happened. It was over. Time to move on. I tripped over a discarded boot on my way into the kitchen. Ow! Damn it! I hissed. Waylon lifted his head from the couch, let out a yawn, and stretched luxuriously. Hi, I said, feeling self-conscious that the dog might be judging me for sleeping with his human. But if the basset hound was feeling judgmental, it didn't last, because he rolled over and promptly went back to sleep. I moved Knox's boots away from the foot of the stairs. We'd left a trail of clothing on the first floor, something else I'd never done. I'd pick it all up and fold it just as soon as I had a hit of coffee. The late night, the worry over Nash and Waylay's first day, not to mention the mind-altering orgasms, had all rendered me nearly comatose. I quickly started a pot of coffee, then rested my forehead on the counter while I waited for it to brew. I thought about Waylay, trudging onto the big yellow school bus in her purple dress and pink sneakers, her new backpack full of supplies and snacks. She hadn't been excited for her first day of 6th grade. I could only imagine how awful last year, her first in Knockemout, had been. Hopefully, between Nina, Chloe, and a new teacher, Waylay would get the second chance she so deserved. And if that didn't do the trick, I would find another solution. Waylay was a smart, funny, sweet kid, and I wouldn't let the world ignore that. The coffee maker beeped its siren song of a finished pot. My fingers had just closed around the handle of the coffee carafe when there was a peppy knock at the front door. Waylon's head popped back up from the couch. Hastily, I poured a mug and took a scalding swallow before throwing open the door. I choked on the mouthful of caffeine when I found my parents standing on the porch. "There's our girl!" My mother, looking tan and happy, opened her arms. At 61, Amanda Witt still dressed to accentuate the curves that had caught my father's eye in college. She took pride in coloring her hair the same auburn it had been on their wedding day, though now she wore it in a daring pixie cut. She golfed, worked part-time as a school counselor, and breathed life into every room she entered. "Mom?" I croaked, automatically leaning in for a hug. "Lou, isn't this the cutest little cottage you've ever seen?" she said. My father grunted. He had his hands stuffed into the pockets of his shorts and was nudging the porch railing with the toe of his sneakers. "Seems solid," he said. Mom was impressed by pretty things. Dad preferred to appreciate sturdiness. "How you doing, kiddo?" he asked. I transferred my hug to him and laughed as my toes left the ground. While Mom was a few inches shorter than Tina and me, Dad was over 6 feet tall. A bear of a man who always made me feel like everything was going to be okay. "What are you two doing here?" I asked as he carefully put me down. "Sweetheart, you can't tell us we have a granddaughter and not expect us to drive straight here. Did we get you out of bed? That's a lovely nightgown," Mom noted. Bed. Nightgown. Sex. Knocks. Oh, God. I told you we should have cut that cruise short, Lou," Mom said, slapping Dad on the shoulder. "She's obviously depressed. She's still in her pajamas." "She's not depressed, Mandy," Dad insisted, rapping his knuckles on the doorframe as he stepped inside. "What is this, oak?" "I don't know, Dad. Mom, I'm not depressed," I said, trying to figure out a way to get them out of the house before my naked guests woke up. "I just, worked late last night, and there was a family emergency." Mom gasped. "Is something wrong with Waylay?" "No, Mom, sorry, not our family. The family who owns this place and the bar I work at." "I can't wait to see it. What's it called again? Hanky-pank?" "Honky-tonk," I corrected her, spying my dress on the floor. "Did you see the living room?" It came out as an almost shout, and my parents exchanged a glance before pretending to be enthralled with the space I was waving at. "Just look at that fireplace, Lou." "Yes, look at the fireplace," I all but screeched. Dad grunted. As my parents admired the fireplace, I hooked the dress with my toes and swept it under the kitchen table. "And you got a dog! My, you have been busy since the wedding." Waylon lifted his head, a jowl still stuck to the pillow. His tail thumped on the cushion, and my mom dissolved into a puddle of affection. "Who's a handsome boy? You are, sir. Yes, you are." "See, Mandy, she's not depressed. She's just busy," Dad insisted. "Isn't the view of the woods great?" I said, the words sounding strangled as I pointed frantically at the windows. When they turned to admire the woods through the glass, I grabbed Knox's jeans off the floor and threw them into the cabinet under the sink. "Beeper, come meet your niece or nephew doggy." My mother was using her straight-A report card on the refrigerator voice, which was definitely loud enough to wake the man upstairs in my bed. "You guys brought Beeper?" Beeper was my parents' latest rescue dog. She was a mix of breeds. I got them the DNA test for Christmas the previous year that had been scrambled together and came out looking like a large brown Brillo pad with feet. The Brillo pad appeared in the doorway and trotted inside. Waylon sat up and gave an appreciative woof. "This is Waylon. He's not mine. He belongs to my, neighbor. Hey, do you guys want to get out of here and go for breakfast or lunch or just leave for any reason at all?" Waylon hopped off the couch and booped noses with Beeper. Beeper let out a high-pitched yap, and the two of them began to zoom around the minuscule first floor. "Daisy, baby, what the fuck are you doing down there?" I watched in horror as bare feet attached to naked, muscular legs appeared on the stairs. Mom and I froze to the spot as boxer briefs, thank God for penis-covering miracles, came into view. Dad, moving quickly for a big guy, put himself between us and the approaching boxer briefs. "State your business," Dad shouted at Knox's bare torso. Wow, Mom whispered. She wasn't wrong. The man was freaking spectacular. Waylon and Beeper chose that moment to take their zoomies up the stairs. "Days, you want to explain what's going on?" Knox drawled as he sidestepped the canine catastrophe. I ducked under Dad's arm and moved to stand between my parents and my boss, neighbor, one-time sex partner. Okay, so I really wish I would have had more coffee. Are those tattoos real? How many times a week do you go to the gym? Mom asked, peering under Dad's armpit. What the hell is going on? Dad rumbled. Oh, Lou, so old-fashioned, Mom said, giving him an affectionate pat on the backside before walking up to Knox and hugging him. Mom! Knox stood there woodenly, clearly in shock. Welcome to the family, she said, pressing a kiss to his cheek. Oh my God, I'm going to die of embarrassment, I decided. Knox patted my mother awkwardly on the back. Thanks. She released him and then grabbed me by the shoulders. We were so worried about you, sweetheart. It wasn't like you to just up and leave your own wedding like that. Not that we ever liked Warner that much anyway. Always thought he was a pretentious ass, Dad cut in. I thought maybe you were depressed, Mom continued. But now it all makes sense. You fell in love with someone else and couldn't go through with a sham of a marriage. Isn't that wonderful, Lou? I need coffee, Knox muttered and headed for the kitchen. Aren't you going to introduce us? Dad demanded, still not looking very pleased. Naomi, Knox called from the coffee pot. Pants? I winced. Under the sink. He gave me a long, unreadable look before bending to retrieve his jeans. My mother gave me an incredibly inappropriate double thumbs up as Knox turned his back on us and zipped the fly of his jeans. Mom, I mouthed. But she just continued flashing me the thumbs and a creepy smile of approval. It reminded me of the time I'd taken her to see the Andersontown Community Theater's production of The Full Monty. My mom had an appreciation for the male form. Okay, I think we're getting a little ahead of ourselves. Mom, Dad, this is Knox. He's my neighbor and boss. We're not in love. My mother's face fell, and Dad looked at the floor, hands on hips, his shoulders hunched. I'd seen that reaction before. Concern, disappointment, worry, but never for anything I'd done. It was always Tina bringing them trouble. I hated that this time it was me. Is this some one-night stand? Are you having some kind of midlife crisis, and this guy took advantage of you? My father, who had won Best Hugger 3 years running at the Witt family reunion, looked as if he was about ready to start throwing punches. Dad, no one took advantage of anyone. I shut up as Knox appeared at my side and handed me a fresh cup of coffee. How long are you two in town? Knox asked my parents. Dad glared at him. We haven't decided, Mom said to his tattoos. We're very excited to meet our granddaughter, and we're a little concerned about you-know-who. She pointed at me as if I hadn't heard her stage whisper. Knox looked at me and sighed. He put his free hand on the back of my neck and pulled me into his side. Here's the situation. Your daughter blew into town trying to help her no-good sister, no offense. None taken, Mom assured him. I took one look at Naomi and fell hard and fast. Knox, I hissed. But he squeezed the back of my neck and continued. We're just seeing where this thing goes. Could be nothing, but we're enjoying it. You raised a smart, beautiful, stubborn woman."
Mom fluffed her hair. "She gets that from me."
"What is it you do for a living, Knock?" Dad demanded.
"Knox," I corrected. "He owns businesses and some property, Dad." My father harumphed.
Self-made man? Guess it's better than Mr. Nepotism."
I assumed he was speaking of Warner, who got a job at the family company after college graduation.
"Got lucky a few years back and won the lottery. Invested most of it here in my hometown," Knox explained. "Thought I'd used up all my luck till Naomi here showed up."
Fake romantic Knox was going to ruin all real romance for me if I wasn't careful. "His name's on the police station," I said with forced brightness. His grip on my neck tightened again. I reached behind him and pinched the skin just above the waistband of his jeans. He squeezed harder. I pinched harder.
"I need some Advil or something," Dad muttered, rubbing his forehead.
"You shouldn't have a headache, Lou. Our daughter is fine. I was the one who was worried on the way down here, remember?" Mom said as if Knox and I weren't even in the room.
"Yeah, well, now I'm the one who thinks there's something wrong with her."
"Let me get you something for your head," I offered, trying to extricate myself from Knox's grip. But he merely squeezed tighter and took a sip of his coffee. "Don't be silly. I have all of your father's favorite anti-inflammatories in my purse," Mom announced. She bustled over to where she'd planted her purse next to the front door. Dad shoved his hands in his pockets and wandered into the kitchen. I saw him frown at Knox's t-shirt where it lay crumpled on the stovetop. "Waylay is going to be so excited to meet you. Where are you two staying while you're here?" I asked, desperate to make small talk.
"There's a motel in town. We'll see if they have any rooms available," Dad said, opening cupboard doors and tapping the shelves. After a 3-week luxury Mediterranean cruise, I didn't think my parents would enjoy the moldy, dilapidated motel. I was already shaking my head when Knox spoke up. "I think we can do better than that. We'll find room for you at Liza J's."
"Knox!" I hissed. How was I going to pretend to be in a relationship with Knox with my parents staying practically next door? He leaned in like he was going to nuzzle the side of my face and whispered,
"Shut up."
Then he brushed his lips over my temple, and my nipples went hard. Mom waltzed by with a bottle of pills, beaming at me. I crossed my arms over my chest.
"I'm sure you'd want to stay as close to your daughter and granddaughter as possible," Knox said.
"Knox, can I see you outside?" I asked through clenched teeth. "Do you see how they can't keep their hands off each other?" Mom trilled behind us.
"Yeah. You got any antacids in there?" Dad asked, looking ill.
I closed the door and dragged Knox onto the porch. "So what are we supposed to do? Pretend to be in a relationship until my parents leave?"
"You're welcome. You fucking owe me, Days. Do you have any idea what this is going to do to my bachelor reputation?"
"I don't care about your reputation. I'm the one who has to pass a home study. Besides, I'm tired of owing you. Why do you keep riding to my rescue?" He tucked a strand of hair behind my ear.
"Maybe I like being the hero for once."
My knees threatened to buckle as the knee-jerk desire to swoon swept over me. His grin was downright sinful when he pulled me into him. The contact with his body so soon after the best sex ever was frying my circuits. I didn't want to yell at him anymore. I wanted to kiss him.
"Or maybe,"
he whispered against my lips,
"I just want to know what it feels like to have your smart mouth wrapped around my cock."
That was at least honest. And dirty. And I liked it. He had one hand boldly cupping my rear end. The other held my hair at the base of my neck. "Pardon the interruption." Instinctively, I jumped back from Knox. Well, I tried to. He still had a pretty good grip on me, which turned out to be a good thing since I probably would have fallen right over the railing when I spotted caseworker Yolanda Suarez eyeing us from the foot of the steps. "Mrs. Suarez! How lovely to see you again!" I choked the words out.
25. Family Fuss. Knox. Even with the unwelcome intrusions of Naomi's parents, followed by the disapproving caseworker who'd been missing a signature on a page, I was in a great fucking mood when I returned to the hospital. Sure, the whole pretending to be in a relationship thing was definitely going to be a pain in the ass, but it would get Naomi out of a jam and piss my brother off. I'd woke up that morning knowing that once wasn't going to be enough when it came to her. Now we could fool around for a few weeks, get each other out of our systems, and once her parents headed home, go back to our regular lives with itches scratched. All in all, it wasn't a bad gig. I stepped into Nash's room and found most of the Knock 'em Out PD crowded inside. "Let me know what you find from the office and the storage unit," Nash said from the bed. His color was a bit better. "Sure glad you didn't kick the bucket, son," Graves said. The rest of them nodded their agreement. Yeah, now get the hell out of here and try to keep Knock 'em Out from unraveling." I nodded to each cop as they left, thinking about what Naomi had said about Nash cleaning up the department to better serve the town. She was right. I guess we both wanted to do right by the town that had given us a place to call home. "So, how's Naomi?" Nash asked, sounding only a little irritated after the last officer walked out the door. "Good," I said. Morgan men didn't kiss and tell or fuck and tell, but I did allow the smallest of smirks. "You fuck it up yet?" "You're hilarious when you're pumped full of lead and drugs." He sighed, and I could tell he was already sick of being cooped up in the hospital. "What's with the staff meeting?" I asked. "Couple of break-ins last night, an office and storage unit, both owned by Rodney Gibbons. Office wasn't bad. Someone got the petty cash and riffled through the safe. Combination was on a sticky note next to the computer. Storage unit was trashed. No one saw anything at either place," he explained. "How long they keeping you?" I asked. Nash used his thumb to scratch between his eyebrows, a tell of frustration. "Too fucking long. Said the soonest I can get out is a couple of days. Then it's PT to see how much mobility I can get back." If Nash didn't get back to 100%, he'd be handcuffed to a desk for the rest of his career. Something even I knew he'd hate. "Then don't fuck around," I advised. "Do what the docs say, do your PT and get your shit together. No one wants you riding a desk." "Yeah, Luce is digging into it," he said, changing the subject. He didn't sound happy about it. "Is he?" I hedged. "You damn well know he is. It's police business. I don't need either of you amateurs out on the streets stirring shit up." I was offended by the amateur remark. We'd been professional hellraisers in our day. And though I might be a little rusty, I had a feeling our friend was even more dangerous now than he'd been at 17. "Your boys get anything on the guy?" I asked. Nash shook his head. "Stolen car, wiped clean on the outskirts of Lawlerville. Locals found it about an hour ago." "How clean?" He shrugged, then winced. "Dunno yet. No prints on the wheel or door handles." "Asshole's dumb enough to shoot a cop. He's dumb enough to leave prints somewhere," I predicted. "Yeah," he agreed. He was moving his legs restlessly under the thin white blanket. "Heard Liza has a few new guests." I nodded. "Naomi's parents showed up this morning. Guess they're anxious to meet their granddaughter." "Heard that too. Also heard that you made quite the impression coming downstairs in your birthday suit." "Your grapevine needs some pruning. I was wearing underwear." "Bet her dad loved that. He handled it." Wonder how you stack up against the ex-fiancée, he mused. Her parents weren't fans of the ex, I said, though I wasn't sure how I compared in Naomi's eyes. I peered down at Nash's untouched lunch tray, broth and ginger ale. How the hell are you supposed to survive on clear liquids? My brother made a face. Something about not taxing the system. I'd kill for a burger and fries. The boys are too scared of the nurses to sneak in any contraband. I'll see what I can do, I promised. Gotta head out. Some shit to take care of before the big family dinner tonight, celebrating Way's first day and Naomi's parents coming to town. I hate you, Nash said, but there was no real heat to his words. Let this be a lesson to you, little brother. You gotta make your moves faster, or else someone else will make them for you. I started for the door. Tell Way to let me know if anyone at school messes with her, Nash called. Will do. Tell Naomi she's welcome to swing by any time. Not happening. Liza J's house no longer smelled like a mothball museum. It might have had something to do with someone opening the door to let 4 dogs in or out every 5 minutes. Then again, it probably had more to do with the fact that rooms that hadn't been touched in 15 years were getting Naomi's floor-to-ceiling treatment. Dusty drapes and the windows behind them opened wide. The lights were on in the den, a room that hadn't been used since the house had welcomed paying guests. I spied Steph behind the desk on the phone, staring at the laptop in front of him. There was music coming from the kitchen, and I could hear the sounds of people socializing in the backyard. Maybe not all change was bad. I knelt to give the pack of dogs their rubs. Naomi's parents' dog, Beeper, was standing on one of Waylon's ears. Fuck yeah! The exclamation came from the den. Steph closed his laptop triumphantly and stood behind the desk, arms overhead in a V. The dogs, excited by his excitement, charged the doors and barreled into the room. Okay, no, everyone out, Steph said. These are very expensive Gucci loafers you're destroying with your doggy toenails. Good news? I asked as he exited the den. The dogs took off toward the kitchen, moving as one clumsy organism of slobber and barks. Don't buddy up to me. I'm still mad at you, he said. When Naomi and I brought her parents over to meet my grandmother, Steph had tried to cover the fact that he'd been in town for days. No one would have bought his, "What a coincidence, I just got here this morning," bullshit for long. I just helped them get here by telling Mandy and Lou what a relief it was to have Steph under Liza's roof for such a long visit. You'll get over it, I predicted. Just wait until you disappoint Mandy, he said. It feels like kicking a litter of kittens. I didn't really have anyone in my life to disappoint. I followed him into the dining room, where my grandmother's buffet had been transformed into a high-end bar, complete with cut lemons and limes, an ice bucket, and several bottles of decent liquor. What are you drinking? He asked me. Bourbon or beer? It's too hot for straight room-temperature liquor, and beer isn't celebratory enough. We're having G&Ts. I could roll with that. What are we celebrating? Naomi's house, he said. It went on the market 2 days ago, and she has 3 offers. Let's hope she thinks it's good news. Why the hell wouldn't she? Steph shot me a bland look, then started scooping ice into 2 highball glasses. You know how some people have dream houses? Well, Naomi had the next step house. She loved it. It was the perfect place to start a family. The right neighborhood, the right size, the right number of bathrooms. Giving up that house is like giving up on all her dreams. Plans change, I said, as he cracked open a bottle of tonic water. I'll say, since she had no intention of getting in bed with you. Here we go, I muttered. This is the part where you tell me I'm not good enough for her, and I tell you to fuck off. He poured a healthy slug of gin into each glass. Let's skip to the bottom line. She's giving up everything to clean up Tina's mess. Again. As long as you're a pleasant distraction and not another mess to fix, I won't destroy your life. Gee, thanks. By the way, same goes if you hook up with Jer. To Steph's credit, he didn't fumble the lime slices or sprigs of rosemary he was adding to each glass when I mentioned my best friend. So that's what it feels like to have an obnoxious meddler sticking his nose where it doesn't belong, he said evenly. Yeah, not great, is it? Message received. Maybe a short-term palate cleanser is exactly what she needs to get Warner Fuckface III out of her head and start planning a life for herself and Way. I'll drink to that, I said, ignoring the way palate cleanser rubbed me the wrong way. Cheers. Let's go tell our girl that in 15 days her money troubles are officially over if she's willing to kiss her dreams goodbye. We headed into the sunroom and out onto the deck. The humidity had broken just enough that it was almost comfortable outside. Oldies music poured from a speaker on the table. Lou was manning the grill. The sizzle and scent of red meat made my mouth water. Amanda and my grandmother were sitting in Adirondack chairs, shading their eyes from the lowering sun. The dogs, wet now, shook and sunned themselves in the grass. But what caught and held my attention was Naomi. She was knee-deep in the creek, sunglasses on, that short, dark swing of hair pulled back in a clip. She was wearing a coral bikini that showed off every curve I'd enjoyed that morning. Waylay, in a pink polka-dotted bathing suit, doubled over and scooped 2 hands of cold creek water at her aunt. Naomi's shriek and ensuing laughter as she attempted to exact revenge on the kid hit me someplace besides my cock. I felt a warmth in my chest that had nothing to do with the damn good gin and tonic in my hand. Amanda adjusted her straw hat and sighed. "This is heaven," she said to my grandmother. "You must have had a different Bible than the one I grew up on," Liza quipped. "I always dreamed of having a big family in a big house. All these generations and dogs all tangled up in each other's lives. I guess sometimes we're just not meant for certain things." She said it wistfully. Steph cleared his throat. "Ladies, can I freshen up those Long Island iced teas?" Liza held up her empty glass. "I could do another round." "I'm still working on mine, sweetie," Amanda told him. "Have you decided to forgive me?" Steph asked. "Well, you did sneak down here without a word," she said, lowering her sunglasses to give him what I identified as a mom look. "But you were just looking out for my girl. Anyone who does that is always all right in my book." Steph dropped a kiss on top of her head. "Thanks, Mandy." Naomi and Waylay were now in a full-fledged splash battle. Arcs of water rose high, catching glints of the late afternoon sun. "How much time left on those burgers, Lou?" Liza called. 5 minutes, he said. "Knox," Amanda said, drawing my attention. "Yes, ma'am." "Take a walk with me," she said. Uh-oh. Steph flashed a smug look at me and disappeared inside with Liza's glass. I followed Amanda to the end of the deck and down the stairs into the yard. It felt like only yesterday that it was Nash and me in the creek fooling around, scaring the fish. Pop manning the grill. She slid her arm through mine as we walked. "You've only known Naomi for a short time," she began. I already didn't like where this was going. "Sometimes you don't need a history to see the future," I said, sounding like a damn fortune cookie. She squeezed my arm. "I meant in her entire life, my daughter has never jumped into anything, especially bed with someone." I didn't know what to say to that, so I kept my mouth shut. "She's a born caretaker, always fussing over everyone else in the room. It's no surprise to me that she'd step up to keep Waylay even when the rest of her life is spiraling out of control. She gives until she's got nothing left. This wasn't news to me. If Naomi wasn't slinging drinks to customers, she was doing everyone else's side work in the kitchen or cleaning out Liza's mausoleum of a house. You brought her a cup of coffee doctored up just the way she likes it, she continued. She also told me that you got her this place to stay and gave her a job. You drive her home? Steph mentioned you got her a cell phone when she didn't have one. I was getting antsy. I wasn't known for my patience with conversations when I didn't know where they were going. She's a worrier, but doesn't want anyone worrying about her, Amanda continued. I get that. You worrying about her, you taking care of her when you only just met, says a lot about your character. So does the fact Naomi let you into her bed without the usual 99-point inspection. I was equal parts uncomfortable and oddly pleased. All due respect, Amanda, I don't like talking about your daughter's sex life with you. That's because you're a man, sweetie, she said, patting my arm. I just want you to know that I see how you're taking care of my girl. In all their time together, I never once saw Warner bring her a cup of coffee. Never once saw him do anything that benefited her unless it benefited him too. So, thank you for that. Thank you for seeing my girl and wanting to be there for her. You're welcome. It seemed like the appropriate response. Out of curiosity, why do you call her Daisy? She asked. She had flowers in her hair when I met her. Amanda's smile broadened. She left Warner and drove straight to you without even knowing it. Isn't that something? I didn't know if it was something or nothing. Yeah, something. Well, I like you, Knox. Lou will come around, eventually. But I like you already. Dinner's ready, Liza J. bellowed from the deck. Get your behinds around the table. I'm starving, Amanda announced. Why don't you get our girls out of the creek? Sure. I stood there as Naomi's mother made a beeline for the house steps. Naomi's laugh and another splash caught my attention. I walked over to the edge of the creek and whistled. Waylay and Naomi paused their water fight, both laughing and dripping. Dinner's ready. Get your asses out of the water, I said. He's so bossy, Naomi said in a stage whisper. Waylay let out a girlish giggle. I tossed a starfish towel over Waylay's wet head. How was your first day, kid? Fine, she said, peering quizzically out from under the towel. The kid was a fucking rock. Abandoned by a no-good mother, taken in by an aunt she didn't know, then meeting her grandparents for the first time on the first day of school. And it was fine. She turned and ran for the stairs and the promise of food. Go wash your hands, Way, Naomi called after her. Why? I just got out of the water, Waylay yelled back. Then at least don't pet the dogs until after you eat. Fine. That's all she'd tell me, too, Naomi said as I helped her up onto the bank. You worried? I asked, unable to tear my gaze off her breasts. Of course I am. How am I going to fix any problems if I don't know they exist? So talk to the teacher, I said, watching the outline of her nipples get more pronounced under the two triangles of fabric that stood between me and what I wanted. I think I will, she said. How's Nash doing? Instead of answering, I clamped a hand over her wrist and hauled her over to the shady patio under the deck. Her skin was cold from the creek. Seeing her curves all wet like that was messing with my head. I picked up the fluffy beach towel next to her neatly folded clothing on one of the lounge chairs that hadn't seen the light of day in years and handed it to her. Thanks, she said, bending over in front of me to run the towel through her hair. A man only had so much self-control, and I'd just reached my limit. I pulled the towel out of her hands and walked her backwards until her back met the support column. Knox, I pressed a finger to her mouth, then pointed above us. Who wants medium rare? Lou asked. Steph, this drink ain't gonna refill itself, Liza J said. What are you doing? Naomi whispered. Pinning her in place with my hips, she got the message pretty damn quick. When her mouth opened in an O, I yanked the triangles of her top apart. Full, luscious, wet. My mouth watered, and it had nothing to do with the food being passed above us. Jesus days. I see you like this and I can't wait to get back in your bed. I dipped my head and closed my mouth over one chilled peak. Her sexy little gasp, the way her hands clamped on my shoulders, the way she leaned into my mouth like she wanted it as bad as I did. It all went straight to my dick. I'd fuck you right here if I thought for a second I could get away with it. She took one hand off my shoulder and shoved it between our bodies, cupping my erection through my jeans. I covered her hand with mine and squeezed, hard. I thrust against our hands, greedy for the friction. Kids, dinner, Amanda called from above us. Aunt Naomi, how many green beans do I have to eat? The glassiness in Naomi's eyes cleared. Oh my God, she mouthed at me. I gave both nipples a not-so-gentle tweak before readjusting her top. I wanted to fuck her in that bikini, to untie one or two of those strings and guarantee all the right access. Then I wanted to take her every way possible until neither one of us could walk. Instead, I was going to have dinner with a hard-on and an audience. Sometimes life just wasn't fucking fair. She slugged me in the shoulder. What is wrong with you? She hissed. Our families are right up there. A whole lot of things, I said with a grin. You're the worst. We're coming, she yelled. We will be later, I promised under my breath.
26. PMS and the Bully. Naomi. I arrived at Honky Tonk early for my shift in my dad's pristine Ford Explorer, a bonus to having my parents in town. Another bonus was the fact that they were having a movie night sleepover with Waylay at Liza's. I was under orders to buy a car ASAP. Between my poker winnings and the proceeds from the sale of my house, I found myself in a pretty solid financial position, even with the impending purchase of a decent car. Then there was the quickie Knox had coaxed me into that afternoon when he came over to help me put together Waylay's new desk. I was feeling pretty damn good about life when I strolled into Honky Tonk. Hello, ladies, I said to Fee and Silver. You're looking gorgeous today. You're early and in a good mood, Fee noted, sliding the cash drawer into the register. I hate that about you. Silver glanced my way as she flipped the stools off the bar. She paused. She's got orgasm face. She's not one of us. Crap. The last thing Knox or I needed was our co-workers gossiping about our incredibly satisfying sex life. Oh, come on, I scoffed, hiding my face behind a curtain of hair as I tied my apron. A girl can be in a good mood without having orgasms. What's with the chocolate and heating pads? Next to the register was a plate of brownies wrapped with pink cellophane, a box of stick-on heating pads, and a bottle of Midol. Knox's monthly care package, Silver said. Who gave you the O-face? Care package for what? I asked, ignoring the question. All our cycles synced up. Stasia's too, Fee explained. Every month, the boss puts together a period survival kit and is nice to us for a day or two. That's really nice of him, I said. Fee slapped the bar. Oh my God, you had sex with Knox. What? Me? Knox? I felt my face getting hot. Why would you think that? Can I have a brownie? She's definitely deflecting, Silver decided. Yeah, Nomi, your poker face needs some serious work. This is so fucking exciting. You know, he's never shagged an employee before. Man, I knew there were sparks. Didn't I tell you there were sparks? Fee slapped Silver in the shoulder. Yeah,
Sparks, Silver agreed. So are you guys a thing? Or was it a heat of the moment, my brother's just been shot kind of thing? On a scale of meh to my vagina is forever ruined, how good was he? Fee asked. This was not going the way I'd planned. My gaze slid to the kitchen doors and back to the expectant faces before me. News traveled fast in this town, and I did not want to feed the gossip. You guys, I really don't want to talk about this. They stood there staring at me. Then they looked at each other and nodded. Okay, here's how it's gonna go, Fee said. You're going to tell us everything, and in exchange, we won't tell anyone anything. Or else what? I hedged. Silver's smile was wicked. Or else we spend the whole shift wondering out loud who put that smile on your face in front of all the customers. You're evil. We're evil. But we can be bought, Fee reminded me. Your parents walked in on your one-night stand. Classic, Silver said 10 minutes later when I'd finished verbally vomiting all over them. And your vagina is officially ruined, Fee added. And we aren't in a relationship, unless you're my parents or a caseworker weighing my stability as a guardian, in which case we've been swept away by an unexpected romance. But you are having sex, Silver confirmed. Temporarily, I said with emphasis. Silver raised a pierced eyebrow. Fee stopped gobbling down her brownie. Saying it out loud makes it sound stupid. Maybe we should finish getting ready to open? I'm PMSing. I'd rather eat another brownie and talk about penis length and orgasm intensity, Fee said. I was saved from responding by my phone signaling a text. Sloan. My blabbermouth niece told me something I think you should know. Me. What? Is my side part out of style? Sloan. Yes. Also, she said the teacher's been pretty rough on Way the last 2 days. Me. What do you mean? Sloan. Chloe said Mrs. Felch is being mean to Waylay, yelling at her in front of the rest of the class, making weird comments about her mom. Chloe and Nina got in trouble for defending her. Me. Thanks for letting me know. Sloan. You're going to go Mama Lion on an elementary school teacher, aren't you? I pocketed my phone. I hate to do this to you guys, but I need to go to Waylay's school. Is Way in trouble? Fee asked. No, but Mrs. Felch is about to be. Mind covering for me until I get back? Silver looked up from the heating pad she was taping to her stomach. I'll cover for you if you bring me back one of those pretzels with caramel dip from the place next to the school. Fee's eyes lit up. Ooh, bring 2. Better make it 3, Silver amended. Max is coming in at 4:30 and she's on day 2 of the red tide. 3 pretzels with caramel dip. Got it, I said, untying my apron and grabbing my purse. You sure you don't mind covering for me? Fee waved away my concern. It's always slow the first hour or 2 after opening, and Knox won't be here with all us gals in the middle of Shark Week. Shark Week? She pointed at the My Doll and brownies. Oh, right, that's Shark Week. Thank you for covering. I blew them kisses and headed for the door. The school was less than 2 blocks away, so I hoofed it. It gave me the time to work up a good head of steam. I was sick and tired of people thinking they could judge someone by their family's behavior. I'd lived in the shadow of Tina's misdeeds my entire life, and I hated that Waylay was facing the same kind of problem. She was just a kid. She should be having sleepovers, playing games, sneaking junk food, not dealing with the fallout of her mother's reputation. Worse yet, she hadn't trusted me enough to tell me she was having problems with her teacher. How could I fix a problem if I didn't know it existed? Knockemout Elementary School was a squat brick building in the middle of town. There was the standard wood-chipped playground to the right and the long drive out front where buses loaded and unloaded every day. The school day had already wrapped up, but I hoped I could catch Mrs. Felch in the building. The front doors were all still propped open from the mass exodus of students, so I headed inside.
It smelled like floor polish and disinfectant. It was only the first week of school, but the bulletin boards outside the 6th grade classrooms were already full of artwork. Except for room 303. The board was empty, except for a calendar with a countdown on it and a piece of paper with the name Mrs. Felch. I hadn't met her at back-to-school night. She'd been out sick, and I'd spent most of the hour gently reminding parents and school staff that I wasn't my sister. I kicked myself for not making more of an effort to meet her before leaving her in charge of my niece. I spied a woman sitting behind the desk at the front of the classroom. Best guess put her in her early 50s. Her silver-streaked hair was pulled back in a bun so tight I bet she got headaches from it. She was dressed in head-to-toe shades of beige, and her lips were pursed in a thin line as she scrolled through something on her phone. She gave off the air of someone who was disappointed in just about everything life had to offer. I gave a cursory knock and walked into the room. "Mrs. Felch, you don't know me, but—" The woman looked up and bobbled her phone, eyes narrowing behind her glasses. "Don't play games with me. I know who you are." Good Lord, hadn't the dang grapevine caught up to the teaching staff yet? "I'm not Tina. I'm Naomi Witt. My niece, Waylay, is in your class, and I'd like to talk to you about how you've been treating her." I'd never been good at confrontations. Hell, I'd squeezed my ass out of a church basement window to run away from a wedding rather than tell the groom I wasn't going to marry him. But in that moment, I felt a fire burning in my belly. Backing down wasn't an option. Neither was retreat. "How I've been treating her? I've been treating her the way she deserves to be treated," Mrs. Felch snarled. The lines on her face carved deeper. "I treat her the way the daughter of a whore deserves to be treated." "Excuse me? You heard me." A movement out of the corner of my eye caught my attention, and I realized that I had a much bigger problem than a horrible 6th grade teacher.
27. Field Mice Revenge. Knox. I walked into Honky Tonk through the kitchen, twirling my keys around my finger and whistling. "Someone's in a good mood," Milford, the line cook, observed. I wondered exactly how big of a dick I usually was that made my good mood breaking news, then decided I didn't really give a shit. Making sure to school my expression into my normal scowl, I headed into the bar. There were about a half-dozen early birds scattered around the place. Max and Silver were eating brownies behind the bar and clutching their midsections. Fee came out of the bathroom with her hands on her low back. "God, why do I have to pee 147 times a day when I'm riding the cotton pony?" She groaned when she spotted me. "Oh, what the hell are you doing here? It's period night." "I own the place," I reminded her, scanning the bar. Yeah, and you're also smart enough not to show up when you have 3 menstruating women on shift." "Where's Naomi?" I asked. "Don't you take that tone with me today, Noxie. I will break your face." I had taken no tone with her, but I knew better than to point that out. "I brought you brownies." "You brought us brownies so we don't cry in the kitchen." She had a point. Fee knew my secret. Tears were my kryptonite. I couldn't handle a woman crying. It made me feel desperate and helpless and pissed off. "Where's Naomi?" I asked again, trying to modulate my tone. "I'm fine, Knox. Thanks for asking. Even though I feel like my uterus is being crumpled up inside my body so it can be expelled through my lady canal, I'm thrilled to be working tonight." I opened my mouth to retort, but she held up a finger. I wouldn't do that," she advised. I shut my mouth and tagged Silver at the bar. "Where's Naomi?" Her expression stayed carefully blank, but her eyes skated to Fee, who was making an exaggerated slashing motion across her throat. "Seriously?" I asked. My business manager rolled her eyes. Fine. Naomi was here, but there was some trouble with Waylay's teacher. She went to take care of it and asked us to cover for her. She's bringing us pretzels afterward, Max said around the brownie she held between her teeth as she shuffled by with 2 fresh beers. I was pretty sure that was a health violation, but was smart enough not to mention it. I eyed the women before me. You thought I'd be pissed that she went to take care of something at the school? Fee smirked. No, but it's a slow day. Thought it would be more fun this way. I closed my eyes and started to count to 10. Why haven't I fired you yet? Because I'm amazing, she sang, spreading her arms wide. She flinched and clutched her stomach. Fucking periods. Amen, Silver agreed. Strap on one of those damn heat pad things and take turns getting off your feet, I advised. Look who's Mr. Menstruation, Fee said. Working with the Synced Sisters has educated me in ways I never wanted to be. Who's the teacher? What teacher? Max asked as she blew past us again with a couple of empties. The brownie was now gone. I hoped it hadn't fallen into one of the beers. Waylay's teacher, I said in exasperation. Did she say what the problem was? Is there a reason you're so interested? Fee asked, looking too damn smug for my liking. Yeah, I'm paying her to be here and she's not here. Your tone is aggressive and I don't react well to aggressive during my lady business, Silver warned. This was why I didn't come near Honky Tonk during Code Red, which is how I labeled it in my calendar. Mrs. Felch, Max called from the corner two-top she'd commandeered. She was sitting on one chair with her feet propped on the second and a damp bar towel draped over her forehead and eyes. I'm personally not a fan of Mrs. Felch. One of my kids had her. She gave homework over Christmas, Fee recalled. Fuck. Fee and Silver turned to look at me. Max peeked out from under her cold compress. Mrs. Felch is married, I said. That is usually what Mrs. means, Silver said, patronizing me. Mrs. Felch is married to Mr. Felch, Nolan Felch. Fee got it first. Oh, shit. That's not good. Wait, didn't Tina? Yeah, she did. I gotta go. Try not to scare off all the patrons. Fee scoffed. They're here for the free Bloody Mary shots we give out during crappy hour. Whatever. Later. Heading for the parking lot, I vowed never to come back to Honky Tonk during a Code Red. I made it almost to my truck when Liza's Buick rolled up. But it was Naomi's dad, worry lines carved into his forehead, behind the wheel instead of my grandmother. Amanda was in the passenger seat, looking agitated. Everything all right? I asked, reading the mood. Waylay is missing, Amanda announced, a hand clutched to her heart. She walked to the cottage to get her schoolwork together and was supposed to come straight back to Liza's. We were going to have dinner and a movie night. She didn't come back and her bike's gone, Lou said gruffly. We're hoping Naomi had seen her. I swore under my breath. Naomi's not here. There was some trouble at the school with Way's teacher, and she went to handle it. Maybe that's where Waylay went, Amanda said, clutching her husband's arm. That's where I'm headed now, I said grimly. You're part of a parent-teacher conference? Lou scoffed. No, but I'm sure as hell gonna have your daughter's back when she walks into an ambush. I ignored the speed limit and stop signs on the short drive to the elementary school and noticed Lou did the same behind me. We pulled into adjacent parking spaces and stormed the front doors, a united front. I hadn't stepped foot in the school since I was a student here. It looked as though not much had changed. How do we know where to go? Amanda wondered when we walked in through the front doors. I heard raised voices coming from one of the hallways. My money's on that way, I said. Your sister ruined my life." I didn't wait for the wits. I headed toward the shouting at a dead run. I made it to the open door just in time to see a seething Mrs. Felch, fisting her hands at her sides as she leaned into Naomi's personal space. I stalked into the room, but neither woman paid me any attention. "From what you've told me, your husband ruined your marriage. An innocent 11-year-old certainly isn't to blame," Naomi said, hands on hips, not giving the woman an inch. She was wearing another flirty denim skirt. This one had a distressed hem with threads that skimmed her thighs. I both loved the way it looked on her and hated the fact that she was wearing it to serve beer to men who weren't me. "She's got her mother's blood, doesn't she? There's nothing innocent about any of you," Mrs. Felch hissed, pointing an accusing finger in Naomi's face. My plans for Naomi and her tight little skirt would have to wait. Bullshit. My announcement had both women whirling around to face me. Mrs. Felch's eyes got big behind her glasses. I was a scary fucking guy when I wanted to be, and right now I wanted to be downright terrifying. I took 2 steps forward, and she backed into her desk like a cornered rat in bifocals. "Knox," Naomi said through clenched teeth, "I'm so glad you're here." She was tilting her head and subtly pointing toward the floating wall that created a coat room just inside the doorway. I glanced in the direction and caught a glimpse of blonde and blue hair. Waylay, holding a jar of God knows what, gave me an embarrassed finger waggle of a wave from her belly on the floor. "For fuck's sake," I muttered. "There's no need for language," Mrs. Felch barked. "The fuck there isn't," I countered, angling myself to block part of the opening to the coat room. "And I think Waylay's grandparents will agree." I jerked my head toward Lou, who, until that point, had been holding Amanda back with a good grip on her summer sweater. "Seems we've got ourselves a family conference," I said, crossing my arms over my chest. "Judging from how your daughter turned out, don't think for a second that I'm falling for this show of familial support," Mrs. Felch sniffed. "Waylay Witt is a juvenile delinquent, and her mother is a home-wrecking, pill-popping boil on the bottom of society." "Thought you said there's no need for language." "Crap on a cracker," Amanda whispered, and I guessed she'd just spotted her granddaughter's hiding place. "Huh?" Lou was a little slower on the uptake until his wife pointed out the situation. "Oh, hell," he muttered under his breath. He stepped up to stand shoulder to shoulder with me. Amanda moved to his right. Together, we created a wall between Waylay and her shitty teacher. Naomi looked relieved, then turned back to face the Kraken. "Mrs. Felch," she snapped, bringing the woman's attention back to her. I snapped my fingers at Waylay and pointed to the door. She started to belly crawl her way toward the door. Naomi waved her arms and paced toward the opposite side of the classroom like she was throwing a fit. "I have empathy for your situation, I really do. You certainly didn't deserve what your husband and my sister did to you. However, you are responsible for not just teaching these students, but for making them feel safe in your classroom. And I have it on good authority that you are failing in spectacular fashion when it comes to that duty." Waylay's sneakers disappeared into the hallway. "Tina took my husband into her bed and—" "Enough!" I bit out the word and the woman's lip trembled. "Yeah, what he said," Amanda agreed, backing toward the door. "Oh dear, I just remembered. I left my purse in the hallway." She hustled out the door, holding her purse. Naomi returned to stand in front of me. "I'll give you the weekend to decide whether you're going to modify your behavior so that all your students, including my niece, feel safe in your classroom. If you refuse, then I'll not only have Waylay removed from your class, I'll go to the school board and I will raise hell." I reached an arm around her chest and pulled her back to my front. Naomi the Spitfire could be just a little terrifying when she wasn't screaming her frustrations into a pillow. "She'll do it, too," Lou cut in proudly. "She won't stop until you're out of the classroom, and the rest of us will be there to back her up every step of the way."
"It wasn't supposed to be like this,"
Mrs. Felch whispered. She sank wearily into the desk chair.
"We were supposed to retire together. We were going to drive the RV cross-country. Now I can't even look at him. The only reason he stayed is because she dropped him as quick as she picked him up."
I guessed it couldn't be easy for Lou to hear this about one of his daughters, but the man hid it well. I felt Naomi's anger drain out of her.
"You didn't deserve what happened to you,"
Naomi said again, her voice softer now.
"But neither does Waylay. And I'm not going to let anyone make her feel like she's responsible for the decisions adults make. You and Waylay both deserve better than the hands you were dealt."
Mrs. Felch flinched, then sagged back in her chair. I gave Naomi an approving squeeze.
"We'll leave you to your weekend," she said. "Feel free to email me your decision. Otherwise, I'll see you Monday morning."
"Waylay Regina Witt!" Apparently, Naomi wasn't done yelling when we returned to the parking lot where Amanda and Waylay stood next to my grandmother's car.
"Now, Naomi," Amanda began.
"Don't you now Naomi me, Mom. Someone under 5 feet with blue streaks in her hair had better start explaining why I came down to discuss a situation with her teacher only to find my niece hiding in the coat room with a jar of mice. You're supposed to be at Liza's with your grandparents." Waylay looked at the toes of her sneakers. They were the pink ones I'd bought her. She'd added a heart charm to the laces. There were 2 mice nestled on a cushion of dried grass in the jar at her feet. "Mrs. Felch was being a pain in the—" "Do not finish that sentence," Naomi said. "You're already in trouble." Waylay's face went mutinous. "I didn't do anything wrong. I showed up to school on the first day, and she was mean to me. Like, really mean. She yelled at me in front of everyone in the cafeteria when I spilled my chocolate milk. She took recess time away from everyone and said it was my fault for not respecting what belonged to other people. Then, when she was handing out papers about some dumb bake sale to take home to our parents, she said I didn't need one since my mom was too busy in the bedroom to find the kitchen." Naomi looked like she was about to have an aneurysm. "Get it together," I warned her, tucking her behind my back. I put my hand on Waylay's shoulder and squeezed. "Look, kid, I think we all get that you're not used to having an adult around who has your back. But you need to get used to it. Naomi's not going anywhere. You've got your grandparents too. And you've got me and Liza J. and Nash. But you scared the shit out of all of us running off like that." She scuffed her foot on the asphalt.
"Sorry,"
she said sullenly. "What I'm saying is you have a lot of people in your corner now. You don't need to go it alone, and your Aunt Naomi can do a hell of a lot more than leave some mice in a teacher's desk drawer."
I was also going to give her computer a virus. One of those annoying ones that adds extra letters and numbers when you're typing, she said, her cheeks pink with indignation. I hid my grin by biting the inside of my cheek. "Okay, that's pretty good," I admitted. "But it's not a long-term solution. Your teacher is a problem that you can't solve on your own. You need to tell your aunt this shit so she can deal with it like she just did in there." "Mrs. Felch looked scared,"
Waylay said, chancing a glance behind me at Naomi. "Your aunt can be real scary when she stops taking her screaming into pillows."
"Am I in trouble?"
Waylay asked.
"Yes,"
Naomi said firmly. Just as Amanda insisted,
"Of course not, sweetheart."
"Mom!"
"What?"
Amanda asked, wide-eyed.
"She's been through a traumatic few days at school, Naomi."
"Your mother is right," Lou said. "We should call an emergency appointment with the principal and the superintendent. Maybe they can convene a special school board meeting tonight."
This is so embarrassing, Waylay groaned. I didn't know what the hell I was doing wading into a family disagreement, but I did anyway. Why don't we let Mrs. Felch stew for the weekend? Naomi already laid it out for her real clear. We'll deal with whatever needs dealt with Monday morning, I said. Why are you even here? Lou demanded, turning his anger on me. Dad! It looked like it was Naomi's turn to be embarrassed as she stepped to my side. Waylay, go let the mice out over there on the tree line, I ordered. She shot me a wary look before scampering off toward the skinny strip of woods between the school and knock-em-out pretzels. I waited until she was out of earshot before turning back to Lou. I'm here because Naomi was walking into a situation she didn't know anything about. Felch has had a hard-on for Tina ever since her husband banged Tina this summer. The whole town was talking about it. Now, once again, Naomi's cleaning up a mess that Tina left behind, something I get the feeling she spent her whole life doing. So maybe you can cut her some slack, or better yet, help her out with the cleanup this time around. Lou looked like he wanted to take a shot at me, but I saw my words had landed with Amanda. She put her hand on her husband's arm. Knox is right, Lou. Us second-guessing Naomi isn't helping anyone. Naomi took a breath and blew it out slowly. I ran my hand up her back, then down again. I need to get back to work, she said. I've already missed an hour of my shift. Will you two please take Waylay home and try to keep her from running off again? Of course, sweetheart. And now that we know that she's sneaky, we'll keep a closer watch on her. I'll take the front tire off her bike, Lou decided. I need to skip ahead to the chapter on discipline in my library book, Naomi decided. Damn it! I hate reading out of chronological order. Judith's daughter changes the Wi-Fi password on her kids and doesn't change it back until they're ungrounded, Amanda suggested helpfully. Waylay returned with a now empty jar, and I felt Naomi take another deep breath. Mrs. Felch is in way more trouble than you are, Waylay. But Knox is right. You have to come to me with this stuff. Don't tell me everything's fine when it's not fine. I'm here to help. You can't be sneaking out and exacting revenge on everyone who wrongs you, especially not with innocent little field mice. I brought food and I was going to put water in the drawer with them, Waylay explained. We'll talk about this in the morning, Naomi said. Your grandparents are going to take you home. It's up to them whether you have to scrub floors or if you still get to watch movies tonight. It'll definitely be movies, Lou whispered. But you have to do all the dinner dishes, Amanda added. I'm sorry for worrying you, Waylay said quietly. She lifted her eyes to look at Naomi. And I'm sorry for not telling you. Apology accepted, Naomi said. She swooped down and gave the girl a quick hug. Now I have to get back to work. I'll drive you, I volunteered. Thank you. I'll see everyone in the morning, she said wearily. There was a chorus of goodbyes and Naomi headed for the truck. I waited until she opened the passenger door, then interrupted Amanda, who was making plans to stop for ice cream on their way home. Can you two do me a favor and swing by Honky Tonk to pick up your Explorer? I'll drive Naomi home tonight. I had plans for her. 28. Third base. Knox. She ran away from home, Naomi said, staring out the window and clutching the bag of warm pretzels in her lap. She didn't run away, she snuck out, I argued. Either way, how does that make me look as a guardian? I let an 11-year-old walk into town with a jar of mice and a computer virus. Days, you need to stop getting yourself so worked up over this custody thing. Do you really think any judge in their right mind is going to decide Way is better off with her mom? She turned flashing eyes on me. How about when your life choices are under a microscope by the legal system, you can decide not to get worked up?
I shook my head and turned onto a trail barely wide enough for my truck.
"This isn't work,"
she observed. "Not going back to work yet," I told her as we bumped along the rutted track.
"I need to get back. I have a shift that I should have already been working," she insisted.
"Baby, you need to stop obsessing about the things you should be doing and make some time for the shit you want to do."
"I want to get back to work. I don't have time for you to murder me in the woods today."
The trees parted, and a field of tall grass opened up before us.
"Knox, what are you doing?"
"I just watched you stand up to that bully who was trying to take her shit out on a kid," I began.
"Some people don't know what to do with their pain,"
Naomi said, looking out the window again.
"So they take it out on whoever is nearby."
"Yeah, well, I liked watching you in that excuse for a skirt standing up to a bully."
"So you kidnapped me?"
she asked.
"Where are we?"
I brought the truck to a stop along the tree line and shut off the engine. "Third base. At least, that's what it was called when I was in high school. We used to sneak beers and hold bonfires out here. Half of my class lost their virginity in this field." A hint of a smile played on her lips.
"Did you?"
I slid my arm around the back of her seat. "Nah, lost mine in Laura Byler's barn."
"Knox Morgan, did you bring me out here to neck when I'm supposed to be at work?"
She sounded adorably appalled. "Oh, I plan on doing more than necking," I said, leaning over to release her seatbelt. Task accomplished, I plucked the pretzels off her lap and threw the bag into the back seat.
"You can't be serious. I have work."
"Baby, I don't joke about sex. Besides, you work for me."
"Yeah, in your bar, which is full of PMSing women waiting for their pretzels."
I shook my head. "Everyone in town knows it's a code red. It'll be a slow night."
I am really uncomfortable with the idea of an entire town tracking its women's menstrual cycles.
"Hey, we're normalizing period shit," I argued. "Now, get your sexy ass over here." Good girl Naomi was warring with bad girl Naomi, but I could tell which one was going to win by the way she was biting her lip. Between that skirt and the way you stood up for Way, I barely managed to keep my hands off you in front of Way and your parents, and it almost killed me. We're lucky I got us here, driving with my dick so hard there's no blood left for my brain.
Are you saying you're turned on by me yelling at people?
Days, the sooner you stop talking, the sooner I can drag you across this console and make you forget all about work and shitty teachers. She stared at me through heavy lids for a beat.
Okay.
I didn't give her a chance to reconsider. I hooked her under the arms and pulled her into my lap so she was straddling my thighs, her denim skirt bunched high around her waist. Did I mention how much I love these skirts? I asked before crushing my mouth to hers. She pulled away from me.
Actually, you said you hated them, remember?
I gritted my teeth as she grinned evilly and ground down on my cock through my jeans. I lied.
This is very irresponsible of us, she said.
I yanked the neckline of her honky-tonk tank down, taking her bra with it so her bare tits were in my face. Her nipples were already begging for my mouth. If there had been an ounce of blood left in my brain, it headed south at that view. It's more irresponsible to make me watch you work your whole shift in that fucking skirt without getting you off first.
I know I should be offended when you talk like that, but
I leaned in and took one perky pink nipple between my lips. I didn't need her to finish the sentence. Through my jeans, I could already feel how wet she was for me. I knew what my words did to her, and it was nothing compared to what the rest of me was capable of. She shuddered against me once as I began to suck, and then her fingers were at my belt. I shifted my hips to give her better access, and the horn sounded. She gasped.
Oops, sorry. That was my butt. I mean, my butt hitting your horn, not like my butt.
I found myself grinning against her breast. The woman was entertaining on more than just the most obvious levels. Between the two of us, we managed to slide my jeans down to mid-thigh, freeing my throbbing cock, and only setting off the horn once more. I didn't want to wait. I needed to be inside her, and judging from the breathy little moans that were clawing their way out of her throat, Naomi was with me. I lifted her with an arm around her hips and used my other hand to guide the head of my dick right where I needed it to be, nestled against that tight, wet wonderland. My tight, wet wonderland. Naomi belonged to me, for now at least, and that was enough. With both hands at her hips, I yanked her down as I thrust up, sheathing myself inside her. She screamed my name, and I had to run through my emergency mental gymnastics to keep from coming right then and there. Her quivering pussy had every inch of my cock in a stranglehold. I held her there, impaled on me, as my mouth rediscovered her perfect breast. I swore I could feel the echo of each hard suck in the walls that held me captive. It felt like heaven. It felt, "Fuck, baby," I said, releasing her breast. "Fuck. Condom." She let out a low moan. "Oh, Knox, if you move a muscle, I'm going to come. And if I come, you're going to milk mine right out of me," I surmised. Her eyes were squeezed shut, lips parted, the picture of ecstasy in the late afternoon sun. I wasn't some teenage kid. I didn't forget protection. Hell, not only did I have a condom in my wallet like any responsible man, I also had a handful in my glove box. "You ever?" She shook her head before I could get the rest of the question out. "Never." Me either. I ghosted my fingers over and around her breasts. She opened her eyes then and bit her lip. "This feels too good." "I don't want you doing anything you don't want to do," I warned. But I wanted this. I wanted to finish bare. I wanted to let loose inside her and feel our releases mix. I wanted to be the first man to go there, to plant my flag in her memory as the first of something memorable. I'm on birth control," she said tentatively. I let my tongue dart out to tease her other nipple. "I'm clean," I murmured. "I can show you." Naomi was a data kind of girl. If she wanted to peek at my medical record, I had no problem. Especially if it meant I got to move in her, feel her ride me until she came with nothing between us. "Okay," she said again. It was better than winning the fucking lottery, that feeling that lit up my chest. The knowledge that she trusted me to take care of her. "You sure?" I pressed. Her eyes were open and locked on mine. "Knox, it feels too good. I don't want to play it safe. Not this time. I feel like being reckless and whatever. Just move, please." I'd make it the best she ever had. I slid my hands behind and under her, cupping the curves of her ass. Testing us both, I held her up, pulling out just an inch. We both groaned, and her forehead met mine. Moving inside her with nothing between us felt better than good. It felt right. When she quivered around me, I had enough fucking rhapsodizing. It was time to take. "You better hang on, baby," I warned. My heart was already pounding like I'd raced up a half-dozen flights of stairs. I waited until she gripped the back of my seat. "This is what's going to happen, Naomi. I'm going to start moving, and you're going to come as fast and as hard as you can. Then I'm going to take my time driving you up again, and when you go off that second time, I'll be right there with you." "Good plan. Very organized. Measurable goals," she said, and then she was kissing the air right out of my lungs. I withdrew another inch or two and captured her moan with my mouth. "Hold on," I reminded her, and then I was yanking her back down as I rammed my hips up. It took everything I had not to let go and drive into her again and again. "Jesus, Naomi," I breathed as her pussy fluttered around my shaft. "I told you I'm close," she said, sounding annoyed and embarrassed. "Everything you do makes me want more," I growled. Before she could react to my stupid-ass confession, I buried my face in her other breast and started to move, slowly, purposefully. even though it cost me. On my third thrust, she came like a lightning strike, setting off the horn like a victory cry. As the rest of her body tensed, her walls rippled around my dick in the sweetest kind of torture. I almost went cross-eyed trying to keep my release in my balls where it churned. I'd never had a woman like her, never felt anything like this before, and if I stopped long enough to think about it, I'd recognize that as a red flag. But in the moment, I didn't fucking care. I could ignore it as long as Naomi Witt was riding my cock. "That's my girl," I groaned as she gripped and released me to a rhythm more beautiful than music. "Oh my God, oh my God," she chanted until her body finally went limp on top of me. I went still inside her and gathered her close. I could feel her heart pounding against my own. Then she poked me in the shoulder. "You promised me another one," she said, the words muffled against my neck. "Baby, I'm trying to hang on here to deliver." She lifted her head to peer at me through strands of chestnut and caramel. I brushed it back, tucking her hair behind her ears, the gesture feeling oddly intimate. And I wished I hadn't done it, because it felt like one more string knotting itself, tethering me to her. "So it feels this good to you too? I mean, you're not just like, this is fine?" To illustrate her point, she added a half-hearted thrust with her hips, and I couldn't hold back the groan. "Hell, Naomi, there's nothing fine about what it feels like to have you come on my cock. Why the hell do you think I said I'd do this fake boyfriend crap?" She smirked. "Because you saw how disappointed my parents were in me, and you wanted to help me out like the grumpy small-town hero you are." Smartass. I did it because I woke up, and you weren't next to me, and I wanted you there. "You did?" "I wanted you there so I could flip you over on your hands and knees and fuck you so hard you wouldn't be able to sit down for the next 48 hours without thinking about me." She opened her mouth, and something between a moan and a whimper came out. "I'm not done with you yet, Daisy," I said. Inwardly, I cringed at the harshness of this statement. Mid-sex me was not usually so fucking chatty, but Naomi was doubting what I'd made her feel, and that wouldn't stand, not even in the short term. "Can I move again?" she asked. Jesus, God, yes. And then she was riding me, working my cock like it was a stallion in need of breaking. Every slick slide, every little moan, every time a fingernail bit into my skin, I felt the rest of the world recede a bit more until it was just Naomi and me. Sweat beaded on our skin. Our breath mingled as we panted together. There was nothing like being fully seated inside her, nothing like claiming her and being claimed. Naomi. I gritted out her name as I felt her start to flutter around me again. Tiny little pulses that drove me out of my fucking mind. "Knox, yes, please," she whimpered. I took her nipple on a long, deep pull. It was too much for both of us. As the first wave of her orgasm took her, I lost control, pumping into her hot, tight channel as if my life depended on it. Maybe it did. Because when that first hot spurt wrenched its way free, when she screamed my name for the world to hear, when she closed around me and milked a second and a third burst from me, I felt born again, alive, hollowed out and refilled to overflowing with something I didn't recognize, something that scared the ever-living hell out of me. But I just kept on coming, and so did she, our releases endless. This was why once wasn't enough. This was why now I wasn't sure what was enough. 29. Knox's house. Knox. "Nice place," Naomi observed as I locked my front door behind us and flipped on the lights. "Thanks. My grandfather built it," I said on a yawn. It had been a long day followed by a long night at Honky Tonk, and I needed sleep. "Really?" she asked,
her gaze lifting to the loft above the living room, the timber ceiling, and the antler chandelier that hung there. The cabin was small and leaned toward rustic. 2 bedrooms, 1 bath. The floors were pine. The stone fireplace needed a good scrubbing, but still did the job. The leather couch was finally broken in just the way I wanted it. It was home. "Are these your parents?" she asked, picking up a framed photo on one of the end tables. I didn't know why I bothered keeping it. My parents were line dancing at a picnic in Liza J. and Pop's yard. Smiles on their faces, feet in sync. Happier times that, in the moment, seemed like they'd go on forever. It was, of course, a lie. Happier times always came to an end. Listen, Days, I'm beat. Between my brother getting shot, the sudden onslaught of orgasms, and work, I needed a solid 8 hours of sleep before I'd be worth anything. "Oh, yeah, sure," she said, carefully putting the photo back on the table. Though I noticed she'd angled it toward the couch, not away from it like I'd done. "I'll head home. Thanks for the backup today with Way's teacher and my parents. And then all the orgasms and stuff." "Baby, you're not going home. I'm just telling you why I'm not making any moves when we go upstairs." "I should just go home, Knox. I have to be up early to get Way at Liza's." She looked as exhausted as I felt. I hadn't given it more than a passing thought in the past, but my girls at Honky Tonk dragged their asses home at 2 or 3 a.m., and on weekdays had to be up again by 6 or 7, depending on the usefulness of their significant others. I remembered a solid year stretch when Fee would fall asleep sitting up every day at her desk because her kids were shit sleepers. It got to the point where I had to do the thing I hated. I got involved. I'd unleashed Liza J. on her, and in less than a week, my grandmother had both kids on a schedule sleeping 10 hours a night. "You have off tomorrow, right?" I asked. She nodded, then yawned. "So we'll get up in..." I glanced down at my watch, then swore. 3 hours and go have breakfast at Liza J's. It was the gentlemanly thing to do, which usually wasn't a huge concern to me. But I felt the tiniest splinter of guilt thinking about staying in bed while Naomi dragged herself off to family fucking breakfast and then tried to keep Waylay from breaking the law for the rest of the day. Besides, I could just come home after breakfast and sleep until whenever the fuck I wanted. I liked the way her eyes went soft and dreamy for a second. Then practical, people-pleasing Naomi was back. "You don't have to get up with me. You need sleep. I'll go home tonight and maybe we can..." Her gaze slid down my body and her cheeks turned a delicate shade of pink. "Catch up some other time," she finished. "Yeah, nice try. Want some water?" I asked, towing her toward the kitchen. It was bigger than the cottages, but not by much. I could imagine some visitors would find it charming with its hickory cabinets, countertops in a deep forest green, and a tiny island on wheels that I used to pile unopened mail on. "Water?" she repeated. "Yeah, baby. Do you want a drink of water before we go to bed?" "Knox, I'm confused. This is just sex. We both agreed. Unless my parents are around, and then it's a relationship. But my parents aren't here, and I'm so tired I don't think even an orgasm could keep me awake, so what the hell are we doing?" I filled a glass from the sink and then took her by the hand and led the way toward the stairs. "If you leave, I have to walk your ass home in the dark, then walk my ass back here, which puts me hitting the sack back by another 15 minutes at least, and Days, I'm really fucking tired." "My stuff is at my house," she said, biting her lip in hesitation. "What stuff do you need in the next 3 hours, Daisy?" "A toothbrush." "Got an extra upstairs." "My face wash and lotion." "Got water and soap," I said, tugging her up the stairs. "I still don't..." I stopped and faced her. "Baby, I don't want to think about it or wonder what it all means. I just want to put my head on a pillow
and know that you're safe and asleep. I promise you. We can nitpick this mess to death tomorrow, but right now, I just need to close my eyes and not think about shit." She rolled her eyes. "Fine, but we're definitely nitpicking this mess to death tomorrow and reconfirming the ground rules." "Great, can't wait." Before she could change her mind, I pulled her the rest of the way up the stairs and into my bedroom. "Wow," she yawned, blinking at my bed. A man's bed and his couch were the most important pieces of furniture in the house. I'd gone for a big-ass king-sized sleigh bed stained dark. It was unmade, as always. I never saw the point in making a bed if you were just going to have to unmake it to use it. It was a good thing Naomi was nearly dead on her feet, because if the rumpled sheets didn't send her packing, the short stack of underwear and t-shirts next to my nightstand would have. I nudged her in the direction of the bathroom and riffled under the sink until I came up with a spare toothbrush, still in its dusty, original package. "I take it you don't have many overnight guests?" she asked, wiping the dust off the plastic. I shrugged. I'd never spent the night with a woman in this house. I was already crossing the invisible boundaries of our agreement by having her spend the night. There was no fucking way I was going to hash out what it meant with her. She was the one who was used to sharing a life, a sink, a bed with someone. She was the one coming out of a relationship. Great. Now I was tired and annoyed. We stood shoulder to shoulder, brushing our teeth. For some reason, the companionable routine reminded me of my childhood. Every evening when we were kids, Nash and I hung out on our parents' bed, waiting for them to finish brushing their teeth so they could read us the next chapter in whatever book we were in the middle of. I shook off the memory and glanced at Naomi. She had a faraway look in her eyes. "What's wrong?" I asked. "Everyone's talking about us," she said, rinsing her toothbrush. "Who's everyone?" "The entire town. Everyone is saying we're dating." "I doubt that. Most of them are just saying we're fucking." She flung a hand towel at me that I caught one-handed. "Fine. My parents and Waylay's caseworker think we're in a relationship, and the rest of town thinks we're just having sex. So?" She looked exasperated. "So? It makes me look like like my sister. I've only known you 3 weeks. Don't you care what people think about you? What they say about you?" "Why would I do that? They can whisper all they want behind my back. As long as none of them are dumb enough to say it to my face, I don't give a shit what they say." Naomi shook her head. "I wish I could be more like you." "What, a selfish asshole?" "No, whatever the opposite of a people pleaser is." "A people displeaser?" I supplied. "You have no idea how exhausting it is worrying about everyone else all the time, feeling responsible for them, wanting them to be happy and like you." She was right. I had no idea what it was like. "Then stop caring." "Of course you would say that," she said, sounding disgruntled. She took the hand towel, wiped down her toothbrush, and then the counter. "You make it sound so easy." "It is that easy," I argued. "Don't like something? Stop doing it." "The life philosophy of Knox Morgan, ladies and gentlemen," she said with an eye roll. "Bed," I ordered. "It's too late for philosophy." She glanced down at her outfit. Her feet were bare, but she was still wearing that denim skirt and shirt from her shift. "I don't have any pajamas." "I take it that means you don't sleep naked." Just like making the bed, wearing pajamas was a waste, in my opinion. She stared at me. "Of course you don't sleep naked." "There could be a fire in the middle of the night," she insisted, crossing her arms. "I don't have any turnout gear for you to sleep in." "Har har." "Fine." I left her in the bathroom and headed to my dresser where I found a clean t-shirt. "Here," I said, returning to her. She looked down at it, then up at me again. I liked the way she looked, sleepy and a little less than perfect, as if the shift and the late night had worn down her armor.
"Thanks," she said, staring at it, and then me again until I got the hint.
"You do realize I've already seen you naked, right?"
"That's different. Go away."
Shaking my head, I left the bathroom, closing the door behind me. 2 minutes later, Naomi stood in the doorway in my t-shirt. She was tall, but the shirt still covered her to mid-thigh. Her face was scrubbed clean, and she'd pulled part of her hair up and back in a small knot on top of her head. The girl next door was about to crawl into my bed. I knew it was a mistake, but it was one I wanted to make, just this once. We traded places, with Naomi slipping into my bedroom and me commandeering the bathroom to remove my contacts from my bleary eyes. Running on fumes, I snapped off the bathroom light and crossed to my side of the bed. She was on her back, arms tucked under her head, staring up at the ceiling. I killed the bedside light and stripped in the dark, throwing my clothes in the direction of the dirty laundry pile. I dragged back the blankets and finally fell into bed with a sigh. I waited a beat, staring up at the darkness. This didn't have to mean anything. This didn't have to be another string, another knot. "You good?" I asked.
"My pillow smells weird," she said, sounding disgruntled.
"You're sleeping on Waylon's side." I pulled the pillow out from under her head, then threw mine at her.
"Hey!"
"Better." I heard her sniff the pillow.
"Better,"
she agreed. "Night, Naomi."
"Good night, Knox."
I woke to a thud, a yelp, and a curse. "Naomi," I rasped, ungluing my eyelids. She came into a soft focus at the foot of the bed, where she was performing some kind of gymnastics to get her skirt back on.
"Sorry," she whispered. "I need to shower before I go to Liza's for breakfast."
"There's a shower here," I pointed out, rising on an elbow to watch her drag her shirt on inside out.
"But I need fresh clothes and mascara, a hairdryer. Go back to sleep, Knox. There's no need for us both to be walking zombies."
Blearily, I glared at the time on my phone. 7:05 a.m. 4 hours didn't really count as spending the night with a woman, I decided. The appeal of being a bachelor was the fact that my days were dictated by me. I didn't have to work around anyone else's plans or not do what I wanted to do just so they could do what they wanted. But it seemed unfair even to me that Naomi should have to spend the day running on fumes while I slept in. Besides, breakfast did sound good. My feet hit the floor with a thump.
"What are you doing?"
she asked, trying to right her top. It was now right side out, but backwards. "No reason for you to walk home, shower, and walk back to Liza's. Not when there's a perfectly good shower here."
"I can't go to breakfast in my uniform,"
she said in exasperation.
"Doing the walk of shame to family breakfast is not happening."
"Fine, give me a list." She looked as if I had just spoken to her in Swahili.
"A list of what?"
"What do you need to get through breakfast without shame? You shower, I'll get your stuff." She stared at me.
"You're working awfully hard for just a hookup."
I couldn't say why, but that statement pissed me off. Standing up, I picked up a pair of jeans off the floor. "Give me a list." I dragged on the jeans. She put her hands on her hips and glared at me.
"Has anyone told you you're a grump in the mornings?"
"Yeah, every single person who's had the misfortune of seeing me before 10 a.m. Tell me what you want from your place, then get your cute ass in the shower." 4 minutes later, I was headed out the door with an obscenely long list for a Saturday morning breakfast that my grandmother would preside over in her camo pajamas. I jogged through my backyard to hers and came up on the cottage's back porch. The hide-a-key had been in the same place since I could remember, in a fake rock in one of the flower boxes on the railing. I snagged the key, fitted into the lock, and found the door was already unlocked. Great. Now I was going to have to lecture her on security. The cottage smelled like fresh air, baked goods, and lemons. The kitchen was sparkling clean except for the opened mail on the counter. Naomi kept it in a small upright organizer, probably alphabetized, but now all the envelopes were fanned out in a sloppy stack. The roll-top desk in the nook off the living room was open, revealing a mostly tidy workspace with Naomi's laptop, a cup of colorful pens, and a stack of notebooks. The bottom drawer was open a few inches. Though it was no mountain of underwear and t-shirts, I was glad to see a little disarray. I'd noticed the more stressed Naomi got, the cleaner she became. A little mess was a good sign. I took the stairs 2 at a time and swung into the bathroom first to collect the toiletries and hairdryer. Then I hit Naomi's room and grabbed shorts and, because I was a man, a lacy, girly blouse with buttons. All secured, I locked the back door and headed back to my place. When I walked into the bedroom, I found Naomi standing in the steamy bathroom with wet hair, wearing nothing but a towel. The view brought me to a sudden halt. I liked seeing her like this. Liked having an undressed, freshly showered Naomi in my space. I liked it so much that I went on the offensive. "You gotta lock your doors, Daisy. I know this isn't the big city, but shit still happens out here, like my brother getting shot." She blinked at me, then snatched the bag of girl stuff from my hands. "I always lock the doors. I'm not an incompetent adult." "Back door was unlocked," I reported. She dug through the bag and laid the toiletries out in a neat line around my sink. I'd brought extra since I didn't give a shit about the difference between eyeliner and eyebrow pencil. "I lock the doors every time I leave and every night," she argued, picking up the brush and running it through her damp hair. I leaned casually against the door frame and enjoyed the show as she methodically worked her way through her cosmetics. "What is all that shit anyway?" "Haven't you ever watched a woman get ready?" she asked, aiming a look of suspicion at me as she penciled an outline around her lips. "It's just breakfast," I pointed out. "But I don't want to look like I just rolled out of bed with you." The stare she gave me was pointed. I glanced in the mirror and noted that my hair was standing up in all directions. My beard was flat on one side, and I had a pillow crease under my left eye. "Why not?" I asked. "Because it's not polite." I crossed my arms and grinned. "Baby, you lost me." She turned her attention back to a palette of colors and started swiping some of them on her eyelids. "We're going to breakfast," she said, as if that explained anything. "With family," I added. "And I don't want to show up looking like I spent the last 24 hours having sex with you. Waylay needs a role model. Besides, my parents have enough to worry about without adding a second promiscuous daughter to their plates." "Naomi, having sex doesn't make you promiscuous," I said, torn between amusement and annoyance. "I know that, but every time I make a decision anywhere in the neighborhood of what Tina would do, I feel like it's my job to make it clear that I'm not her." She put down the eyeshadow and picked up one of those eyelash curler things. I was starting to get a clearer picture of the woman I couldn't stop thinking about naked. "You're a piece of work, you know that?" She managed to give me a scowl despite the fact that she was using that contraption on one of her eyes. "Not everyone can strut through town not giving a shit about what other people think." "Let's get one thing straight, Daisy. I don't strut." She crossed her eyes at me in the mirror. "Fine, you sashay." "Why do you feel like you have to keep proving to your parents that you're not Tina? Anyone with eyes and ears who spends 30 seconds with you can tell that." "Parents have expectations for their kids. That's just the way it is. Some people want their kids to grow up to be doctors. Some people want their kids to grow up to be professional athletes. Some people just want to raise happy, healthy adults who contribute to their communities." "Okay," I said, waiting for her to finish. "My parents were in the latter group.
But Tina didn't deliver. She never delivered. While I was bringing home A's and B's in school, she was bringing home D's. In high school, when I joined the field hockey team and started a tutoring program, Tina played hooky and got busted with pot in the baseball dugout after school. Her choice, I pointed out. But imagine what it was like seeing the parents you love so much get hurt over and over again. I had to be the good one. I didn't have a choice. I couldn't afford any kind of teen rebellion or bounce between majors finding myself in college, not when they'd already struck out with one daughter. Is that why you decided to marry that Warner guy? I asked. Her face shuddered in the mirror. Probably part of it, she said carefully. He was a good choice, on paper. You can't spend your entire life trying to make everyone else happy, Naomi, I warned her. Why not? She looked genuinely baffled. Eventually, you're going to give a little too much, and you won't have enough left over for yourself. You sound like Steph, she said. Now who's being mean? I teased. Your parents don't want you to be perfect. They want you to be happy. Yet once again, you're jumping in and cleaning up your sister's mess. You stepped into the role of parent with no notice, no preparation. There was no other option. Just because one of the choices is shitty doesn't mean it's not an option. Did you even want kids? I asked. She met my gaze in the mirror. Yeah, I did. A lot, actually. I thought it would be through more traditional means, and that I'd at least get to enjoy the baby-making end of things. But I've always wanted a family. Now I'm making a mess of everything and can't even fill out an application correctly. And what if I don't want this guardianship to be temporary? What if I want Waylay to stay with me permanently? What if she doesn't want to stay with me? Or what if a judge decides I'm not good enough for her? She wielded a lip gloss at me. This is what it's like living in my brain. It's fucking exhausting. It is. And the one time I do something that's purely selfish and just for me, it blows up in my face. What did you do for you? I asked. I had a one-night stand with a grumpy, tattooed barber.
30. Breakfast of Shame. Naomi. You don't have to come along, you know, I pointed out. You didn't get much sleep in the last 48 hours. Neither did you, Knox said, making a show of locking up the cabin before we left. I knew he was making a point. I didn't like people who made points, at least not before I'd had my coffee. We made the short walk to Liza's in silence. The birds were singing, the sun was shining, and my mind was spinning like a dryer with a lopsided load. We'd slept together. As in, fell asleep in the same bed without having sex together. Not only that, but I'd woken up with Knox Viking Morgan spooning me. I didn't know much about no strings. Hell, I had so many strings attached to so many things I'd been tied up in knots for most of my adult life. But even I knew that sharing a bed and cuddling was way too intimate for what we'd both agreed to. I mean, don't get me wrong, waking up with Knox's hard, and I do mean hard, body at my back, his arm draped heavily over my waist, was one of the best ways in the world to wake up. But it wasn't part of the agreement. There was a reason for rules. Rules would keep me from falling for the grumpy, cuddly Viking. I chewed on my lower lip. Men got tired and didn't want to walk women home or let women walk home alone only to be eaten by wildlife. The man had gone through a traumatic 24 hours. He probably wasn't making the most rational decisions, I decided. Maybe Knox was just a restless sleeper. Maybe he spooned his dog in bed every night. Of course, that didn't explain why he'd volunteered to run next door and grab a bunch of my stuff while I showered, why he'd put actual thought into an outfit for me. I glanced down at the high-waisted green and white shorts, the cute lacy top. He'd even grabbed underwear for me. Sure, it was a thong and didn't match my bra, but still.
About done thinking everything to death? I shook myself from my reverie to find Knox shooting me one of those almost smiles. I was just running through my to-do list, I fibbed haughtily. Sure you were. Can we go in now? I realized we were standing in front of Liza's house. The smell of Steph's world-famous maple bacon wafted through the screen door. There was a single woof, followed by a chorus of barks as 4 dogs barreled through the door and off the porch. Waylon was last, ears flapping behind him, tongue lolling obscenely from his mouth. "Hey, bud," Knox said, dropping to his knees to greet his dog and the other 3 as they jumped and yapped their enthusiasm. I bent down and exchanged more dignified greetings with the pack before straightening. "Okay, so what's the plan?" I asked him. Knox gave Waylon's ears a last ruffle. "What plan?" "Breakfast? With my family?" I prodded. "Well, Days, I don't know about you, but my plan is to guzzle half a pot of coffee, chow down on some bacon, and then go back to bed for another 4 or 5 hours. I mean, are we still, pretending? Something passed over his face that I couldn't read. "Yeah, we're still pretending," he said finally. I didn't know if I was relieved or not. Inside, we found Liza and my dad standing sentry behind Steph as he peered into the oven at 2 baking sheets of bacon that smelled like heaven. Mom was setting the table in the sunroom. Waylay was making her way around the table, still in her new pink tie-dye pajamas, carefully pouring glasses of orange juice. I felt a swift rush of affection for her, and then remembered I had to come up with a suitable punishment for her today. I really needed to get to the discipline chapter in my library book. "Mornin', lovebirds. Didn't expect to see you here, Knox," Liza said, spotting us as she shuffled over to the coffee maker in a blue fuzzy robe over lightweight camouflage pajamas. Knox draped an arm around my shoulders. "Mornin'," he returned. "I couldn't pass up the bacon." "No one can," Steph said, pulling the trays out of the oven and setting them on the 2 cooling racks I'd discovered hidden behind the hutch in Liza's dining room. Waylay padded in on bare feet and sniffed with suspicion. "Why does it smell weird?" "First of all, gorgeous, you smell weird," Steph said, giving her a wink. "Secondly, that's the caramelized maple syrup." Waylay perked up. "I like syrup." Her eyes slid to me. "Mornin', Aunt Naomi." I ran my hand through her messy blonde hair. "Morning, kiddo. Did you have fun with your grandparents last night, or did they make you scrub the floors?" "Me and Grandma and Uncle Steph watched The Princess Bride. Grandpa fell asleep before the shrieking eels," she said. "Am I still grounded?" Mom opened her mouth, looked at me, then shut it again. "You are," I decided. "For the weekend. Can we still go to the library?" I was new at this discipline thing, but I figured the library was safe enough. "Sure," I yawned. "Someone needs her coffee," Mom sang. "Late night." She looked pointedly at Knox and then winked at me. "You know where else you 2 should go today?" Dad said. Now that the bacon was safely out of the oven, he was peering over Liza's shoulder as she flipped an omelet. "Where?" I asked warily. He turned to look at me. "Car shopping. You need a car." Dad said it with authority, as if the idea of getting a car had somehow never occurred to me. "I know, Dad. It's on the list." It was on a literal list. A spreadsheet, actually, comparing makes and models ranked by reliability, gas mileage, and cost. "You and Waylay need something reliable," he continued. "You can't get around on bikes forever. It'll be winter before you know it." "I know, Dad." "If you need money, your mother and I can help out." "Your father's right, dear," Mom said, handing Knox a cup of coffee and the second to me. She was wearing plaid pajama shorts and a matching button-down top. "I don't need any money. I have money," I insisted.
We'll go this afternoon, Dad decided. I shook my head. That's not necessary. I hadn't finished my spreadsheet yet, and I was not walking on a car lot without knowing exactly what I wanted and what it was worth. We've already got plans to look at cars today, Knox announced. Krabby Viking says what? Car shopping plans were news to me, and unlike having a boyfriend, the purchase of a car wasn't nearly as easy to fake for my parents. He drew me into his side. It was a possessive move that both confused me and turned me on. Figured I'd take Naomi and Waylay to look for a ride, he said. Dad harumphed. I get to come too? Waylay asked, climbing up on her knees on the bar stool. Well, since it's our car, you have to help me decide, I told her. Let's get a motorcycle. No, my mother and I answered together. Well, I'm getting one as soon as I'm old enough. I closed my eyes, trying to ward off all the catastrophes that rolled through my mind like a high school driver's ed film strip. I've changed my mind. You're grounded until you're 35. I don't think you can legally do that, Waylay said. Sorry, Whitty, I'm with the kid on this one, Steph said, leaning on his elbows next to her at the island. He broke a piece of bacon in half and handed one piece to my niece. Gotta vote with Way, Knox said, squeezing my shoulder, one of those sort of smiles dancing at the corners of his lips. You can only ground her until she's 18. Waylay punched a fist into the air victoriously and took a bite of bacon. Fine, you're grounded until you're 18, and no fair ganging up on me, I complained. Uncle Steph, Waylay said, her eyes going wide and solemn. This is the best bacon I've ever had in my life. I told you, Steph said triumphantly. He slapped a hand onto the counter. The dogs, mistaking the noise for a knock, raced to the front door in a fit of barking. Got some news, Liza announced. Nash is coming home. That's awfully soon, isn't it? I asked. The man had 2 bullet holes in him. It seemed like that deserved more than a few days in the hospital. He's going stir-crazy cooped up in there. He'll do better at home, Liza predicted. Knox nodded in agreement. Well, that means his place will need a good cleaning. Can't have germs getting in bullet wounds now, can we? Mom said, as if she knew people who got shot every day. Probably needs some food, too, Dad chimed in. Bet everything in his fridge is rotten. I'll start a list. Liza and Knox exchanged confounded looks. I grinned. It's the Wit way, I explained. It's best to just go with it. I slept with Knox twice in the last 48 hours, and then I slept with him last night. And I don't know how much of it's a mistake. And it was just supposed to be one time and definitely no sleeping, but he keeps changing the rules on me, I blurted out to Steph. We were on Liza's front porch, waiting for Waylay to get her stuff so we could go back to the cottage and get ready for premature car shopping. It was the first time I'd gotten him alone since the sex and subsequent arrival of my parents. We'd been trading texts for the last 2 days. You did it again? I knew it. I freaking knew it, he said, dancing from foot to foot. Great. Congratulations, Mr. Know-It-All. Now tell me what it all means. How the hell should I know what it means? I'm the one who chickened out on asking that fine AF salon god for his phone number. My jaw dropped. Excuse me, but Stefan Lau has never chickened out on a hot guy before. Let's not make this about me and my temporary mental break. Go back to the sex part. Was it good? Phenomenal. Best sex ever. Now I've trapped him in something resembling a relationship, and I have no idea what to say to Way about it. I don't want her thinking that it's okay to jump from relationship to relationship, or that it's not okay to be alone, or that it's okay to have a one-night stand with a hot guy. I hate to break it to you, Little Miss Uptight, but all of those things actually are okay. 36-year-old adult woman me knows that, I snapped. But those things don't look okay in the eyes of family court, and is that really the example I want to set for an 11-year-old?
I can see you've entered the overanalyzing everything part of your freakout, Steph quipped. Stop being a jerk and start telling me what to do! He reached out and squished my cheeks between his hands. Naomi, did it ever occur to you that maybe this is your chance to start living a life you choose? Start doing things you want to do? No, I said. The screen door burst open, and Waylay jumped out with Waylon on her heels. I can't find my math book. Where did you see it last? I asked her. If I knew that, I'd know where it was. The three of us headed in the direction of the cottage. Waylon darted out in front of us, pausing every few feet to sniff things and pee on them. Does Knox know you have his dog? I asked. Dunno, Waylay shrugged. So are you and Knox a thing? I stumbled over my own feet. Steph snickered unsympathetically next to me. I blew out a breath. Honestly, Way, I have no idea. I don't know what we are or what I want from him or what he wants from me, so we probably won't be a thing forever, but we might be spending more time with him for a while, if it's okay with you. She frowned thoughtfully at the ground as she kicked at a stone. You mean, you wouldn't hang out with him and stuff if I didn't want you to? Well, yeah. You're kind of pretty important to me, so your opinion matters. Huh. Then I guess he can come over for dinner tonight if he wants to, she said. Nash was home and resting in his freshly cleaned and restocked apartment. My parents were celebrating their weekly date night with dinner at a 5-star Lebanese restaurant in Canton. Liza had invited Steph to be her hot date for a dinner party at a local, fancy-ass horse farm. As for me, I had a new, to me, SUV in my driveway, and my sort of boyfriend and niece were in the backyard building a fire in the fire pit while I put away the leftovers. Waylon was in the kitchen with me in case I dropped any of the aforementioned leftovers. Fine, but don't think you can look at me with that droopy face and get a treat every time, I warned the dog as I reached into the mason jar of dog treats I hadn't been able to resist at Nina's dad's pet shop. Waylon wolfed down his biscuit with an appreciative full-butt wiggle. Ouch! Damn it! Waylay! Language! I yelled. Sorry, she called back. Busted, Knox sang, not quite quietly enough. Knox! Sorry. I shook my head. What are we going to do with them? I asked Waylon. The dog belched and wagged his tail. Outside, Waylay gave a triumphant whoop, and Knox punched both fists in the air as sparks became flames. They high-fived. I snapped a picture of them celebrating and sent it to Steph. Me. Spending the evening with 2 pyromaniacs. How's your night going? He responded less than a minute later with a close-up of a dignified-looking horse. Steph. I think I'm in love. How sexy would I be as a horse farmer? Me. The sexiest. Aunt Naomi! Waylay burst through the screen door as I wiped down the countertops. We got the fire started. We're ready for s'mores. She had dirt on her face and grass stains on her t-shirt, but she looked like a happy 11-year-old. Then I guess we'd better get them started. With a flourish, I pulled the dish towel off the s'mores platter I'd assembled. Whoa! Let's go, ladies, Knox called from outside. You heard the man, I said, nudging her toward the door. He makes you smile. What? Knox, he makes you smile, a lot. And he looks at you like he likes you a lot. I felt my cheeks flush. Oh, yeah? She nodded. Yeah, it's cool. We ate too many s'mores and sat around the campfire until dark. I expected Knox to make an excuse to head home, but he followed us inside and helped me clean up while Waylay and Waylon went upstairs to brush her teeth. I think my dog is in love with your niece, Knox observed. He pulled an open bottle of wine and a beer out of the fridge. There's definitely a crush happening, I agreed. He pulled out a wine glass, filled it, and handed it to me.
Okay, maybe there were 2 crushes happening. "Thanks for dinner," he said, opening his beer and leaning back against the counter. "Thanks for haranguing the sales guy into submission," I said. "It's a good vehicle," he said, hooking his fingers in the waist of my shorts and drawing me closer. We'd spent the majority of the day together, but without touching. It had been a special kind of torture to be so close to a man who made me feel so much I forgot to think, yet not be able to reach out and touch him. He smelled like smoke and chocolate, my new favorite scent. I couldn't help it. I wanted to taste him. So I did. Bringing my mouth to his, I sampled his flavor, leisurely, deliberately. His free hand came around me, splaying over my low back, holding me to him. I breathed him in, letting his heat take the chill off my skin. Suddenly, there was thunder on the stairs as both Waylay and the dog charged down. "Damn it," Knox muttered. I jumped back and picked up my wine. "Can we watch TV before bed?" Waylay asked. "Sure, I'll just say goodnight to Knox." I was giving him his out. The man had to be exhausted, and I was sure he had better things to do than watch YouTube episodes of teen girls doing makeup with us. "I'm up for some TV," he said, sauntering into the living room with his beer. Waylay launched herself at the couch, curling into her favorite corner. The dog hopped up next to her. Knox took the opposite end and patted the cushion next to him. So I sat down with my niece, my sort of boyfriend, and his dog, and we watched a 15-year-old with 2 million subscribers tell us how to choose the right eyeliner for our eye color. Knox's arm was warm and comforting behind me on the back of the couch. 5 minutes into the episode, I heard a soft snore. Knox had his feet propped up on the coffee table and his head pitched back against the cushion. His eyes were closed and his mouth was open. I looked at Waylay and she grinned at me. Knox snored again, and we both giggled quietly. 31. Shifty in the Stacks. Naomi. The first week of September steamed into town with summer humidity and the first hint of changing leaves. After a few days of smothering attention, Nash insisted he was well enough for desk duty and returned to work a few hours a day. The dreadful Mrs. Felch had abruptly announced her retirement and moved to South Carolina to live with her sister. Waylay had a crush on her new teacher, Mr. Michaels, and she'd joined the soccer team. We'd survived our first official interview with the caseworker, and while my niece had made it known she wasn't a fan of the vegetables I was forcing on her, Ms. Suarez had scheduled the home study, which I took as a hopeful sign. When I wasn't cheering from the sidelines or sleeping with Knox or absorbing parenting books, I was working. I'd started my new job at the library and was loving it. Between Honky Tonk and the community outreach desk at the library, I felt like I was actually starting to find a groove that was all mine, especially since most of the town had finally stopped calling me not Tina. Naomi, God, I'm so sorry. I miss you. Things aren't right here without you. I had no right to take my stress out on you. I was just trying to provide the best life for you. If we would have waited like I'd wanted to, none of this would have happened. Love, Warner. I exited out of my email inbox with an efficient click and a quiet groan. Warner again? Steph looked up from his laptop. The library was near empty today, and my best friend had commandeered the table next to the community outreach desk. Yes, Warner again, I said. I told you to stop opening them, Steph said. I know. I'm only opening every other one. Progress, right? You're getting naked with the Viking. You don't need to be opening another man's whiny, passive-aggressive "why aren't you here to do my laundry" emails. I winced and looked around to make sure there weren't any eavesdropping patrons. part of me likes seeing him grovel, even passive-aggressively. Fair, he mused. And another more logical part of me realizes that none of this actually matters. The relationship I had with Warner was no more real than the one I'm pretending to have with Knox. Speaking of, you two sure are pretending a lot. I know the score, I assured him, which is more than I can say for when I was with Warner. I didn't get that Warner didn't really want to be with me. Knox has been nothing but transparent with his intentions. Steph leaned back in his chair to study me. What? I asked, checking to make sure I didn't have breakfast crumbs on my sweater. A woman as gorgeous, smart, and entertaining as you shouldn't have so many half-assed non-relationships. I'm starting to think the common denominator is you, Witty. I stuck my tongue out at him. Real nice, bestie. I'm serious. I pegged Knox and his baggage within 30 seconds of meeting him. But you carry yours closer, like it's in an emotional fanny pack. You would never let me wear a fanny pack, emotional or not, I teased. When are we going to talk about the fact you still haven't asked Jeremiah for his number? Never. Besides, he hasn't asked for mine either. The elevator doors opened and Sloane emerged, pushing a book cart. How's it going up here? Today's non-librarian-like outfit was slim jeans that ended above the ankles, suede peep-toe booties, and a black sweater with heart-shaped elbow patches. The frames of her glasses were red to match the hearts. Not bad. Steph here just accused me of carrying baggage in an emotional fanny pack, and I got Agatha and Blaze an appointment with the pro bono elder law attorney so they can talk about long-term care options for Agatha's dad, I said. Sloane draped herself over the cart and rested her chin in her hands. First of all, great work with our favorite biker babes. Secondly, Steph, with the never-ending witticisms, please tell me you have a straight brother, first cousin, or old nephew. I'm not picky. Steph grinned. Ah, but you are. She wrinkled her nose. Never mind, it's only fun when you pick on Naomi. You know what they say, he said. Yeah, if you can't stand the heat, stay off the second floor of the library. With that, she disappeared into the stacks with the cart. A few minutes later, Steph headed out to take a conference call regarding one of his mysterious business deals, while I helped burly biker Wraith get an appointment with the closest Social Security office and sent out an email to library patrons about October's book or treat events. I was just finishing up taking notes on the chapter on puberty in my latest parenting book when someone cleared their throat. Excuse me. I was wondering if you could help me. He had hard green eyes and short, spiky red hair. Tattoos peeked out on the back of his hands from the sleeves of his white button-down. He had a sheepish smile, an expensive-looking watch, and a gold chain around his neck. There was something strange about the way he was looking at me. Not that it was unusual. Anyone who had had the misfortune of meeting Tina generally needed a while to adjust to the whole twin thing. How can I help? I asked with a smile. He tapped the closed laptop under his arm. I'm looking for someone who can do a little light tech support. This darn thing stopped recognizing my wireless mouse and reading flash drives. Know anyone who can help? His eye contact was intense, and it made me a little uncomfortable. Well, it definitely wouldn't be me, I joked with a forced laugh. Me either. My wife's usually my go-to for stuff like this, but she's on a business trip and I can't wait until she gets back, he explained. I just need someone to help me out. They don't have to be a professional or anything. I'd even be willing to pay a kid. Something was off. Maybe I was just hungry, or maybe my code red was coming up. Or maybe this guy stomped litters of kittens for a hobby and my kinship guardian intuition was reacting. The only person I knew who fit the bill was Waylay, and I wasn't about to let someone who gave me the heebie-jeebies anywhere near her. I flashed him a smile a few degrees warmer than perfunctory. Gosh, you know what?
I'm new in town and I'm just getting my bearings. I don't know anyone off the top of my head, but if you give me a phone number or email, I'll reach out as soon as I find a resource." His index and middle fingers on his left hand drummed lightly on the lid of his laptop. 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2. For some reason, I found myself holding my breath.
"You know what? That'd be great," he said with a warm grin. "Got a pen?"
Relieved, I pushed a Knock-'em-Out Public Library notepad across the desk to him and held out a pen. "Here you go." Our fingers brushed when he took it, and he held my gaze for a beat too long. Then he smiled again and bent to scrawl a number on the pad.
"Name's Flint,"
he said, tapping the pen over his name for emphasis. His eyes skimmed over my name tag.
"Naomi."
I did not like the way he said my name as if he knew me, as if he were already intimately familiar with me. "I'm sure I'll be able to find someone to help," I croaked. He nodded.
"Great. Sooner the better."
Flint picked up the laptop and gave me a once-over. He tossed me a salute.
"Later, Naomi."
"Goodbye." I watched him stroll to the stairs. It took me an entire minute to figure out what was bothering me. It was his hands, specifically his left hand, which hadn't sported a wedding ring. I was just being paranoid. Maybe it was a sign that I was getting better at this guardian thing. I brushed the encounter aside and headed into my tiny office to load local IT support to the running list of questions I had for Sloan. The woman might have been pixie-sized, but she certainly had big ideas about how to expand the library's services to the community. It was both exciting and interesting to be part of something that was so focused on helping people. A shadow in my doorway caught my eye. I jumped and slapped a hand to my chest. "Crap on a cracker, Knox! You scared the hell out of me!" He leaned against the door jamb and quirked an eyebrow.
"Baby, I don't want to tell you how to do your job or anything, but aren't you supposed to not yell in a library?"
32. Lunch and a warning. Knox. I had things to do. Businesses to run, employees to yell at. But I wasn't thinking about all that. I was thinking about her. And here I was in the library, ignoring everything else because I woke up thinking about her and wanted to see her. I'd spent a lot of time thinking about Naomi Witt since she blew into town. I was surprised that it only got worse the more time I spent with her. She looked entirely too pretty today. Standing there behind her desk, lost in some mental to-do list, wearing a curve-hugging sweater in a ridiculously female pink. "What are you doing here?" she asked, her surprise turning to happiness. She closed the distance between us, stopping just shy of touching me. I liked how she was always leaning toward me, into me, like her body wanted to be as close to mine as possible at all times. It didn't feel clingy like I'd always thought it would. It felt not terrible. "Thought I'd take you to lunch." "Really?" She looked thrilled at the invitation, and I decided I didn't mind that either. Having a woman like Naomi look at me like I was the hero of her day felt damn good. "No, Daisy, I just showed up here to mess with you." "Yes, really." "Well, I am hungry." Those plush lips, painted a deep pink, curved in an invitation I wasn't going to ignore. I was hungry for something other than food. "Good, let's go. How long's your break?" "I get an hour." Thank fucking God. A minute later, we were walking out of the library and into the September sun. I steered her toward my pickup with a hand on her lower back. "So what fine dining establishment will we be patronizing today?" she asked when I slid behind the wheel. I reached into the back seat and dropped a paper bag in her lap. She opened it and peered inside. "It's peanut butter and jelly," I explained. "You made me a sandwich." There's chips in there, too, I said defensively. And that tea you like.
Okay, I'm trying not to be charmed by the fact that you packed me a picnic lunch.
It's not a picnic, I said, turning the key.
Where are we going to eat our not picnic lunch?
Third base, if you're up for it. She squeezed her knees together and squirmed a little in her seat. Her lower lip snagged between her teeth.
What about the horn?
She asked. I brought a blanket.
A blanket and a packed lunch. Definitely not a picnic, she teased.
She wouldn't be so smug when I had my hand down those tight little pants she was wearing. We could just go back and eat in the break room at the library, I threatened. She reached over and gripped my thigh.
Knox?
The seriousness in her tone had my guard going up. What?
This doesn't feel like we're pretending.
I thumped my head against the back of the seat. I'd known this conversation would be coming, and I still didn't want to have it. As far as I was concerned, we'd both stopped pretending almost as soon as we started. When I touched her, it was because I wanted to, not because I wanted someone to see me doing it. Do we have to do this, Daisy, when you've got a meter running on your lunch break? She looked down at her lap.
No, of course not.
I gritted my teeth. Yes, we do. If it's something you want to talk about, then talk about it. Stop worrying about pissing me off because we both know it's bound to happen. Her gaze lifted to mine.
I was just wondering what we're doing.
I don't know what we're doing. What I'm doing is enjoying spending time with you without worrying about what comes next or what happens in a month or a year. What are you doing?
Besides enjoying spending time with you?
Yeah. Those pretty hazel eyes returned to her lap.
I'm worrying about what comes next, she confessed.
I nudged her chin up so she'd look at me. Why does there have to be something that comes next? Why can't we both just enjoy this the way it is without worrying ourselves to death over something that hasn't happened yet?
That's just usually the way I operate, she said.
How about we try this my way for the next while? My way gets you a non-picnic lunch and at least one orgasm before 1 p.m. Her cheeks went pink, and while her smile wasn't as big as the one I'd gotten earlier for surprising her, it was good enough.
Let's go, she said.
I went instantly hard. All the thoughts I'd had of spreading her out on a blanket, naked and whimpering my name, rushed back. I wanted to taste her outside in the sun, the warm breeze, wanted to feel her move under me while the rest of the world stood still. I threw the truck in reverse and hit the gas. We made it a block before Naomi's phone rang from the depths of her purse. She dug it out and frowned at the screen.
It's Nash.
I snatched the phone from her and answered the call.
Knox,
she complained. What? I snapped into the phone. Need to talk to Naomi, Nash said. He sounded grim. She's busy. Talk to me. I tried, asshole. I called you first and you didn't pick up. Got some news about Tina. There went my fucking picnic. As I admired the view of Naomi's shapely ass in front of me, I wondered how my brother was dealing with the long flight of stairs with his injuries. Nash's place was on the second floor above Whiskey Clipper, and when I'd brought him home the previous weekend, he only made it to the top after I threatened to pick him up and carry him. He opened the door just as I raised my fist to knock. He looked pale, tired, and the asshole had his shirt off, revealing his wound dressing. He was holding fresh gauze and a roll of tape.
You poor thing,
Naomi crooned, grabbing the supplies out of his hands.
Let me help you.
Nash shot me a smirk when Florence Nightingale pushed her way inside. If he kept up the wounded hero routine with Naomi, I was going to raise his damn rent and push him down the stairs. This better be good, I warned him, following her inside. The apartment had high ceilings, exposed brick, and tall arched windows overlooking Main Street. There were 2 bedrooms, a bathroom I'd personally gutted, and an open-concept living space with a small but kick-ass kitchen. His dining room table was covered in paperwork and what looked like case files. He clearly had trouble following doctor's orders. Morgan men didn't care to be told what to do. "Sit," Naomi said, pulling out a stool from the kitchen island. He eased himself down on it, his jaw tight, as if just that movement hurt. "You taking your pain meds?" I asked. I'd strong-armed him into filling the prescription, but the bottle was still sitting next to the sink where I'd left it. My brother met my gaze. Nope. I knew why. Because one generation had the potential to poison the next. It was something we both lived with. "It's not pretty, Naomi," Nash warned as she headed to the sink to wash her hands. "Wounds never are. That's what first aid is for." She dried her hands and gave me a sunny smile as she returned to his side. "You're not going to faint, are you?" I asked her. She stuck her tongue out at me. "I'll have you know I have extensive first aid training." Nash met my gaze as Naomi gently peeled the tape from his shoulder. "A few years ago, I came across the scene of a car accident. It was late at night, raining. A deer had run out in front of the driver and he swerved to miss it. He hit a tree head on. There was blood everywhere. He was in so much pain, and all I could do was dial 911 and hold his hand. I'd never felt more helpless in my entire life," she explained. She'd hate that, I realized. The woman who lived her entire life to make others safe and happy would have hated feeling helpless when someone was in pain. "So you took a class," Nash guessed as she eased the gauze away from the wound. I saw the clench in his jaw, caught the tightness in his tone. She hissed out a breath, and I looked up. Nash's shoulder was bare. It wasn't a nice, neat hole. It was a chasm of angry tissue, black stitches, and the rust of dried blood. "I took 3 classes," Naomi said. A memory surfaced. Nash on his back on the playground, fresh blood flowing from his nose as Chris Turkowski sat on his chest and pummeled fists into my brother's face. Chris had fared worse than Nash that day. I'd gotten suspended for 2 days. A consequence both my dad and I felt was worth it. "Family takes care of family," he'd said. At the time, he'd meant it. I couldn't stop staring at my brother's wounds as blood pounded inside my head. "Knox?" Naomi's voice was closer now. I felt hands on my shoulders and realized Naomi was standing in front of me. "You want to sit down for a minute, Viking? I don't think I can handle 2 patients at once." Realizing she thought I was going to faint, I opened my mouth to clear up the misconception and explained that it was manly rage, not wobbly knees. But I changed my mind and went with it when I realized her concern for me had trumped Nash's bullet holes. I let her push me down into one of the leather armchairs in the living room. "You okay?" she asked, leaning down to look me in the eye. "Better now," I said. Over her shoulder, my brother flipped me the bird. She brushed a kiss to my forehead. "Stay here. I'll get you a glass of water in a minute, okay?" Nash coughed something that sounded suspiciously like faker, but the cough ended in a groan of pain. Served him right. I returned the one-fingered salute when Naomi rushed back to his side. "Never saw you go weak in the knees at the sight of blood before," Nash observed. "You want to get to your point, or is this how you wrangle social calls since no one wants to be around your ass?" Naomi shot me a behave-yourself look as she opened a fresh strip of gauze. I saw my brother's jaw go tight when she pressed it to his wound. I looked away until Nash cleared his throat. "Got some news on Tina," he said. Naomi froze, holding a strip of tape. "Is she okay?" Her twin sister had stolen from her, abandoned her child, and Naomi's first question was whether or not Tina was okay. The woman needed to learn that some ties needed cutting. "We don't know her whereabouts, but it seems like there's something in town that she didn't want to leave behind. We found her prints at the storage unit break-in." I tensed.
remembering the conversation in his hospital room. "What storage unit break-in?" Naomi asked as she moved on to the wound lower on his torso. The trailer park landlord reported 2 separate break-ins, one at his office and one at his storage unit where he keeps anything of value that tenants leave behind. The storage unit was a smash and grab. The lock was jimmied. Shit was broken. A bunch of stuff was missing. We found Tina's prints all over the place. I forgot about my fake fainting spell and got out of the chair. "It's a small fucking town," I pointed out, crossing to the kitchen. "How the hell is she sneaking around without anyone spotting her?" "Got a theory on that? We got some footage from a security camera at the entrance," Nash said, using his good arm to pull a file folder closer to him. He tipped it open, and a grainy photo showed a woman with long dark hair dressed in a long dress. Naomi leaned across my brother to peer at the photo. I wasn't certain, but I thought Nash looked like he was sniffing her hair. I dragged her into my side away from my brother and handed her the photo. "What the fuck?" I mouthed at Nash. He shrugged, then winced. "Stubborn fucking idiot," I muttered. I guided Naomi to a stool out of Nash's reach, then stomped over to the sink. He still kept his over-the-counter shit and his excessive collection of supplements in the cabinet. I grabbed a bottle of Tylenol and poured a glass of tap water, then slid both across the counter to my dumbass brother. I spotted a baking dish on the counter with some kind of dessert in it. Lifting the plastic wrap, I sniffed. Peach cobbler. Nice. Since I was missing out on my own lunch and Nash was to blame, I grabbed a fork. "That's my dress," Naomi said, handing the photo back to Nash. She'd gone pale. I snatched it out of his hand and stared at the image. Fuck, it was her dress. "Figured she was dressing like you in case she ran into anyone in town," Nash explained. "She must have grabbed it when she broke into your motel room." Naomi was biting her lip again. "What's wrong?" I demanded. She shook her head. "Nothing." My bullshit detector was activated. Daisy. "It's just, Tina used to do that when we were kids. I was homesick once our sophomore year of high school. She went to school dressed like me and told my history teacher, who I had a crush on, to go fuck himself. I got detention. All because my parents gave me the car the weekend before because she was grounded." Christ. "You better not have kept your mouth shut and sat through detention," I snapped, throwing the fork in the baking dish in disgust. "Did she get whatever it was she wanted?" Naomi asked Nash. "We don't know. I heard that Tina got herself hooked up with some new guy a few weeks back. Lucian did a little digging. Said the new guy was some badass out of D.C., and Tina bragged to a couple of friends that they had a big score coming up." "Is that my mom's peach cobbler?" she asked, nodding at the dish I held. "She stopped by this morning to drop it off. She also stole my laundry and watered my plants." Naomi gave him a wobbly smile. "Welcome to the family. Prepare to be smothered." Something was wrong, and she was trying to hide it. I put down the cobbler and picked up the picture again. "Fuck." "What?" Nash asked. "I saw you in this dress, outside the shop," I said, remembering her standing in the window of Whiskey Clipper with Liza and Waylay. She'd look like a summer vision in the dress. Her cheeks weren't pale now, they were flushed. Which means Tina didn't take this from the motel. She broke into the cottage. Naomi busied herself by organizing the first aid supplies. Nash swore and rubbed his good hand over his face. "I need to call Grave." He got up and snatched his phone off the dining table. "Yeah, Grave," he said. "We've got a new problem." I waited until he headed into his bedroom before turning my attention back to Naomi. "She broke into your place, and you weren't going to say a word." She looked up as I rounded the island. She held up her hands, but I kept coming until her palms were pressed against my chest. "You do not
Keep shit like that from me, Naomi. You owe her nothing. You can't live your whole life protecting people who don't fucking deserve it, not when it puts your safety at risk. She winced, and I realized I was yelling. What are you thinking? You have way. If Tina and some low-life criminal fuck buddy are breaking into your fucking house, you don't cover that shit up. You don't protect the bad guy. You protect the kid. She shoved me, but I didn't budge. You saw my motel room. You heard what Nash said. The storage unit was trashed. That's what my sister does. She destroys. Naomi snapped. If Tina broke into the cottage, she would have wrecked the place. She never could stand the idea of me having anything nicer than what she did. So yeah, maybe I noticed a few things out of place once or twice, and I chalked it up to Waylay, or you, or Liza, but Tina didn't break in. What are you saying? She wet her lips. What if someone let her in? Someone meaning Waylay? Naomi shot a nervous glance in Nash's direction. What if Tina got word to her that she needed access and Waylay left a door unlocked? You were the one who yelled at me for leaving the back door unlocked, or what if Tina told her what she needed and Waylay got it for her? You think that kid would give Tina the time of day after she's had a few weeks with you? With your parents? Hell, even fucking Steph and Liza. You made one big happy family for her. Why would she risk fucking that up? Tina is her mother, Naomi insisted. Family doesn't stop being family just because one of you does shitty things. That's exactly what happens to families, and you need to quit this loyalty to your fucking sister. She doesn't deserve it. It's not loyalty to Tina, you idiot! Naomi shouted back. She shoved against my chest again, but I was immovable. Educate me, I insisted. If Waylay had anything to do with letting Tina in, how is that going to look in the guardianship hearing? How am I fit to take custody when I can't even keep criminals out of my house? They'll take her away from me. All have let her down. All have let my parents down. Waylay will end up with strangers. Her voice hitched. I grabbed her and pulled her into me. Baby, stop. I tried, she said, fingers curling into my t-shirt. Tried what? I tried not to hate Tina. My whole life I tried so hard not to hate her. I cupped the back of her head and buried her face in my neck. Don't fucking cry, Days. Not over her. You've given her enough. She sucked in a breath and blew it out. You can use me as a pillow if you want to scream out, I offered. Don't be sweet and funny right now. Baby, those are two things no one has ever accused me of being. She pulled back and took another steadying breath. This is not what I was expecting when you said you were taking me to lunch. I expected the yelling, just thought we'd be doing it naked. We good? Her fingers were tracing little circles against my chest. We're good, for now. I'm going to go collect myself in the bathroom. I'm going to eat some more of your mom's cobbler. She gave me another one of those wobbly smiles that made me feel things I didn't want to feel. I reached out and tucked her hair behind her ear. It's going to be fine. No one's taken away. Nash and I'll take care of it. She nuzzled her cheek against my hand. You can't solve my problems for me. Oh, but you can solve everyone else's, I pointed out. You gotta stop worrying about making everything okay for everyone else and start thinking about making it okay for you. She didn't say anything, but I felt like my words had landed. I gave her a playful slap on the ass. Go on, go scream into some hand towels. A minute later, Nash came out of the bedroom. Grave is sending some boys out to see if we can lift any prints. Where's Naomi? Bathroom. You find any prints in the landlord's office? I asked Nash. He shook his head. It was a clean job. What are the odds they split up? Tina took the storage unit and the boyfriend took the office. Nash thought about it. It plays. Naomi doesn't think Tina broke in. She's worried Way let Tina in, worried how that'll play in the guardianship shit. Nash blew out a breath. Any judge that looks at those two sisters and decides Naomi isn't fit has the robe on too tight. She's a worrier, which is why I don't want her worrying about some stranger sneaking into her home and going through her things. Better the devil you know, he said. I nodded. Speaking of, you going to see him this weekend? Nash asked. Deliberately, I took another forkful of cobbler, even though my appetite was suddenly gone. If he's there. Give him this from me. Nash limped over to the table and picked up a backpack. And maybe think about not handing over cash. You're lucky I'm tired of fighting about this, I told him, and took the bag. People keep telling me how lucky I am, he said. You're still here, aren't you? You remember what she was wearing when she walked by your window, he said, nodding at the bathroom door. Yeah, so? She means something to you. Does blood loss make you stupid? I wondered. I'm just saying, you care about her. Any other woman you wouldn't have bothered calling her on her own bullshit. You wouldn't have known any other woman well enough to know she was bullshitting you, let alone care that she was. Getting to your point anytime soon? Yeah, don't fuck it up like you usually do.
33. A swift kick. Naomi. Why do kids' sports start at such ungodly hours? And why is the grass so wet? Look at these shoes. They'll never recover. Steph complained as we set up our folding chairs on the sideline of the soccer field. It's 9 a.m, not 4 a.m, I said dryly. Maybe if you and Liza hadn't made and then drank an entire pitcher of margaritas last night, you wouldn't be cringing like a vampire at the light of day. He collapsed into his chair, looking impossibly stylish in Ray-Bans and a thick knit sweater. It was my last night in town before my trip to Paris. I couldn't say no to margaritas. Besides, it's easy to be Susie Sunshine when you're getting laid regularly. Zip it, Betty Big Mouth, I said, shooting a look at the rest of Waylay's cheering section. My parents were sitting with Liza, who didn't seem any worse for the wear for her half of the margaritas. Mom was doing her mom thing and introducing herself to everyone in a 20-foot radius, asking them the names of their players, and proudly pointing out Waylay in her number 6 jersey. Wraith, badass biker and silver fox, strode down the sideline. He was wearing a Metallica t-shirt, black jeans, and a scowl perfectly framed by his gray Fu Manchu mustache. Looking lovely as always, Liza, he said with a wolfish smile. Peddle that charm someplace else, biker boy, she shot back. But I noticed 2 dots of color on her cheeks. Bring it in, knock'em-outs, Wraith bellowed. 15 girls in all shapes, sizes, and colors jogged and skipped their way over to the unlikely head coach. That guy looks like a probation violation, not a girls' soccer coach, Steph observed. That's Wraith. His granddaughter Delilah is the one with the pigtails. She plays forward. She's unbelievably fast, I told him. Waylay looked up from her team huddle and waved at me. I grinned and waved back. The ref blew 2 short blasts on the whistle, and 2 girls from each team jogged to the center circle. What's happening? Did the game start? Steph asked. They're doing the coin toss. You're lucky you're so pretty. What if your future husband is into sports? Steph shuddered. Perish the thought. The coin toss determines which team gets the ball for kickoff and which direction they're trying to score. Look at you, soccer mom, he teased. Self-consciously, I straightened my knock-em-out hoodie. Thanks to a school fundraiser, I now owned a capsule wardrobe of school cheer gear. The mascot was an oversized boxing glove named Punchy that I found both charming and inappropriate. I may have done a little reading up on the sport, I said. I'd done a lot of research. I'd reread Rock Bottom Girl and watched Ted Lasso, Bend It Like Beckham, and She's the Man for good measure. The whistle on the field signaled the start of the game, and I cheered along with the rest of the crowd as the action got underway. 2 minutes into play, I was holding my breath in Steph's hand in a death grip as Waylay got the ball and started dribbling for the goal. "Go, Waylay, go!" Dad shouted as he came out of his chair. When we were 10 years old, Tina had played softball for 1 season. Dad had been her biggest fan. It was nice to see he hadn't lost his enthusiasm. Waylay faked a move to the right before heading in the opposite direction around the defender and firing off a pass to Chloe, Sloane's niece. "That was good, right?" Steph asked. "It looked good. Sneaky and full of deception." "The coach says she's a natural," I said proudly before yelling, "Go, Chloe!" Chloe lost the ball out of bounds and play was paused so 3 players could tie their shoelaces. "A natural. That's impressive." "She's quick, she's sneaky, she's a team player. There's just 1 or 2 little kinks that need working out." "What kind of kinks?" Steph asked. "What did I miss?" Sloane appeared next to me in jeans and a Nirvana tank top under a soft gray cardigan. She had her pink and blonde hair piled high in a knot on top of her head and stylish sunglasses. Her lips were painted ruby red. She waved to Chloe and plopped down in her own camp chair. "Just the first 2 minutes, no score, and Wraith hasn't screamed, 'Come on, ladies,' yet," I reported. On cue, the burly biker cupped his hands to his mouth and shouted, "Come on, ladies!" "And all was right with the world," Sloane said with a satisfied smile. "Any yellow cards for Way yet?" I shook my head. "Not yet." Though if the past 2 games were accurate predictors, it was only a matter of time. "Is that like an award?" Steph asked. "Not exactly," she said, winking at me before turning back to my best friend. "You're looking annoyingly gorgeous today." He preened, fluffing the collar of his sweater. "Why, thank you, sexy librarian. Love those boots." She kicked up her feet to admire the knee-high waterproof footwear. "Thanks. I discovered early on in Chloe's soccer career that I wasn't a fan of wet shoes and squishy socks." "Now she tells me," he complained. "By the way, loving this whole curly vibe," Sloane said, waving her hand in front of my face. I tossed my hair dramatically. "Thanks. Waylay showed me a tutorial." "We're the new generation of hot soccer moms," Steph decided. "I'll drink to that," Sloane agreed, hoisting her tumbler that said, "This is definitely not wine." "So where's your hot soccer daddy?" Steph asked me. "Thank God someone asked," Sloane said, shifting in her chair. "Here are all the questions I've stored up. How good is the sex? Is he as grumpy immediately after orgasm as he is the rest of the time, or are there cracks in the stony facade that reveal the soft teddy bear heart beating underneath?" "Has he torn any clothing off your body?" Steph asked. "If so, I know a guy who makes entire wardrobes with Velcro closures." "Of course you do," I said dryly. Sloane leaned forward. "Is he a flowers and a cook you dinner kind of guy? Or is he more of a growl at any man who dares to look at your boobs dude?" "Definitely a growler," Steph decided. "You guys, my parents and his grandmother are right there," I hissed. "Besides, we're at a children's soccer game." "She's going to tell us how inappropriate we're being, but what she doesn't realize is how every conversation happening around this field is about sex," he complained. "They are not," I insisted. "Oh, believe me, they are. Chloe's been playing since she was 6. Those dads over there might look like they're talking about power tools and lawnmowers, but they're actually talking about vasectomies," Sloane said, pointing at a group of dads huddled together next to the bleachers. "I forget. Did you tell us why Knox isn't here?" Steph said, feigning innocence. I sighed. "He's not here because I didn't invite him." What I didn't tell them was I didn't invite him because I didn't think he'd come. Knox Morgan didn't seem like the type of man who would willingly show up at a kid's sporting event and make small talk for an hour. He was the kind of man who pinned you down and made you come in positions that shouldn't have been possible. Like last night when he'd pressed me flat on my stomach and entered me from behind. My inner walls clenched involuntarily at the decadent memory. "Why didn't you invite him?" Sloane pressed, ignoring the game in favor of the sideline inquisition. I rolled my eyes.
I don't know. Probably because he wouldn't have come. And I don't want Waylay to get too used to him being around. Naomi, I say this with love. This is the first time since high school Knox has dated anyone in town. That's huge. It means he sees something special about you that he hasn't seen in anyone else. I felt like a fraud. I wasn't special. I hadn't landed a never-falling-in-love bachelor. I'd gotten swept up in an admittedly scorching hot one-night stand, and he'd gotten caught in the consequences of banging a good girl. Is that Nash? Steph asked, mercifully changing the subject. I looked up and spotted him ambling slowly in my direction. Sloane hummed. Those Morgan brothers sure were built to catch the eye. She wasn't wrong. Nash Morgan looked every bit the wounded hero. I noticed quite a few of the moms and even one or two of the dads thinking the same thing. He was wearing worn jeans and a long-sleeved Henley. He had a baseball cap pulled down low, and I noticed he'd ditched the sling for his arm. He walked slowly, carefully. He looked casual, but I guessed the pace was dictated more by pain and exhaustion than by a desire to look cool. "Mornin'," he said when he arrived. "Hey," I said. "Want a seat?" He shook his head, eyes on the field as the knockamouts played defense. Waylay glanced up and spotted him and waved. He waved with his good arm, but I saw the grimace under the smile. The man should be sitting at home resting and healing, not strolling around town without his sling. I realized my annoyance with his brother was spilling over onto Nash. "Sit," I insisted, rising. I all but manhandled him into my chair. "I don't need to sit, Naomi. I don't need to be at home resting. I need to be out here doing what I'm good at." "And what's that?" I asked. "Looking like you got hit by a fleet of school buses?" "Ouch," Steph said. "Better listen to her, Chief. She's mean when she's riled." "I don't get riled," I scoffed. "You should be riled, given the bomb that got dropped on you," Nash said. Uh-oh. I changed my mind. "You can stand up and walk away," I decided. He looked smug then. "You didn't tell them." "Tell us what?" Sloane and Steph said at the same time. "I didn't get a chance," I fibbed. "Did you get a chance to tell your parents? Or Liza J., seeing as how she owns the property in question?" "What's happening right now?" Sloane wondered. Steph's eyes narrowed. "I think our close-mouthed little friend here is keeping more from us than just her exploits in bed." "Oh, for Pete's sake," I huffed. "Naomi didn't mention to you that Tina was connected to a break-in in town?" Nash asked, knowing full well I hadn't. "She most definitely didn't mention that." "How about that in order to commit the robbery, Tina broke into Naomi's cottage and stole one of her dresses?" Sloane tilted her sunglasses down her nose to look at me. "Not cool, babe. Not cool at all." "She pulled the old wrong twin again, didn't she?" Steph asked, not looking at me. It wasn't a good sign. "Look, I just found out about this." "I told you 3 days ago, Naomi," Nash reminded me. "I'm not real clear on the law in Virginia. Is it okay to put duct tape over a police officer's mouth?" "Not when he's on the clock," Nash said with a grin. "Why wouldn't you tell us? Why wouldn't you say something? If we need to be on the lookout for your sister, it's better if we know about it," Sloane pointed out. "Let me explain something about our little Whitty here," Steph said to Sloane. "And here we go," I muttered. "See, Naomi doesn't like to inconvenience anyone by doing anything annoying like talking about what's wrong, asking for help, or standing up for what she needs and wants. She prefers to scurry around like a mouse, making sure everyone else's needs are met." "Well, that's just fucked up," Sloane decided. I winced. "Look, guys, I understand that you're concerned. I get it. I am too. But right now, my priority is to get custody of my niece. I don't have the time or the energy to worry about anything else." "Your evil twin has been in your house that you share with her daughter," Sloane interjected. "She stole from you. She committed a crime disguised as you, so once again you'd be the one to pay the consequences. And you didn't think it was worth mentioning?
Thanks a lot, Nash, I said. Sloane crossed her arms over her chest. Don't blame a man who just took 2 bullets, she said. Guys, don't you think you're overreacting?
No, we're reacting appropriately. You're the one who is underreacting. Your safety, Waylay's safety, is on the line. That deserves a reaction, Steph said.
I looked down at my hands.
So, it would make you all feel better that I am terrified, frozen in the core of my soul, fearful that something is going to happen and Waylay is going to be taken away from me, that some stranger is going to end up raising my niece, or worse, that my sister, the person I'm supposed to be closest to in this world, could come waltzing back into town and take her from me without me knowing. That between trying to prove to a caseworker who keeps seeing me at my worst that I'm the most responsible option she has, holding down 2 jobs, and reminding a little girl that not everything has to be the way it was for the first 11 years of her life, you want me to pencil in a conversation about how I have to exhaust myself just so I can sleep at night and not stare at the ceiling thinking of all the ways this could go horribly wrong. Yeah. That would make me feel better than being intentionally cut out, Sloane said. Thank you, Steph said. Nash, you want to bring this home for us? Naomi, you've got a lot of people who care about you. Maybe it's time you let them take care instead of you doing all the caretaking for once.
I stuck out my chin. I'll take that under advisement, I said.
That's her snooty tone, Steph said. There's no getting through until she calms down.
I'm going for a walk, I said huffily. I hadn't made it very far when I heard,
Naomi, hold up.
I wanted to keep walking, to flip him the middle finger, but because I was me, I stopped in my tracks and waited for Nash to catch up.
I'm not doing this to piss you off, he said.
His eyes were bluer than Knox's, but they burned with that same Morgan intensity that had my stomach flipping upside down and inside out.
You need to be on the lookout. Your family needs to, too. Keeping shit like this from them is irresponsible, and that's the kind of thing that doesn't look good in guardianship cases.
You said I had nothing to worry about.
I'm speaking to you in a language you understand. Being a guardian, being a parent, it isn't about getting gold stars from some authority figure. It's about doing what's right even when it's hard, especially when it's hard.
Easy for him to say. A caseworker hadn't caught him mostly naked after a one-night stand. He reached out and gripped my shoulder with one hand.
Do you hear me? He asked. I'd think real hard about removing that hand if I were you.
My head swiveled, and that's when I saw him. Knox, sauntering our way. But there was nothing casual about the look in his eyes. He looked pissed. Nash kept his hand where it was, even as Knox stepped into our little twosome. A second later, I found myself hauled up against Knox's side, his arm draped over my shoulder. Our audience was dividing its attention between the play on the field and the drama off it. I smiled like we were chit-chatting about butterflies and the weather. The brothers glared at each other.
I was just reminding your girl here that family takes care of family, Nash said. Now you're done reminding her. Why don't you get your ass back home and rest the fuck up so you're in shape to take care of family? I'm enjoying the game. Think I'll stick around, Nash said. Good to see you, Naomi.
I said nothing and watched him wander over to Liza and my parents. Neither of the Morgan brothers appeared to be in good moods in the mornings. What are you doing here? I asked, tilting my head back to look at Knox. His gaze was on the field, where Nina missed the ball entirely and instead connected with the shins of the opposing player.
Heard there was a game. Thought I'd swing by.
His thumb was rubbing lazy circles against my upper arm. I felt a tingling that originated at the sight of his touch and traveled through the rest of my body. My grumpy, tattooed sort of boyfriend had dragged himself out of bed on an early Saturday morning after a closing shift at the bar, just to show up for me and Waylay. I wasn't sure what to do with that information. "It's early," I pointed out.
"Yep."
"Nash is just worried," I said, trying to move the conversation along.
"He does that."
The crowd noise picked up, and the game drew my attention. I felt Knox tense beside me as Waylay intercepted a pass and dribbled down the field.
"Go all the way, Way!" Wraith yelled. "Keep going, Waylay!" Dad shouted. "Come on, kid," Knox said under his breath, his attention riveted on the number 6 jersey.
My fingers curled into Knox's shirt as she closed in on the goal. Just as she reared her leg back to let the ball fly, another player ran into her and they both dropped to the ground. There was a collective groan from the fans. Nina and Chloe pulled Waylay to her feet, and I saw how red her face was. "Uh-oh."
"Uh-oh what?" Knox asked.
"What the shit, ref?" Waylay bellowed.
"Ah, crap,"
I whispered.
"Did she just say shit to the ref?"
Knox added. The referee blew the whistle and strode up to Waylay, digging in his front pocket. I groaned as the yellow card was produced and held up in front of my niece's mutinous little face. Ugh, she does this every game. It's like she can't control her mouth, I groaned.
"Come on, ref," Wraith yelled. "That was a foul." "Sorry, coach. Can't use that language on the field," the referee said.
Waylay opened her mouth again. Thankfully, Chloe had the foresight to slap a hand over the gaping chasm of 4-letter words. Waylay fought against her. This is her 3rd yellow card in 3 games. I can't get her to stop. Knox stuck his fingers in his mouth and whistled. Everyone looked in our direction, including Waylay.
"Way,"
he said, crooking his finger.
"Get over here."
Chloe released her, and Waylay, gaze on her feet, cheeks red, marched over to the line. Knox released me and hooked Waylay by the back of the neck.
"I get it, kid. I do. But you can't say that shit on the field or in school."
"Why not? You say it. My mom says it."
"We're adults, and we don't have a bunch of other adults breathing down our necks telling us what not to do."
"So what am I supposed to do? I got tripped. I could have scored."
"You say it as loud as you want to in your head. You let it come out of your eyes, your pores, every exhale, but you do not say it on the field again. You're fucking better than that, Way. You've got a temper, but there's a hell of a lot more power in controlling it than letting it fly. Use it, or it'll use you. You get me?"
She nodded solemnly. "I think so. When can I swear?"
"When you and me are watching football."
Waylay's gaze slid to my face, gauging my reaction.
"Don't you worry about your aunt. She's proud as hell of you, but you're only holding yourself back when you blow up like that. So let's give her something else to be proud about, yeah?"
She sighed, then nodded again. "Yeah, okay. But I get to swear when we watch football?"
"Damn right you do,"
Knox said, ruffling her hair. "And when I'm not in school anymore?"
"You can swear as much as you fucking want after you're out of college. Maybe grad school, too, if you want a PhD or some shit."
The corner of her mouth lifted.
"That's better," he said. "Now, get your ass out there and put the ball in the back of the net so we can get ice cream after."
"But it's morning," she said, again looking at me as if I were some anti-swearing, anti-ice cream monster.
"No better time for ice cream than after a big win," he assured her.
She grinned up at him. "Okay. Thanks, Knox. Sorry, Aunt Naomi." "You're forgiven," I assured her. "I'm already proud of you. Now go be awesome." So it wasn't my best advice to impart, but I was feeling rather swoon-like as Knox stood shoulder to shoulder with Wraith. My father, then Nash, joined him. Together they created a wall of testosterone, ready to protect and guide their girls.
Just when you think he can't get any hotter, my mom said, sidling up next to me.
Are you talking about Knox or Dad? I asked.
Both. All of them, really. Coach Wraith certainly has a charm about him, and Nash is just as sexy as his brother. Mom, it's just an observation. We wit women have excellent taste in men. Well, most of us.
I covered my mouth with my hand and tried to stifle the laugh. Time was ticking down, and the score was still tied 1-1.
"Let's go, ladies!"
Wraith shouted. I saw Waylay glance our way, caught the tiny smile on her face, and I felt the tingles again. She had a cheering section waiting to celebrate with her, and it meant something to her.
You're doing an amazing job with her, Mom said.
Really?
Look at that smile. Look at how she keeps glancing over here, reassuring herself that we're all still here. Say what you will about Tina, but giving you her daughter was the best choice she's ever made.
My eyes clouded with tears.
Thanks, Mom, I whispered.
She looped her arm through mine, then tensed.
She has the ball again.
Wraith's granddaughter had gotten tangled up with 2 defenders and sent the ball sailing to Waylay's feet.
Go!
We shouted as one, the crowd coming to its feet. Mom and I clung to each other as Waylay dribbled around the last defender between her and the goal.
Oh my God, I'm going to be sick. Let her rip, Waylay!
Mom shrieked. So she did. I held my breath as we watched the ball sail in slow motion toward the goal. The crowd was screaming. I could hear Steph over everyone yelling, "Get it in the net thing!" The goalie dove for it, but the ball spiraled just past her fingertips into the back of the net. I screamed along with Mom as we jumped up and down together.
"That's my granddaughter!"
Mom screeched.
"Fuck yeah!"
Wraith bellowed.
"You're damn right!"
Liza shouted. Sloane and Steph were hugging each other. The ref blew the final whistle.
"That's game."
Waylay stood stock still, staring at the ball in the back of the net as if she couldn't believe what she'd just done. And then she turned. Her teammates raced to her, shrieking and giggling. But she was looking beyond them. She was looking at me. And then she was running. And so was I. I caught her when she jumped into my arms and swung her around.
"You did it! Did you see? Did you see what I did, Aunt Naomi?"
"I saw, honey. I'm so proud of you."
"Can we get ice cream? And can I swear when I watch football with Knox?"
"Yes, and I guess so." She hugged me tight around the neck and whispered,
"This is the best day of my life."
I was trying to blink back tears when someone pulled her from my arms. It was Knox, and he was settling Waylay on his shoulders as the rest of the players and parents gathered around to congratulate her. Knox shot me one of his rare, full-on grins that made me dizzy. "Sloane and I have talked, and you're forgiven," Steph said, slinging his arm around me.
"As long as we're invited for ice cream,"
Sloane added. "And included in your life," Steph insisted. I pulled them both in for a hard hug, and over their shoulders, I saw Dad clap Knox on the back. 34. The Groom. Naomi. I threaded the stem of the earring through my lobe and leaned back to admire the effect. "What do you think?" I asked Waylay, who was sprawled across my bed on her stomach, chin pillowed in her hands. She studied the earrings.
"Better,"
she decided.
"They sparkle like honky-tonk on your shirt, and they stand out more when you toss your hair."
"I don't toss my hair," I said, ruffling hers. My niece was more and more willing to tolerate affection from me these days.
"Oh, yes, you do. Whenever you catch Knox looking at you, you're all—"
She paused to shake out her blonde hair and bat her eyes.
"I do not. Do so. I'm the adult, and I'm in charge, and I say I don't,"
I insisted, flopping down on the bed next to her. You also get this mushy face whenever he walks into a room or you get a text from him. Oh, is it like the mushy face you make whenever someone says Mr. Michael's name? I teased. Waylay's face transformed into what could aptly be described as mushy. Ha! See? That is a mushy face, I said, pointing accusingly at her. You wish, she scoffed, still smiling. Can I use some of your hairspray since you messed up my hair? Sure, I said. She slipped off the bed and picked up the can I left on the dresser. Are you sure you packed everything you need? I asked, eyeing the pink duffel bag in the doorway. Waylay was invited to Nina's birthday sleepover. It was the first time she'd be spending the night with a non-family member, and I was feeling the nerves. I'm sure, she said. Her tongue poked out between her teeth as she carefully brushed her hair over her forehead just so before hitting it with a shot of spray. I'm working the closing shift tonight, so if you decide you don't want to spend the night, you can just call Grandma and Grandpa or Liza or Knox and one of them will come pick you up. She crossed her eyes at me in the mirror. Why wouldn't I want to spend the night? It's a sleepover. She was already dressed in pajamas, a request on the invitation. But she was wearing the pink sneakers Knox had given her with the ever-present heart charm. I just want you to know that no matter what, you can always call and someone will be there, I said, even when you're older. I cleared my throat and Waylay put down the hairspray. What? She asked, turning around to face me. What? I hedged. You always clear your throat before you say something you think someone isn't going to like. Damn astute kid. Have you heard from your mom? She looked down at her feet. No. Why? Someone said she was in town not too long ago, I said. She was? Waylay frowned like the news was disturbing. I nodded. I didn't talk to her. Does this mean she's going to take me back? She asked. I started to clear my throat, then stopped. I didn't know how to answer that. Is that something you'd like? I asked instead. Waylay was staring hard at her shoes now. I'm okay here with you, she said finally. I felt the tension release from my shoulders. I like having you with me. You do? I do. Even if your hair-tossing impression of me is terrible. She grinned, then stopped. She always comes back. It sounded different when she said it this time. It sounded more like a warning. We'll figure that out when we have to, I told her. Let's get you to your sleepover. Are you sure you packed your toothbrush? Geez, Aunt Naomi, this isn't my first sleepover. Okay. What about underwear? Me. How's Paris? Steph. I drank too much champagne and danced with a man named Gaston, so pretty fucking great, but I still miss you and the fam. Me. We miss you too. Steph. Any drama happening that you forgot to tell me about? Me. It's so nice that you don't hold a grudge. And no drama to report except Waylay is going to a sleepover. Steph. Does that mean you'll be having your own sleepover? If so, wear the teddy I sent you. It'll melt Knox's mind. Oops, gotta go. Gaston is beckoning. Honky-tonk on a Friday night was a rowdy time. The crowds were big, the music loud, and no one cared if they were hungover in the morning, so the drink orders were plentiful. I swept my hair up off the back of my neck as I waited for Max to finish keying in an order. Where's Knox tonight? Silver called from behind the bar. Out with Lucian, I yelled back over Sweet Home Alabama. The band was decent, but they were drowned out by the crowd singing over them. He said he'd come by later. Max moved away from the POS and started throwing drinks on trays. Tips are good tonight, she said. Sounds like it could be a shots night, I said with an eyebrow wiggle. There's a new guy in your section, Max said, pointing to the wall on the far side of the dance floor. How's the sleepover going? Way messaged me to tell me to stop messaging her, and Gail sent me a picture of the girls doing mani-pedis and face masks, I told her. She looks like she's having the time of her life. I dropped off 2 fresh beers at a table of equestrians and gave a quick hello to Hinkle McCord and Bud Nickleby on my way across the bar. I caught a glimpse of the new patron. He'd angled his chair against the wall, half in shadow, but I could still make out his red hair. The guy from the library, the one who had asked about tech support. I felt a nervous tickle at the back of my neck. Maybe he lived in Knockemout. Maybe I was overthinking it and he was just a regular person with a broken laptop who liked a cold beer on a Friday night. And maybe he wasn't. Here you go, guys, I said, doling out drinks to a 4-top that had turned into a 6-top. Thanks, Naomi, and thank you for hooking my aunt up with that home health organization, said Nisi, the gossipy waitress from Dino's. My pleasure. Hey, does anyone know that guy along the back wall? I asked. 4 heads swiveled in unison. Knockemout wasn't much for subtlety. Can't say he looks familiar, Nisi said. That red hair sure stands out. I feel like I'd remember him if I met him.
Is he giving you trouble, Nay?
Wraith demanded, looking deadly serious. I forced a laugh. No, I just recognized him from the library. I didn't know if he was a local. I suddenly wished Knox was here. 2 seconds later, I was really glad he wasn't, because this time when the front door opened, I prayed for the floor to open up and swallow me.
Now, who the hell is that dandy?
Wraith wondered out loud. Oh no. No, I whispered. Warner Dennison III was scanning the bar, an expression of derision on his handsome face. I thought about turning around and hightailing it for the kitchen, but it was too late. He locked eyes with me, not bothering to hide his surprise.
Naomi,
he called just as the band cut off their song. Heads turned to look at me and then back at Warner. I stayed rooted to the spot, but he was on the move, weaving his way through tables to get to me. What are you doing here? I demanded.
Me? What the hell are you doing in a place like this? And what are you wearing? He said, reaching for me.
His hands gripped my biceps like he was going to pull me in for an embrace, but I resisted. I work here, I said, planting a hand firmly on his chest. A motorcycle revved its engine outside, and he flinched.
Not anymore, Warner said. This is ridiculous. You made your point. You're coming home.
Home? I managed a dry laugh. Warner, I sold my house. I live here now.
Don't be ridiculous, he said. You're coming home with me.
Not wanting to cause a scene, I gave up trying to extricate myself from his grasp. What are you talking about? We're not together anymore.
You ran out on our wedding, then ignored my calls and emails for weeks. You wanted to make a point, and you made it.
What point exactly do you think I was making? His nostrils flared, and I noticed the clench of his jaw. He was getting upset, and it turned my stomach.
You wanted me to see what life would be like without you. I get it.
We had the rapt attention of the bar. Warner, let's talk somewhere else, I suggested. I pulled him past the bar and into the hallway by the restrooms.
I miss you, Naomi. I miss our dinners together. I miss coming home and finding out you did all my laundry for me. I miss taking you out and showing you off.
I shook my head, hoping to rattle some sense into my brain. I couldn't believe he was here.
Look, he said, I apologize for what happened. I was stressed. I had too much to drink. It won't happen again.
How did you find me? I asked, finally extricating myself from his grasp.
My mom is Facebook friends with yours. She saw some of the pictures your mom has been posting.
For once, I regretted not telling my mom exactly why I'd run out on my wedding. If she'd known why I left Warner, she sure as hell wouldn't have pointed the way here. Warner took my wrists in his hands.
Everything all right here?
Max asked, appearing at the mouth of the hall. Everything's fine, I lied.
Mind your own damn business,
Warner muttered without taking his eyes off me.
Warner!
I remembered all the little insults he'd say under his breath directed at me and countless others.
Let's go somewhere where we can talk,
he said, squeezing my wrists together.
No! You need to listen to me. I'm not going anywhere with you, and I'm certainly not getting back together with you. It's over. We're over. There's nothing more to talk about. Now go home, Warner.
He stepped forward into my space.
I'm not going anywhere unless you're with me,
he insisted. I could smell alcohol on his breath and winced. How much have you had to drink?
For fuck's sake, Naomi, stop trying to blame everything on a drink or two. Now, I let you have your space, and look what you did with it.
He swept an arm out.
This isn't you. You don't belong in a place like this with people like them.
Let go of me, Warner, I said calmly. Instead of letting me go, he pushed me back against the wall and held me there by my biceps. I didn't like it. It wasn't like when Knox boxed me in and my senses were full of him when I wanted to do anything to be closer to him. This was different. You need to go, Warner, I said.
You want me to go, you're going with me.
I shook my head. I can't leave. I'm working.
Fuck this place, Naomi. Fuck your little temper tantrum. I'm willing to forgive you. Take your fucking hands off her. Now.
My knees went weak at Knox's voice.
Move along, asshole. This is between me and my fiancé, Warner said.
Not the brightest answer, Lucian said mildly. Knox and Lucian were standing at the mouth of the hallway. Lucian had his hand on Knox's shoulder. I couldn't tell if he was restraining him or telling him he had his back. Then suddenly Knox wasn't standing at the mouth of the hall, and Warner didn't have his hands on me anymore.
Give him the first shot,
Lucian called. Warner swung, and I watched in horror as he landed a punch that snapped Knox's head back.
Good enough,
Lucian said, his hands in the pockets of his slacks, the picture of relaxation. Knox let his fists do the talking. The first punch connected with Warner's nose, and I heard the crunch. Blindly, Warner struck out. The blow glanced off Knox's shoulder. As blood poured from Warner's nose, Knox threw another punch and then another before Warner crumpled to the floor. Before Knox could follow him down, Lucian was pulling him back.
Enough,
he said calmly as Knox fought to free himself.
Take care of Naomi.
When Lucian said my name, Knox's gaze abandoned my bloodied ex-fiancé and found me.
What the fuck?
Warner snarled as Lucian hauled him to his feet.
I'm calling my lawyer. Your ass will be in jail by morning.
Good luck with that. His brother's the chief of police, and my lawyer is 10 times more expensive than yours. Watch the door,
Lucian warned. And then he used Warner's face to open the kitchen door. A cheer went up in the bar as the two men disappeared. And then, I wasn't thinking about who was going to clean up the bloody smear on the glass, because Knox was in front of me, looking 1,000 shades of pissed off.
35. The whole story and a happy ending. Knox. I have to go to the restroom, Naomi announced and bolted into the ladies' room. God damn it, I muttered, clenching my hands into fists. Adrenaline and rage raced through my veins, heating my blood to boiling.
I debated going into the no man's land after her, but Max, Silver, and Fee beat me to it. You can't all leave the floor at the same fucking time, I called through the door. Fuck off, Noxie, we got this, Fee yelled back. And we got this, Nox, Wraith said, throwing a bar towel over his shoulder and stepping behind the bar. You're all getting beers or shots because I don't know how the fuck to pour anything else. A raucous cheer rose up from the customers. The kitchen doors swung open and Milford the cook walked out with 2 baskets of brisket nachos in one hand and an ice pack wrapped in a towel in the other. He tossed me the ice, then let out an ear-splitting whistle. Sloan jumped up and grabbed the baskets. Yo, who got the brisket nachos? Hands went up all over the bar. If I find any of you are lying, I'll personally ruin your life for an entire year. Sloan was no mild-mannered librarian. She had a legendary temper that, when roused, was a Category 5 shitstorm. All but 2 hands wisely went down. That's better, she said. We got this, boss. See to your lady, Milford insisted. Did Lucian, Mr. Rollins is taking out the trash, he said with a grin before ducking back into the kitchen. I wanted to, but I was afraid her posse wouldn't let me near her. I could punch an asshole out without a second thought, but I was smart enough to be a little terrified of the honky-tonk women. Naomi, I said, pounding a fist on the bathroom door, if you don't get your ass out here, I'm either coming in there or I'm gonna go knock more sense into that son of a bitch. The door opened and Naomi, with smudged eye makeup, glared at me. You will do no such thing. Relief coursed through me, and I leaned into her. I'm gonna touch you now because I need to. And I'm warning you in advance because if I touch you and you flinch, I'm gonna go out in the parking lot and start kicking ass until he's too broken to ever touch another woman again. Her eyes widened, but she nodded. I tried to be gentle as I took her by the hand. We good? I asked. She nodded again. It was good enough for me. I pulled her past the restrooms and Fee's office into the next hallway that led to my office. I can't believe this happened, she groaned. I'm so embarrassed. She hadn't been embarrassed. She'd been fucking terrified. The look in her eyes when I stepped into the hall was one I'd never forget as long as I lived. The nerve of him showing up here, saying he wants me back because he misses how I cleaned up after him. I squeezed her hand. Pay attention, Daisy. To what? The way you turned his face into ground beef? Do you think you broke his nose? I knew I had. That was the point. Pay attention to this, I said, pointing at the keypad next to the door. 0522. She stared at the keypad, then back at me. Why are you giving me the code? If that guy or anyone else you don't want to see shows up, you come back here and you plug in 0522. I'm trying to have a nervous breakdown and you want me to memorize numbers. Enter the code, Naomi. She did as she was told while muttering about what pains in the ass all men were. She wasn't wrong. Good girl. See the green light? She nodded. Open the door. Knox, I should get back out there. People are going to be talking. I've got 6 tables, she said, her hand hovering over the handle. You should open the damn door and take a breath. Those gorgeous fucking hazel eyes of hers widened, and I felt the world slow to a stop. When she did that, when she looked at me with hope, trust, and just a little bit of lust, it did things to me. Things I didn't want to dissect because it felt good, and I didn't want to waste time wondering how it was going to go bad. Okay, she said finally, pushing the door open. I hustled her across the threshold and closed the door behind us. Wow, the Fortress of Solitude, she said with reverence. It's my office, I said dryly. It's your safe space, your lair. No one but Waylon is allowed in here, and you just gave me the code.
Don't make me regret it, I said, moving in to back her against the door, fighting against the need to grab her and hold her tight.
I'll try not to,
she promised on a breathy sigh. What happened out there was a shit show, I began, putting my hands on either side of her head. She winced.
I know. I'm so sorry. I had no idea he was coming. I haven't talked to him since the rehearsal dinner. I tried to get him away from the crowd and handle it privately, but
baby, a man ever gets you in that position again, I want you to knee him in the balls as hard as you can, and when he doubles over, you knee him in the fucking face. Then you run like hell. I don't give a shit about causing scenes. I give a shit that I walked into my bar and found a man with his hands on my girl. Her lower lip trembled, and I wanted to hunt down Warner, whatever the fuck his name was, and put his head through a plate glass window.
I'm sorry,
she whispered. Baby, I don't want you to be sorry. I don't want you to be scared. I want you to be as pissed off as I am that some asshole thought he could put his hands on you. I want you to know your worth, so no one in their right mind ever thinks they can treat you like that. You get me? She nodded tentatively. Good. Think it's time you tell me the whole story, Days.
We don't really need to talk.
You're not getting out of this room until you tell me everything, and I mean every fucking thing.
But we're not really together.
I pinched her lips closed. Naomi. It doesn't matter what the fucking label says. I care about you, and if you don't start talking, I can't do what I need to do to make sure it never happens again. She was still for a long beat.
If I tell you, will you let me go back to work?
She asked through my fingers. Yes, I'll let you go back to work.
If I tell you, will you promise not to hunt Warner down?
I was not going to like this one bit, and I knew it. Yes, I lied.
Fine.
I took my hand away, and she ducked under my arm to stand in the middle of the room between my desk and the couch.
It's my fault,
she began. Bullshit. She whirled around and fixed me with a look.
I'm not telling you anything if you're going to interject like one of those old man Muppets in the balcony. We'll both just die of starvation in here, and eventually someone will smell our decaying bodies and break down the door.
I leaned against the front of my desk and stretched my legs out. Fine. Continue with your asinine assessment.
Excellent alliteration, she said.
Talk, Days. She blew out a breath.
Fine, okay. We were together for a while.
History, you've got it. You moved on, and he hasn't. She nodded.
We'd been together long enough that I had my eye on the next step.
She glanced at me.
I don't know if you know this about me, but I really like checking things off my list.
No shit.
Anyway, on paper, we were compatible. It made sense. We made sense. And it wasn't like he was making plans for next year's vacations, but he wasn't moving as quickly as I thought he should.
You told him to shit or get off the pot, I guessed.
Much more eloquently, of course. I told him I saw a future for us. I was working for his family's company. We'd been dating for 3 years. It just made sense. I told him if he didn't want to be with me, he needed to cut me loose. When he slid a jeweler's box over the table at his favorite Italian place a few weeks later, part of me was so relieved.
The other part?
I think I knew it was a mistake right there.
I shook my head and crossed my arms. Baby, you knew it was a mistake long before then.
Well, you know what they say about hindsight.
It makes you feel like an idiot? Her lips quirked.
Something like that. You don't really want to hear all this.
Finish it, I growled. I spilled my guts to you the night Nash was shot. This'll even us out. She sighed, and I knew I'd won.
So we started planning the wedding. And by we, I mean his mother and me, because he was busy with work and didn't want to deal with the details. Things were happening with the company. He was under a lot of stress. He started drinking more, snapping at me for little things. I tried to be better, do more, expect less.
My hands itched to close around that fuckface's throat.
About a month before the wedding, we were out to dinner with another couple, and he had too much to drink. I was driving us home, and he accused me of flirting with the other guy. I laughed. It was so absurd. He didn't think it was funny. She paused and winced. "Say it," I said gruffly. He grabbed me by the hair and yanked my head back. I was so surprised I swerved and almost hit a parked car. It took everything I had not to jump up from the desk and run into the parking lot to kick this fucking guy's ass. "He said he didn't mean it," she continued, as if her words hadn't just set off a ticking time bomb inside me. "He apologized profusely. He sent me flowers every day for a week. It was the stress," he'd said. "He was trying for a promotion to set us up for our future." I was choking on suppressed rage and wasn't sure how long I could pretend to be calm. We were so close to the wedding day, and he really did seem like he was sorry. I was stupid enough, eager enough to move on to the next step that I'd believed him. Things were fine, better than fine, until the night of the rehearsal. My fingers dug into my biceps. She was pacing now in front of me. He showed up to the rehearsal smelling like a distillery, and he had several more drinks during dinner. I overheard his mother making snide comments about how she wished she could have invited more people, but that she couldn't because my parents couldn't afford it. Fuckface's mom sounded like she needed her own kind of ass-kicking. I was so mad I confronted him when we left the restaurant. She shuddered, and I was afraid I was going to grind my feelings into dust. Thank God we were alone in the parking lot. My parents had already gone home. Steph and the rest of the wedding party were still inside. He was so angry, just like a switch had flipped. I never saw it coming. She closed her eyes, and I knew she was reliving the moment all over again. He slapped me right across the face, hard. Not hard enough to knock me down, but just enough to humiliate me. I just stood there in shock, holding my cheek. I couldn't believe he'd do something like that. I doubted that Naomi was aware she'd lifted a hand to her cheek, as if she could still feel the hit. I couldn't hold it in anymore. I turned for the door and was ready to rip the knob off when I felt her hands on my back. "Knox, where are you going?" I flipped the lock and wrenched the door open. "To dig a shallow grave so I have a place to put him after I get tired of throwing punches." Her fingernails dug into my skin under my shirt, giving me something else to feel besides fury. "Don't leave me alone," she said, then pressed herself against my back. Fuck. He started pacing and yelling. It was my fault, he told me. He wasn't ready to get married. He had goals he wanted to accomplish before focusing on his personal life. It was my fault for pushing him. All he was trying to do was give me everything I wanted, and there I was complaining to him the night before the wedding he didn't want to have. That's fucking bullshit, Naomi, and you know it. "Yeah," she squeaked, resting her forehead between my shoulder blades. I felt something damp leak through the shirt. Damn it. I turned and took her in my arms, holding her face against my chest. Her breath hitched. "Baby, you're killing me." "I'm so embarrassed," she whispered. "It was a slap. He didn't put me in the hospital. Didn't threaten my life." Doesn't make it anywhere near right. A man doesn't put hands on a woman like that. Ever. But I wasn't exactly innocent. I tried to force a man to marry me. I almost said I do even after he hit me. How pathetic is that? I was in that church basement in my dress, worrying about what other people would think if I didn't go through with it. Worried about letting them down. I thumbed away the tears that tracked down her cheeks. Each one felt like a knife to my heart. I still don't know if I would have made the right choice if Tina hadn't called me and said she was in trouble. That's when I knew I wasn't going to go through with it. After everything Tina had done, at least she'd provided the excuse Naomi needed when she needed it.
Daisy, you gave him a choice. It doesn't matter how shitty the options are. It's still his choice to make. He could spend the rest of his life with you or without you. He didn't give you a choice when he hurt you.
But I should have listened to what he was trying to tell me. He didn't want to commit, and I forced him to.
He had a choice, I repeated. Look, a man doesn't go all in with a woman. It's for a reason. Maybe he's looking for something better. Maybe he's just comfortable with his place in your world and doesn't want to make a place for you in his. Either way, he makes no forward progress unless he's forced into it. After that, even if he pops the question, even if he shows up at the altar, he'll hold on to the fact that it wasn't his idea. He washes his hands of responsibility for the entire relationship. But the bottom fucking line is, he had a choice every step of the way. You didn't force him into anything. She looked down.
He never thought I was good enough for him.
Baby, truth is, on his best day, he was never going to be good enough for you, and he fucking knew it. So he'd manipulated her, and he'd tried to prove he was better by showing he was stronger, more powerful, by using force. And it only would have gotten worse.
Damn it, Knox. You cannot be sweet to me right now.
Do not cry. Do not shed one more tear over some asshole who never deserved you in the first place. Or I'm going to go break both his arms and legs. She cast her eyes down, then looked back up at me.
Thank you. For what? For being here? For taking care of me and cleaning up my mess? It really means a lot.
I thumbed away another stray tear. What did I say about crying?
That one was for you, not him.
Instead of hunting Warner down and kicking him in the gut until my boot wore through, I did something more important. I lowered my mouth to take hers. She instantly went soft and pliable against me, surrendering. I spun us around so she had her back to the door.
Knox,
she whispered. Then I pressed my knee between her thighs and pinned her against the door with my hips as I plundered her mouth. She melted against me, eager and needy. I was instantly hard. The sexy little moan she made in the back of her throat when I ground my erection against her made me lose my fucking mind. I licked and kissed and tasted her until the air around us was electrified, until the pulse in my blood matched the beat of her heart. I pumped my cock against her once, twice, 3 times, before shoving my hand between our bodies and under that skirt that I loved to hate. When I found the silk edge of her underwear, I growled. I knew just by the touch it was one of the pairs I'd bought her. And I loved knowing she wore something I gave her close to her skin in a place I'd be the only one to see. He doesn't deserve 1 second of your energy. Never did, I said, yanking the underwear to the side with more haste than finesse.
What are you doing?
She asked, her eyes glazed with desire. Reminding you what you deserve. I thrust 2 fingers into her wet heat and swallowed her cry with my mouth. She was already rippling around me, begging to come. Do you want me to stop? My voice was harsher than I intended, but I couldn't be soft, gentle, when she was making me harder than concrete.
If you stop, I'll murder you,
she groaned. That's my girl, I said, nipping at the sensitive skin of her neck. I fucked her with my fingers, starting slow and building speed. I held her gaze with an obsessive desire to watch the orgasm I gave her ruin her. But I needed something more. I needed to taste her. She whimpered when I dropped to my knees. The whimper became a low moan when I pressed my mouth between her legs. Ride my hand, Naomi. Ride it while I make you come. Remember who you are, what you deserve. It was the last order I gave because my tongue was busy teasing circles over her sensitive clit. She tasted like heaven as she bucked against my face. My dick throbbed behind my zipper with a need so intense I didn't recognize it. Mine. I wanted to claim her, to make her mine so assholes knew they didn't have a chance. "Knox," she whimpered, and I felt the clutch and pull of her around my fingers. It was fucking beautiful. "That's right, baby," I murmured. "Feel me in you." I sucked gently while working the swollen bud with my tongue. She let out a wrenching moan, and I felt her come apart around my fingers. She was a miracle, a work of art, and no one deserved her. Not Warner, not even me. But not deserving something wasn't going to stop me from taking. The waves broke, the clenching became a languid flutter, and still my cock ached. I wanted to thrust into her and feel the echoes of her orgasm on my shaft. Then she was pulling me to my feet, and her fingers were at my belt. My palms went to the door as she reverently released my erection, and she sank to her knees. "You don't have to do this, Naomi." My whisper was harsh with need. "I want to." Her lips were parted. I felt her hot breath on my thigh, and my cock jerked. She made an approving noise, and before I could say or do anything, those perfect pink lips were parting, and my tip disappeared between them. It was like a lightning strike. My last coherent thought was that the only thing that saved Warner fuckface from the beating of his life was Naomi's perfect mouth on my cock. 36. The Break-In. Knox. Nash yawned and scraped a hand over his face. He was sitting at his dining table in sweatpants. His usually clean-shaven mug had the beginnings of a beard. "Look, I told you, I don't remember jack shit from the shooting. I don't even remember pulling the car over." It was after 2 a.m., and Lucian had insisted we put our heads together on the situations. I flipped my phone over to see if Naomi had texted me yet. She was supposed to text as soon as she got home. After the night she'd had, I felt unsettled letting her drive home by herself. But Lucian was insistent that we needed to talk to Nash. "Is that normal? Not remembering?" I asked. Nash shrugged with his good shoulder. "How the fuck should I know? This is the first time I got shot." He was being flippant, but there were shadows under his eyes that had nothing to do with the time of night. Lucian, on the other hand, looked as if he was just hitting his stride. He was in what was left of another expensive suit. His tie and jacket hung over the back of Nash's couch. Even as a kid, he'd slept short and light. Every sleepover we'd ever had, he'd been the last to fall asleep and the first to wake. We never talked about what demons kept him up at night. We didn't have to. "We need the dash cam footage," Lucian said. He leaned forward, elbows on knees, a glass of bourbon in his hand. My brother was already shaking his head. "Fuck you, Luce. You know I can't do that. It's evidence in an ongoing investigation. I know law and order don't mean much to you two. We've got the same goal. Finding out who the fuck decided to put 2 bullets in you and leave you for dead," I interjected. "If I were you, I wouldn't be pissed off about the extra eyes and ears." I flipped my phone over again. No messages. "What's your problem?" Nash asked, nodding at my phone. "Liza J kicking your ass in words with friends again?" "Naomi isn't home yet. It's a 5-minute drive," Nash pointed out. Lucian looked at me. "You didn't tell him?" "Tell me what?" "Naomi's ex showed up at Honky Tonk tonight. Put his hands on her, scared her." "Jesus, where did you put the body?" Lucian smiled slyly. "You don't want to know." Nash pinched the bridge of his nose. "I really don't want this paperwork." "Relax," I said. "He's not dead. But if he ever shows his goddamn face in this town again, I make no promises. Knox gave him the first shot in front of witnesses, Lucian explained. What else did he do in front of witnesses? Break his fucking neck? Just the idiot's nose. I escorted him out into the parking lot and helped him understand if he ever came within 100 miles of Naomi again, my lawyer was going to make it his personal mission to bankrupt him, his family, and his family's business. Luce also smashed his face against the kitchen door, I added cheerfully, wanting to give credit where credit was due. My brother picked up the untouched bourbon Lucian had put in front of him and downed it. God damn it. I hate being left out of shit. He didn't miss much, I told him. What the hell are you doing here? Nash demanded, looking at me. I'm staring at you two pains in my ass. What the hell are you doing here staring at us when you should be home with her? She's probably messed up over the whole thing. Scared, embarrassed, worried about how it's going to look in a guardianship hearing. This, on top of the Tina shit, is the last thing she needs. I didn't like how well my brother knew Naomi. She's fine. We talked it out. I'm heading to her place as soon as you get your head out of your ass and hand over the dashcam footage. What Tina shit? Lucian asked. Nash was filling him in on the details of Tina's break-ins when my phone rang. I all but vaulted out of my seat to answer it. About damn time, Daisy. Knox? The way she said my name had my hackles rising. What's wrong? I said, already grabbing my car keys. Nash and Lucian were on their feet, too. Someone was here. Someone broke in. It's a mess. It's going to take me forever to clean this up. Get out of the house, I snarled. Lucian was shrugging into his jacket, and Nash was doing his best to pull a shirt on over his sweats. I tossed him his sneakers. They're not here. I checked, Naomi said in my ear. We're gonna have words about that, I assured her grimly. Now get back in your fucking car, lock the fucking doors, and drive to Liza's. Do not get out of your fucking car until your dad comes out to get you. Knox, it's the middle of the night. I don't give a shit if it's the middle of his colonoscopy. Get in the car now. I'm hanging up and I want you to call Nash. Stay on the line with him while I call your dad. Knox, don't argue with me, Naomi. Get in the damn car. I heard her grumbling under her breath, and then the telltale signs of an ignition starting. Good girl, call Nash. I hung up before she could say anything else and scrolled through my contacts to Lou's number. Cottage? Nash asked. His phone lit up. Naomi's name was on it. Yeah. I'll drive Nash, Lucian said, snatching the keys off the hook by the door. You can't drive a department vehicle, Luce, Nash argued. Watch me. Yeah, Lou, I said when Naomi's dad answered. We got a problem. We came in hot, looking like a high-speed car chase with me in the lead, followed by Lucian and Nash, lights blazing in a knock-em-out PD SUV. My hands tightened on the wheel when I saw everyone, dogs included, out on Liza's porch. What part of stay the fuck inside didn't they understand? I slammed on my brakes in front of Naomi's cottage. Lucian slid in next to me. I turned to him. Do me a favor and get everyone inside so they're not standing around waiting for someone to start picking them off. Wordlessly, Lucian nodded and melted into the night. Backup's on the way, Nash said as we jogged up the porch steps. The screen door was hanging by one hinge, the door beyond it wide open. Naomi said no one's inside. And she knows that how? Nash said, sounding almost as pissed as I felt. Because before she called me, she walked through the house holding a bread knife. And you're gonna have words with her about that, right? What do you think? I think you're gonna have words. I had to admit, it was kind of nice to have my brother back. Fuck, I said when we entered. Mess was an understatement. Couch cushions were thrown on the floor. The desk drawers had all been pulled out, their contents dumped. The coat closet was open, its inventory scattered throughout the living room. The kitchen cabinets and drawers had all been gutted. The refrigerator door hung open with half of the food dumped on the linoleum. "Someone was pissed off and in a hurry," Nash observed. I started up the steps, trying to keep a lid on my rage. Twice in one night she'd been violated, and I'd been a step behind each time. I felt helpless, useless. What good was I if I couldn't keep her safe? I heard my brother on the stairs behind me, his ascent slower than my own. Spotting Waylay's pink comforter in the hallway, I headed into her room. It had fared worse than the first floor. Her new clothes had been ripped from the closet and dresser. The bedding was torn off, the mattress flipped and leaning against the wall. The picture frames that had hung on the walls most of my life were on the floor, some of them broken. The ex or the sister? Nash wondered out loud. Naomi's bedroom had been hastily tossed. The bed stripped, the closet open and emptied. The same with the dresser. There was a mess of cosmetics on top of the dresser that I doubted Naomi had made. Bitch was scrawled across the mirror in lipstick. I was seeing red that had nothing to do with the shade of lipstick. "Keep your cool," Nash advised. "You snapping and going off the rails on a temper tantrum isn't going to help." We poked into every nook and cranny upstairs, making sure the place was empty. By the time we hit the first floor again, Nash was pale and sweaty, and 2 more cruisers had pulled in. The surrounding woods were painted blue and red from the emergency lights. I went out on the front porch to force fresh air into my lungs so I could choke down the rising anger. I spotted her, standing in the dirt lane, still dressed in her work uniform with one of my grandfather's old flannel shirts, layered on top. Waylon was leaning against her shins, as protective as a basset hound got. I wasn't even conscious of jogging down the porch steps. I just knew I was being pulled to her. "Are you okay?" she asked, looking worried. I shook my head and wrapped my arms around her. She was asking me if I was okay. "I'm fine," I lied.
37. Shave and a haircut. Naomi. "Where are we going?" I asked Knox as we left Knockem out in the rearview mirror. "Are we going shopping?" Waylay asked hopefully from the back seat. She'd taken the news that we were temporarily moving into Liza J's well. Of course, I'd flat out lied to her, telling her there was a bug problem at the cottage and that we'd be staying with everyone at Liza's for a few days. Waylay was thrilled for the extended sleepover. My parents, on the other hand, were struggling. Not with having us all under one roof, that part had them in near ecstasy. But Knox had insisted I spill the truth, the whole truth, beginning with why I'd run out on Warner. While my mother wrote a strongly worded message to Warner's mother on Facebook at 4 a.m., Knox had to physically restrain my father from leaving to go after Warner. Dad calmed down considerably after Lucian assured him that Knox had not only mopped the floor with Warner, he'd also broken the man's nose. The truth hurt, as I'd expected it to, which was why I hadn't shared it in the first place. But my parents had stood up under its weight. Over Mom's anxiety pancakes, we'd talked until nearly 5 a.m. before I'd fallen into bed with Knox in his childhood bedroom. I was certain I'd never be able to sleep, but with his heavy arm anchoring me to his side, I'd fallen into a dreamless oblivion and stayed there until 10. When I woke up, I was alone because Knox had driven into town to pick up Waylay from her sleepover. I'd taken my gigantic vat of coffee on the front porch and waited for them, thinking about how the man just kept blurring the lines of our agreement. And when they returned, when Knox put his hand on top of Waylay's blonde head, ruffled her hair, and gave her an affectionate shove, I realized just how blurry those lines in my heart were getting. I was in trouble. And it had nothing to do with a break-in or a criminal sister or an ex-fiancé. I was falling for the man I'd sworn I wouldn't. But Knox made it impossible not to. He made it inevitable. Unfortunately, at that moment, the caseworker had shown up ready to do the home study that I'd completely forgotten about. I was not imagining the look of surprise on Mrs. Suarez's face when I tried to herd Waylay into Liza's house while issuing a vague excuse as to why we were unprepared for her visit. Thankfully, Knox had stepped in once again, ordering Waylay into the kitchen to get us coffees for the road. When she was out of earshot, he was the one who explained the situation to Mrs. Suarez. I did not have a good feeling about what this meant for the custody hearing.
"We're not going shopping,"
Knox told Waylay as he took the on-ramp for the highway. "What's all this stuff in the back for?" Waylay asked. Between freaking out over what our caseworker thought of me allowing multiple break-ins to happen, I was curious too. Before he'd closed the cover over the truck bed, we'd spotted more than a dozen shopping bags.
"Supplies,"
he said mysteriously. His phone rang and I saw Jeremiah's name on the screen.
"Yeah,"
Knox said by way of a greeting. The man was not one for small talk.
"We'll be there in about 45,
he said into the phone.
"Yeah, see you there."
There turned out to be Hannah's place, a homeless shelter on the outskirts of Washington, D.C. It was a newer brick building on a large fenced lot. Knox pulled the truck through the gate and swung it around toward the entrance, where I saw Jeremiah standing under an awning.
"The second string has arrived,"
Jeremiah said with a grin as we piled out.
"Great do, Way."
Waylay proudly patted a hand to the little French braid she'd worked around her head like a crown. "Thanks." The woman beside Jeremiah was short, stocky, and very, very brave because she charged right on up to Knox and wrapped him in a hard hug. "There's my second favorite barber," she said. Knox hugged her back.
"How did I lose the top spot this time?"
She leaned back and grinned wickedly. "Jer brought me 200 rolls of toilet paper."
"We'll see how you feel about me after you see what I brought,"
he said. "I see you brought me 2 new volunteers," she said.
"Shirley, meet Naomi and Waylay,"
Knox said.
"Shirley left a 7-figure corporate gig to run this shelter."
"Who needs boardrooms and corner offices when you can spend your days doing good?" Shirley said, shaking my hand and then Waylay's. "It's so nice to meet you," I said. "Likewise, especially if you've got 2 working hands and don't mind stocking shelves and packing boxes." "Ready and able," I said, elbowing Waylay, who was looking a little morose.
"Put 'em where you want 'em,"
Knox said.
"I'll set up shop and we can get started."
Waylay and I followed Shirley as she led the way inside. "I'd rather be shopping," Waylay whispered to me. "Maybe we can find a mall afterwards," I said, giving her shoulders a squeeze. One thing was for sure, Knox Morgan was full of surprises. "I guess it's kind of cool they do this," Waylay said as we watched Knox and Jeremiah run their makeshift outdoor salon through the tall windows. While we had spent 2 hours sorting food and clothing donations with other volunteers, Knox and Jeremiah had entertained an endless stream of shelter residents in their chairs under the awning on the sidewalk. It was a beautiful day edging toward fall, and the mood was festive. The staff, volunteers, and residents had formed a kind of large, unruly family, making something as bleak as homelessness feel like a challenge to be conquered, not a stigma to be reinforced. Together, Knox and Jeremiah transformed ignored, unruly, disheveled hair into sleek, stylish looks, and in doing so, I realized they were also changing the way each client saw themselves. Currently, Jeremiah was working a hand razor over a little boy's dark hair, keeping him in an almost constant state of giggles. The man in Knox's chair had sat down with a long, scraggly beard and wispy gray hair. His tanned face was deeply lined, his thin shoulders stooped. He wore clean sweatpants and a long-sleeve t-shirt, both a few sizes too big. His eyes were closed in what looked like a moment of unguarded bliss as Knox draped a hot towel over his face and readied his shaving supplies. "Yeah, kinda cool," I agreed, stroking a hand over Waylay's hair. "Those two have been doing this once a month for years," Shirley said, appearing next to me. "Our residents get a kick out of having $200 haircuts, and it shortchanges the way other people see them. We consider ourselves pretty dang lucky to have caught Knox Morgan's attention with our work here." I wondered if he had his name on this building, too. And if he did it bother him less than the police station? I watched him remove the towel with a flourish, making the man in his chair grin.
"Grabbed you a coffee."
A huge to-go cup materialized before my eyes as I straightened from the table where I was folding t-shirts. Knox stood there, holding a second, smaller cup with the kind of look in his eyes that made my heart somersault in my chest. The man had played hero to 24 people today, not counting me, and then he'd run out to grab me a cauldron of coffee. It hit me like a warm, glowing wave that swept my feet out from under me. "Thanks," I said, going misty-eyed.
"The fuck, Days?"
Of course, he noticed I was about to cry over caffeine, because he noticed everything.
"Baby, what's wrong? Someone say something to you?"
He was glaring through the window as if looking for someone to blame. "No," I assured him. This is amazing, Knox. You know that, right?"
"It's a haircut, Naomi,"
he said dryly. I shook my head. As a woman, I inherently understood that a haircut was rarely just a haircut. "No, it's more than that. You're changing the way the world sees each one of these people, and you're changing the way they feel about themselves."
"Shut up,"
he said gruffly, but the corner of his mouth lifted, and then he was plucking the coffee out of my hands, putting it on the table next to the stack of shirts, and pulling me into his chest. "You shut up," I said, planting my hands on his shoulders.
"Where's Way?"
he asked, those blue eyes searching for her. Damn it. That stupid golden glow was back and threatening to burst out of my chest. The man had spent the day giving homeless men and women haircuts. Then he'd brought me coffee and was now on alert, making sure Waylay was safe. He was as protective of her as he was me. I was a goner. "She's over there with Shirley," I said, pointing in the direction of the playground where Waylay was pushing a little girl on the swings while Shirley led some kind of game. Waylay spotted us watching her and waved. I waved back, that glow in my chest refusing to budge now. I needed to get out of here, away from those strong arms, so I could remind myself why we wouldn't work, why we weren't really together. Because Knox didn't want to be. Because when it came down to it, no one ever really chose me. That mean little voice did the trick, popping my pretty little balloon of hope like a dart. Knox tensed against me, his hold tightening. "Are you okay?" I asked. "Got yourself a girl, Knox?" a thin, reedy voice asked. I turned in his arms to see the man who'd been in Knox's chair earlier. Now, rather than looking like a lost soul, he looked years younger. A silver fox with his hair cut short and swept back from his face. His beard lay neat and gray along his strong jawline. Knox's arms tightened around me, holding my back to his front. "Two, actually," I said with a smile, pointing over to where Waylay was giggling at something a boy her age said.
"Pretty,"
the man said.
"Just like her mama."
Technically, I could have corrected him, but since Waylay's mom was my identical twin, I decided to just pocket it as the compliment it was intended. "Thank you," I said.
"Aren't you gonna introduce us?"
the man asked Knox as he scratched at his forearm. There was a subtle unsteadiness to his movements. There were a few beats of awkward silence, which I was compelled to interrupt. "I'm Naomi," I said, holding a hand out to the man.
"Naomi," he repeated. This is Duke,"
Knox interrupted. Duke nodded, looking down at his feet for a second. "It's nice to meet you, Duke," I said, my hand still extended.
"Then the pleasure is mine,"
he said finally. He accepted my hand, his palm rough and warm against mine. He had striking eyes the color of sterling silver.
"Take good care of him, Knox,"
he said finally. Knox grunted in response and pulled me back a step, my hand sliding out of Duke's. The man shuffled off in the direction of the big commercial kitchen.
"We're leaving,"
Knox announced.
"Go get Way."
Something had crawled up Knox's ass. Good. It would keep me from falling head over heels for the man. Wordlessly, I picked up the coffee he'd brought me and headed outside to collect Waylay. I coaxed her off the playground, telling her that it was time to go home. As we were saying our goodbyes, I spotted Knox by the truck with Duke. He was handing over a backpack that looked as though it was stuffed full. They were having some kind of discussion that looked intense. Duke kept nodding while looking at his feet and scratching absently at his arms. He didn't look up until Knox held out a white envelope and said something. "Who's Knox talking to?" Waylay asked. "A man named Duke. He cut his hair earlier." "Is he okay?" I didn't know if she meant Knox or Duke. "I don't know, honey."
38. Fine. I'd fucked up in so many ways already I couldn't stop myself from making it worse, even knowing what I had to do next. "Knox," Naomi moaned, her voice muffled by a pillow. This time she wasn't screaming in frustration. She was doing her best to stay quiet while I fucked her in my grandmother's house, in the bedroom I'd grown up in. She was on her hands and knees in front of me. I thought it would be easier if I couldn't see those eyes, if I didn't get to watch the way they went glassy under heavy lids when I made her come one last time. I was fucking wrong. I tightened my grip on the back of her neck and hit the brakes on my thrusts. It cost me. But holding there, sheathed to the hilt inside her, was worth it. She shuddered against me, around me, when I pressed an open-mouthed kiss to her shoulder blade. My tongue darted out to taste her skin. I wanted to breathe her in, to commit every second of this feeling to my memory. I was in too deep. I was drowning. She'd pulled me in over my head, and I was the dumb bastard who'd gone willingly. Forgetting everything I'd learned, every promise I'd ever made, every reason why I couldn't do this. The possibility that it was already too late loomed large. "Knox," her sob was broken, and I felt her walls flutter around my throbbing dick. My blood pulsed in response. I stroked my hand down her back, worshipping the silky warmth under my palm. Naomi pulled her head out of the pillow and looked over her shoulder at me. Her hair was a mess, her lips swollen, lids heavy. She was seconds from coming, from giving me that miracle. My balls tightened and I dug my teeth into my lip. I needed this. I needed to give her this, one last time. I dragged her up so we were both on our knees, her back flush to my front. She lifted her arms overhead, reaching back to grip my neck, my shoulder. "Please, Knox, please," she begged. I didn't need any further encouragement. I gripped her breast with one hand and sent the other sliding lower, between her legs where we were still joined. One testing thrust, and her head fell back against my shoulder. I pulled out almost all the way before driving back in. She was coming. Her muscles undulated around me, gripping my cock as I worked her clit, mindlessly driving her over the edge. And then I was following her, diving off the cliff behind her, letting her orgasm milk mine. I came hard, deep. Giving up that first hot spurt to her felt so fucking right. She bowed back, accepting what I had to give her, relishing it even. I fucking loved it. I fucking loved her. It wasn't until I was empty, still moving in her, still chasing that high, that I remembered how fucking wrong it was. How fucked up I was doing this to her when I knew what came next. But I just couldn't stop myself. Just like I couldn't stop myself from pushing us both to the mattress, my arms wrapped tight around her chest, holding her to me. I was still inside her as I plotted how I was going to end it all. An hour later, Naomi was sound asleep as I slipped out of bed. I wanted a drink, a double of something strong enough to make me forget, to make me stop caring. And because I craved the numbness, I ignored it and filled a glass of water instead. "Someone's dehydrated." I was rattled enough to let my own grandmother startle me. "Jesus, Liza J., what are you sneaking around for?" She flipped on the light switch, studying me behind her bifocals. "Been a long time since you snuck a girl into your bed here," she observed. She was wearing plaid pajama shorts and a matching short-sleeved top. She looked like a lumberjack on summer vacation. "I never snuck a girl into my bed under your roof," I lied. "Bullshit. So Callie Edwards just happened to be checking the porch roof at 1 o'clock in the morning, summer of your senior year?" I'd forgotten about Callie, and all the other ones. It was like my brain only had room for one woman now, and that was the problem. "Don't mind seeing you with them," she said, bumping me out of the way so she could get her own glass of water. "Seeing me with who?" Liza shot me a cut-the-bullshit look. "Naomi. Waylay, too. You seem happy." I wasn't. I was anything but happy. I was one step away from a downward spiral I'd never recover from. A spiral that would destroy everything I'd built. "It's nothing serious," I said, feeling defensive. "I saw the look on your face when you came here last night, when you saw how close trouble got to your girl." "She's not my girl," I insisted, deliberately ignoring her point. "She's not yours. She's bound to end up as someone else's. Pretty girl like that, thoughtful, sweet, funny. Sooner or later, someone with an IQ higher than yours will be along." "Good. She'd find someone else. She deserved someone else. Someone far from here where I wouldn't have to run into her in the produce aisle or see her across the bar or down the street. Naomi Witt would just fade away into a ghost of a memory. Except I knew it wasn't true. She wouldn't fade away. The hook was set. I'd taken the bait. There wouldn't be a day in the rest of my life that I didn't think about her, that I wouldn't say her name in my head a dozen times just to remind myself that I had her once. I chugged the water, trying to fight off the tightness in my throat. "Your brother looks at her like she's a home-cooked Sunday dinner," Liza observed shrewdly. Maybe he'd be smart enough to know how lucky he was. Some of the water missed my throat and hit my lungs. I choked, then coughed. As I gasped for air, it played out in my head. Naomi and Waylay sitting across the Thanksgiving table, Nash's hand on the back of her neck, smiling at her, knowing what was in store once everyone else went home for the night. I could see her moving over him in the dark, those sweet lips parting, hair tumbling over her eyes as she breathed out the name, Nash. Someone else would get to hear their name from her mouth. Someone else would get to feel like the luckiest man alive. Someone else would bring her mid-afternoon coffees and watch those hazel eyes light up. Someone else would take her and Waylay back to school shopping. And that someone very well could be my own brother. "You okay?" Liza asked, dragging me out of my vision. "I'm fine." Another lie. "You know what they say about fine? Fucked up, insecure, neurotic, and emotional," Liza muttered.
Turn the lights off when you're done. Electricity don't grow on trees. I turned the lights out and stood there in the dark kitchen, hating myself. I had shards of glass in the lining of my gut. That's how it felt to hold the door to Dino's open for Naomi. She was wearing another dress, but instead of the long, flowing silhouette of her summer sundresses, this one was fitted with long sleeves. I knew from getting dressed next to her this morning that she was also wearing one of the pairs of underwear I'd bought her. The fact that it was the last time that I'd have the right to watch her get dressed had nearly brought me to my knees that morning. So had breakfast with her entire fucking family. One big happy family gathered around the table. Even desk duty Nash had joined the fun. Hell, Steph had FaceTimed in from Paris just to judge the bacon Naomi made. Amanda was thrilled to have everyone under the same roof and had whipped up a fancy-ass breakfast. Lou, who'd spent most of their time in town hating my guts, now acted like I was a Steph-level addition to the family. He'd change his tune soon enough, I guessed. This one big happy family deal wasn't real, and the sooner everyone stopped pretending it was, the better. I'd walked waylay to the bus stop while Naomi got ready for work. I didn't feel comfortable letting either of them out of my sight while there was the possibility that whoever had broken in was still in town, still looking to do more damage, which made what I was about to do even more of a problem. When Naomi started for a table near the window, I steered her to a booth in the back. Public, but not too public. "So I made a list for Nash," she said, pulling a piece of paper out of her purse and smoothing it out on the table, blissfully unaware of what I was about to do. My brother's name caught me off guard. "A list of what?" I demanded. "Of the dates that I think Tina could have broken into the cottage, and of any suspicious people I could remember. There's not much there, and I don't know how it's going to help. But he said it would help if I could at least narrow down the timing of the earlier break-in," she said, picking up a menu. "I'll pass it on to him," I said, wishing for a stiff drink. "Is everything okay?" she asked, cocking her head to study me. "You look tired." "Days, we gotta talk." The words were choking me. My skin felt too tight. Everything felt wrong. "Since when do you feel like stringing words together?" she teased. She trusted me. The thought made me feel like dog shit. Here she was, thinking her boyfriend was treating her to lunch in the middle of the day. But I'd warned her, hadn't I? I'd told her not to let herself get too close to me. "Things have gotten complicated," I said. "Look, I know you're worried about the break-in," Naomi said. "But I think when the new security system goes in, it will be a load off our minds. Warner is back home, so if it was him throwing some destructive temper tantrum, he's too far away to do it again. And if it was Tina, the odds are she either found out what she was looking for or realized I don't have it. You don't need to worry about me anyway." I didn't respond. I couldn't. I just needed to get the words out. She reached across the table and squeezed my wrist. "By the way, I just want you to know how grateful I am that you're here. And you're helping. It makes me feel like I'm not alone. Like maybe for the first time ever, I don't have to be completely responsible for every single thing. Thank you for that, Knox." I closed my eyes and tried not to throw up. Look, like I said, I had to grit my teeth to get through it. Things are complicated. And part of that's on me. She looked up and frowned. "Are you okay? You look tired." I was fucking exhausted and full of self-loathing. "I'm fine," I insisted. "But I think it's time to move on." "Got yourself a girl?" The words echoed in my mind. Her hand stilled on my arm. "Move on?" "I've had a good time. I hope you have too. But we need to stop this thing before one of us gets too attached." She stared at me, those hazel eyes stunned and unblinking. Fuck. You mean me? She said, her voice barely above a whisper. I mean, what we're doing is scaring the shit out of me. This thing between us has run its course because I can't trust myself with you, I thought. You brought me here to a public place to break up with me? Unbelievable. Her hand was gone now, and I knew I'd never feel it again. I didn't know what had the power to break me faster, knowing that or knowing what would happen if I didn't end this now. Look, Naomi, we both knew the score when we started this. I just think before one of us gets in over their head, we need to pull back. I'm such an idiot, she whispered, bringing her fingertips to her temples. I know you've got the custody hearing coming up next month, and I'm willing to still keep up the appearance that we're together if you think it'll help you in court. And I'm still going to be keeping an eye on you and Wei until we know for sure who busted into your place. How magnanimous of you, she said, her tone icy. I could handle angry. Hell, I could eat angry for breakfast every day. It was the tears, the hurt, the pain I couldn't deal with. I said from the beginning, I don't do strings. I'd warned her. I'd tried to do the right thing, yet here she was looking at me like I'd deliberately wounded her. And then suddenly the look was gone. The softness vanished from her face, the fire from her eyes. I understand, she said. I'm a lot. Waylay's a lot. This whole thing is a lot. Even on my best day, I'm too much and yet not enough. Her laugh was humorless. Don't, Daisy, I ordered before I could help myself. She took a slow, deep breath, then gave me a perfunctory smile that felt like a fucking cleaver to the heart. I believe that's the last time you get to tell me what to do and call me Daisy. I felt something rising inside me that had nothing to do with the relief I'd expected. No, this thing growing inside me felt like the white-hot edges of panic. Don't be like that. She slid out of the booth and stood up. You didn't have to do it this way. Out in public so I wouldn't make some kind of scene. I'm a big girl, Knox. And someday I'm going to find the kind of man who wants an uppity, needy pain in the ass. One who wants to wade into my mess and stay for the duration. Obviously, you're not him. At least you told me that from the start. I stood too, feeling like I'd somehow lost control of the situation. I didn't say that. Those are your words, and you're right. I should have listened the first time you said them. She grabbed her purse and snatched the paper off the table in front of me. Thank you for your offer of pretending to be interested in me, but I think I'll pass. She wouldn't look me in the eye. Nothing needs to change, Naomi. You can still work at the bar. You and Liza still have an arrangement. Everything else can stay the same. I have to go, she said, starting for the door. I grabbed her arm and pulled her into me. It had felt so natural, and it had the other benefit of forcing her to look at me. The knot in my gut loosened temporarily when her gaze met mine. Here, I said, yanking the envelope out of my back pocket and handing it over. What's this? A list of reasons I wasn't good enough? It's cash, I said. She recoiled, like I'd told her it was an envelope of spiders. Take it. It'll help you and Way out. She slapped the envelope against my chest. I don't want your money. I don't want anything from you now, but especially not your money. With that, she tried to yank free. It was a reflex that had me tightening my grip. Take your hands off me, Knox, Naomi said softly. It wasn't fire in her eyes now. It was ice. Naomi, it doesn't have to be this way. Goodbye, Knox. She slipped out of my grip, leaving me staring after her like an idiot.
39. Breaking up, down, and through. Naomi. Too complicated, too much, too needy, not worth it. The thoughts swirled in my head on a vicious merry-go-round as I marched down the sidewalk, knockabout blurring around me through unshed tears. I'd made a life here. I'd built up a fantasy in my mind, taken afternoon coffees and whispered dirty talk to mean something else entirely. He didn't want me. He never had. Worse, he hadn't wanted Waylay either. I'd taken my young, impressionable charge and dragged her into my relationship with a man who was never going to be there for her in the long term. I'd seen it in his eyes, the pity. He felt sorry for me. Poor, stupid Naomi falling for the bad boy who'd made no promises. And the money. The gall of the man, thinking he could break my heart and then fork over cash like I was a prostitute and like it would somehow make everything all right. It added a new layer to the humiliation. I was going to go to Liza's, fake a migraine, and spend the rest of the day in bed. Then I was going to have an overdue chat with myself about picking the wrong fucking guy again. And when I was done lecturing myself, I was going to make sure that Waylay never let herself get stuck into positions like this. Oh, God. I lived in the small town of freaking small towns. I'd see him around, everywhere, at the coffee shop, at work. This was his town, not mine. Did I even belong here?
Hey, Naomi,
Bud Nickleby called as he ducked out of the hardware store.
just wanted to let you know I popped out this morning and fixed your front door.
I stopped in my tracks. You did? He bobbed his head.
Heard about the trouble and didn't want you to have to worry about getting the repairs done.
I hugged him hard. You have no idea how much that means to me. Thank you, Bud. He shrugged against me, then awkwardly patted my back.
Just figured you had enough crap to deal with and thought you could use a break.
You're a good man, Bud.
Okay, he said. You all right? You need me to call someone? I can have Knox come get you.
I shook my head rapidly from side to side until the hardware store and its owner blurred before me. No, I barked. I mean, thanks, but no. The door to Dino's opened and my stomach dropped into my toes when Knox stepped outside onto the sidewalk. I turned away, praying for invisibility.
Naomi,
he called. I started walking in the opposite direction.
Naomi, come on, stop,
Knox said. But with just a few words, he'd permanently lost the privilege of me listening to him when he told me what to do.
Now, Knox, I don't think the lady wants to talk to you right now,
I heard Bud advise.
Step aside, Bud,
I heard Knox growl. I was an idiot, but at least I was a fast-moving idiot. I walked briskly down the block, determined to leave Knox in my rearview mirror just like my ex-fiancé. A man doesn't go all in with a woman, it's for a reason. Maybe he's looking for something better. My chest physically ached as Knox's words about Warner echoed in my head. Was there someone out there who would find me to be enough? Not too much or too little, but the person they'd been waiting for their whole life. Tears burned my eyes as I turned the corner at a jog. I blamed them for not seeing the woman who stepped out of the storefront. "I'm so sorry," I said, a split second after barreling into her. "Ms. Witt!" Oh, dear God, no. Yolanda Suarez, stern caseworker who had never once seen me at my best, looked nonplussed at the full-body contact. I opened my mouth, but no sound came out. "Are you all right?" she asked. The lie was on the tip of my tongue, so familiar it almost felt true. But it wasn't. Sometimes the truth was bigger than any intention. "No, I'm not." 10 minutes later, I stared down at a heart drawn in the foam of the latte in front of me. So that's everything.
I pretended to be in a relationship with a man who told me not to fall in love with him, and then I did. My ex-fiancé showed up at my job and caused a scene. Someone broke into our house, and no one is sure if it was him, Tina, or a random criminal. Oh, and Waylay tried to get revenge on a mean teacher with field mice. Across from me, Yolanda picked up her green tea and sipped. She set the mug down. Well then.
Brought you some cookies,
Justice said, looking mournful. He slid a plate onto the table near my elbow. Were these hearts? I asked, holding up what was clearly one half of a pink frosted heart. He winced.
I broke them in half. Was hoping you wouldn't notice.
Thank you, Justice. That's so sweet of you, I said. Before leaving, he squeezed my shoulder, and I had to bite the inside of my cheek to keep from crying. Basically, what I'm saying is, I'm a big enough mess that I can't hide it, and you deserve to know the truth. But I promise you, even though my life doesn't look like it, I am extremely organized, resourceful, and I will do whatever it takes to keep Waylay safe. Naomi, she said, Waylay is lucky to have you as a guardian, and any court in the state is going to come to the same conclusion. Her attendance at school is improved, her grades are up, she has real friends. You're making a positive impact on that little girl's life. For once in my life, I didn't want a gold star. I wanted someone to see me, really see me for the hot mess I was. What about all the things I'm doing wrong? I thought I detected a hint of pity in Mrs. Suarez's smile. That's parenting. We're all doing our best. We're exhausted, confused, and feeling like we're constantly being judged by everyone else who looks like they've got it all figured out. But no one does. We're all just making it up as we go. Really? I whispered. She leaned forward. Last night, I grounded my 12-year-old for 3 days because he was on my last nerve before he told me that he liked his friend Evan's mom's meatballs better than mine. She took another sip of tea. And today, I'll apologize and unground him if he cleaned his room, even though Evan's mom gets her meatballs from the freezer section of Grover's Groceries. I managed a tremulous smile. It's just life is so much harder than I thought it would be, I confessed. I thought if I had a plan and followed the rules, it would be easy. Can I give you some advice? She asked. Please do. At some point, you have got to stop worrying so much about what everyone else needs and start thinking about what you need. I blinked. I would think selflessness was a good quality in a guardian, I said with a defensive sniff. So is setting an example for your niece about how she doesn't need to turn herself inside out to be loved. How she doesn't need to set herself on fire to keep someone else warm. Demanding to have your own needs met isn't problematic. It's heroic. And kids are watching. They're always watching. If you set an example that tells her the only way she's worthy of love is by giving everyone everything, she'll internalize that message. I dropped my forehead to the table with a groan. There's a difference between taking care of someone because you love them and taking care of someone because you want them to love you, she continued. There was a big difference. One of them was genuine and giving, and the other was manipulative, controlling. You're going to be fine, Naomi, Yolanda assured me. You've got a big heart, and sooner or later, once all this drama is over, someone is going to look at you and recognize it, and they're going to want to take care of you for a change. Yeah, right. I was realizing that the only person I could count on in this life was me, and Steph, of course. But him being gay definitely put a damper on our romance. About Knox, she said. I picked my head up off the table. Just hearing his name was a jagged splinter in my heart. What about him? I don't know another woman in town who wouldn't have fallen under Knox Morgan's spell, given the time and attention he gave you. I'll also say this. I've never seen him look at anyone the way he looks at you. If he was faking those feelings, someone needs to get that man an Academy Award. I've known him for a good long time, and I've never known him to do anything he didn't want to do, especially when it comes to women. If he willingly agreed to the guise of a relationship, he wanted it. It was his idea, I whispered. A spark of hope lit inside me, one I immediately extinguished. A man doesn't go all in with a woman, it's for a reason. He had a shit time with his mom's death and everything that came after, she continued. He didn't have the happily ever after example you grew up with. Sometimes when you don't know what's possible, you can't hope for it yourself. Miss Suarez, I think at this point you can call me Yolanda. Yolanda, we're practically the same age. How do you have all of this wisdom? I've been married twice and have 4 kids. My parents have been married for 50 years. My husband's parents have been divorced and remarried so many times neither of us can keep count. If there's one thing I understand, it's love and how damn messy it can be. Hi, sweetie. How was lunch? My mom was dressed in a dirt-streaked t-shirt and sun hat. She had a glass of iced tea in one hand and a gardening glove on the other. Hi, Mom, I said, trying to keep my eyes averted as I headed for the front porch. Amanda Witt had a keen sense of when something was wrong with someone, and this was not a conversation I felt like having. Where's Way? Your father took her to the mall. What's wrong? What happened? Did someone choke on a breadstick at lunch? I shook my head, not trusting my voice. Did something happen with Knox? She asked softer now. I tried to swallow around the lump in my throat, but I was choking on unshed tears. Okay, let's go sit down, she said, guiding me down the hall to the bedroom she was sharing with my father. It was a bright, pretty room done in creams and grays. There was a large 4-poster bed and windows that overlooked the backyard and creek. A vase of fresh flowers sat on a table tucked between 2 armchairs that occupied the space in front of the windows. I'll just spread this out, Mom said, draping my father's ratty bathrobe over one of the armchairs. She hated the robe and had tried 6 ways to Sunday over the years to get rid of it, but Dad always found a way to resurrect it. She plopped down on the robe-covered chair and patted the one next to her. Sit. Talk. I shook my head even as I sat. Mom, I'm really not in the mood to talk right now. Well, tough shit, sweetie. Mom! She shrugged. I've let you get away with this don't be a burden routine for far too long. It was easier for me to rely on you to always behave, to always be the easy daughter. And that's not fair to you. What are you saying? I'm saying, dear sweet heart of gold daughter of mine, stop trying to be so damn perfect. I wasn't sure if I was prepared to have this conversation any more than the Knox conversation. You've lived your whole life trying to make up for your sister, trying to never burden anyone, never ask for anything you needed, never disappoint. I feel like that's something a parent wouldn't want to complain about, I said defensively. Naomi, I never wanted you to be perfect. I just wanted you to be happy. I'm happy, I lied. Your father and I did everything we could to help Tina be happy and healthy, but it wasn't her path. And it took years, but we finally understood that it wasn't our path to turn her into someone she's not. We did our best with your sister. But Tina's choices are not a measure of our worth. It's a tough lesson, but we got it. Now it's your turn. You can't live your entire life trying to make up for your sister's mistakes. I wouldn't say that's how I've lived my entire life, I hedged.
Mom reached over and brushed her hand over my cheek. I felt the grit of dirt transfer to my skin. "Whoops, sorry about that." She licked her thumb and leaned in for the mom polish. "I'm too old for this," I complained, backing away. "Listen, sweetie. You're allowed to have needs. You're allowed to make mistakes. You're allowed to make decisions your father or I might not agree with. It's your life. You're a beautiful, big-hearted, intelligent woman who needs to start figuring out what she wants." What did I want? Right now, I just wanted to crawl in bed and pull the covers over my head for a week. But I couldn't. I had responsibilities. And one of those responsibilities had conned my father into taking her to the mall. "Do you even want to be a guardian?" Mom asked. I stilled at the question. I can't imagine that taking in a soon-to-be 12-year-old fit neatly into your life plan. Mom, I couldn't just let her end up with strangers. What about your father and me? You didn't think we'd be thrilled to make room in our lives for a granddaughter? You shouldn't have to raise your daughter's daughter. It's not fair. Dad's retired. You'll be there soon. That cruise was the first big trip you two have ever taken together. Do you want to be her guardian? Mom repeated, ignoring my excellent points. Did I want this? Did I want to be a surrogate mother to Waylay? I felt an echo of that warm glow in my chest. It pushed back against the cold that had settled there. Yeah, I said, feeling my mouth do the impossible and curve into a small smile. It was the truth. I wanted this more than I'd ever wanted anything on my to-do list. More than any goal I was single-mindedly marching toward. I really do. I love her. I love being around her. I love when she comes home from school, bursting with news to tell me. I love watching her grow into this smart, strong, confident kid who, every once in a while, lets her guard down and lets me in. I know how that feels, Mom said gently. I wish it would happen more often. Ouch. Direct hit. Knox and I broke up, I said in a rush. We were never really together. We were just having really, really great sex. But I accidentally fell in love with him, which he warned me not to do, and now he thinks I'm too complicated and not worth the effort. Mom looked at her iced tea, then back at me. I think we're gonna need a stronger drink. Hours later, I tiptoed out onto the deck with my phone in hand. The phone he'd bought me, which meant it needed to be smashed into a million pieces at my earliest convenience. The rest of the family was cleaning up from dinner, a dinner that Knox was conspicuously absent from. My mom had distracted Waylay from his absence by demanding a post-dinner fashion show of the new winter coat and sweaters my pushover father had bought her. I had a headache from fake smiling. I dialed the number before I could chicken out. Whitty, what's up? Did they find the bastard who broke in? I'd texted him and Sloan about the break-in, but this deserved a phone call. Steph. My voice broke on his name. Shit, what happened? Are you okay? Is Waylay okay? I shook my head, trying to dislodge the lump in my throat, when I remembered what Knox had said. Do not shed one more tear over some asshole who never deserved you in the first place. I cleared my throat. Knox ended things. That gorgeous piece of garbage. Fake ended things or for real ended things? Real ended things. I'm too complicated. What the hell does he want? A simpleton? Simpletons are terrible in bed and they're worse at blowjobs. I managed a pathetic chuckle. Listen to me, Naomi. If that man isn't smart enough to recognize how amazingly intelligent and beautiful and kind and caring and wickedly awesome at board games you are,
It's his loss, which makes him the simpleton. I forbid you to spend 1 second of your time overthinking this and coming to the false conclusion you're the one with the problem. Well, there went my evening plans. I can't believe I fell for him, Steph. What was I thinking? You were thinking, here's a gorgeous man who's great in bed, who walks my niece to the bus stop, breaks my ex's nose, and brings me mid-afternoon coffee so I don't get cranky. All the signs were there because he put them there. If you ask me, which I know you didn't, I'm betting he wasn't faking it. He was feeling it, and it scared the shit out of him. The beautiful, tattooed piece of chicken shit. I really need to stop texting you about everything that happens in my day, I decided. It's codependent. I'll bring it up with our couples therapist, Steph quipped. Listen, I'll be back in Knockemout in a few days. What do you want to do until then? Get out of Dodge? Buy a new fuck you wardrobe? He meant it. If I said I felt like flying to Rome and spending a ridiculous amount of money on shoes, he would book the plane tickets. If I told him I wanted to get revenge on Knox by filling his house with styrofoam peanuts and cat litter, Steph would show up at my house with a U-Haul packed with retribution supplies. Maybe I didn't need a life partner. Maybe I already had one. I think I want to pretend he doesn't exist long enough that I forget he does, I decided. I wanted to make him not matter. I wanted to not feel a damn thing when he walked into a room. I wanted to forget I'd ever fallen for him in the first place. That's annoyingly mature of you, Steph observed. But I want him to suffer while I forget, I added. That's my girl, he said. So it's a straightforward ice queen with a side of swan. I managed a watery smile despite the gaping hole in my chest cavity. That sounds about right. Keep an eye on your mailbox for an order from Sephora, Steph said. No amount of expensive cosmetics would make me feel better. But I also knew that this was Steph showing me how much he loved me, and I could let him. Thanks, Steph, I whispered. Hey, keep your chin up, Whitty. You've got a kid to set an example for. Resilience isn't a bad trait to pass on. Get out there and have some fun. Even if it doesn't feel fun right away, just fake it till you make it. I had a feeling I'd be faking it for a very long time. Knox Morgan wasn't the kind of man you got over. Ever.
40. The consequences of being an idiot. Knox. Stop looking at me like that, I ordered. Waylon huffed out a sigh that ruffled his jowls. He looked more mournful than usual, which was saying something for a basset hound. He was also sitting in my lap, with his paws on my chest, creepily staring at me. Apparently, my dog wasn't a fan of the fact that we were back at the cabin full-time. He didn't see it as sparing Naomi from seeing me at the dinner table. He didn't care that it was the right fucking thing to do. It was the right thing to do, I reminded myself, no matter how hurt she'd looked. Fuck, I muttered to myself, swiping a hand over my beard. Dragging it out would have only made things more complicated, hurt more feelings. She'd been so relaxed and happy, sitting across from me at Dino's. So damn gorgeous, I couldn't look directly at her or look away. Then the light had gone right out of her. I'd done that. I'd extinguished it. But it was the right fucking thing. I'd feel better soon. I always did. The relief from ending a complication would come, and I wouldn't feel so unsettled. With nothing better to do, I popped the top on my third beer. It was Monday. I'd put in a full afternoon at Whiskey Clipper, moving into my office when clients and staff started shooting dirty looks at me. Word spread fast in Knockemout. I'd planned on working tonight at the bar, but when I'd walked in the door at Honky Tonk, Max and Silver had booed me. Then Fee flipped me the bird and told me to come back when I learned how to be less of an asshole.
This was why I didn't mess around with knock-em-out women. They were rattlesnake mean when riled. So here I was, home for the night, enjoying my solitude. It would all blow over soon. I'd stop feeling like shit, Naomi would get over it, and everyone would move the fuck on. Waylon let out another grumble and shot a pointed, droopy look at his empty food dish. Fine. He jumped down and I fed him, then returned to the living room where I flopped down on the couch and reached for the remote. Instead, my fingers found the picture frame. Since I had nothing better to do, I picked it up and studied it. My parents had been happy. They'd built a life for me and Nash, a good one. Until it had all crumbled because the foundation was unstable. I ran a finger over my mom's smiling face in the photo and wondered for just a moment what she'd think of Naomi and Waylay. What she'd think of me. After a long pull from the bottle, I shifted my attention to my father's face. He wasn't looking at the camera, at whoever had taken the picture. His attention was on my mom. She'd been the light and the glue. Everything that had made our family strong and happy. And when she'd gone, we'd collapsed in on ourselves. I put the photo down, angling it away so I wouldn't have to look into the past anymore. The past and the future were two places I had no business being. The only thing that mattered was right now. And right now, well, I still felt like shit. Ready to numb out for a night, I reached for the remote again when a loud knock sent Waylon galloping to the front door, ears flapping. I followed at a more dignified pace. Crisp September evening air wafted in when I opened the door. Nash stood on the doorstep, jaw clenched, hands fisted at his side. "You're lucky I gotta do this right-handed." "Do what?" I didn't get a chance to finish the question before my brother's fist connected with my face. Like any good sucker punch, it rang my bell and knocked me back a full step. "Ow! Fuck! What the hell, Nash?" He pushed past me and stomped inside. "What did I tell you?" He snarled over his shoulder. He opened my fridge and helped himself to a beer. "Jesus! Tell me about what?" I asked, working my jaw back and forth. "Naomi," Lucian said. "Christ, Lucy, where did you come from?" "I drove." He clapped me on the shoulder and followed Nash into the kitchen. "Feel better?" he asked my brother. Nash handed him a beer and shrugged. "Not really. He's got a hard face to go with that thick head." "What are you two assholes doing here?" I demanded, swiping Lucian's beer and holding it to my jaw. Nash handed him a fresh one. "Naomi, of course," Lucian said, accepting the beer and squatting down to pet Waylon. "For fuck's sake, that shit is none of your business." "Maybe not, but you are," Lucian said. "I told you not to fuck it up," Nash said. "This is bullshit. You can't just come into my house, punch me in the face, play with my dog, and drink my beer." "We can when you're being a stupid, stubborn son of a bitch," my brother snapped. "No, do not sit. Don't make yourselves comfortable. I finally have a night to myself, and I'm not wasting it with you two." Lucian took his beer and wandered into the living room. He sank into one of the armchairs and put his feet up on the coffee table, looking content enough to stay there for the rest of the night. "Sometimes I really hate you assholes," I complained. "Feelings mutual," Nash growled, but his hand was gentle when he leaned over to give Waylon the loving he demanded. The dog's tail blurred into happiness. "You don't hate us," Lucian declared mildly. "You hate yourself." "Fuck off. Why would I hate myself?" I needed to move. I needed to buy 1,000 acres and build a damn cabin in the damn middle and never tell a damn soul where I lived. "Because you just told the best thing that ever happened to you to take a damn hike," Nash said. "A woman is never going to be the best thing that happens to me," I insisted. The words tasted suspiciously like a lie. You are the stupidest son of a bitch in the state, my brother said wearily. He's not wrong, Lucian agreed. Why in the hell do you two have your panties in a twist over who I do or don't date? It was never real anyway. You're making a huge fucking mistake, Nash insisted. What do you care? Now you get your shot at her. The thought of it, just the split second imagining him with Naomi, nearly brought me to my knees. My brother set down his beer. Yeah, I'm definitely hitting him again. Lucian dropped his head back against the cushion. I said I'd give you one. You've had it. Find a new way to get through his thick skull? Fine, let's try something new. The truth. How novel, Lucian said. I wasn't going to get rid of either of them until they'd said their piece. Say what you need to say, then get the hell out. This happens every time he sees him, Nash complained to Lucian. Lucian nodded. I am aware. I didn't like that my brother and my best friend seemed to have a history of making up and discussing my issues. Sees who? Nash leveled me with a look. I rolled my eyes. Oh, come the fuck on. I broke it off with Naomi because she was going to get herself hurt. I did the right thing, and it had nothing to do with anyone else. So stop trying to fucking analyze me. So it's just a coincidence that you see him and the very next day you decide things are getting too serious? He has nothing to do with anything I do, I insisted. How much did you give him? Nash asked. What are you talking about? How much cash did you give him? That's what you do. You try to solve problems with money. Try to buy your way out of feeling pain. But you can't. You can't buy Dad into sobriety. You couldn't buy me into a life you were comfortable with. And you sure as fuck can't make yourself feel better about breaking Naomi's heart by handing her a wad of cash. Lucian's gaze cut to me. Tell me you didn't. I slammed my bottle down on the counter, sending a geyser of beer everywhere. I warned her. I told her not to get attached. She knew there was no chance. It's not my fault she's this romantic who thought I could change. I can't change. I don't want to change. And why the fuck am I even having this conversation with you? I didn't do anything wrong. I told her not to fall. Actions speak louder than words, dipshit. Nash threw up his good hand. Luce, you take this. Lucian leaned forward in his chair, elbows resting on his knees. I believe what your brother is trying to tell you is that while you said you couldn't and wouldn't care, your actions told her something else. We had sex, I said flatly. Great sex, mind-blowing sex. Lucian shook his head. You shut up for her time and time again. You gave her a place to live, a job. You went to her niece's school. You bashed in her ex's face. Bought her a cell phone, helped her get a car, Nash added. You looked at her like she was the only woman you saw. You made her believe, Lucian continued. Waylon trotted over to him and hefted his bulk into my friend's lap. And then you tried to buy her off, Nash said. I closed my eyes. I didn't try to buy her off. I wanted to make sure she was taken care of. And she'd thrown it back in my face. And what part of that sentiment says, I don't care about you? Lucian asked. You don't use cash as a replacement for actually showing up for someone. Nash's voice was miserable enough that I opened my eyes and looked at him. Really looked at him. Is that what he thought I'd done when I'd offered him the lottery money? When I'd all but shoved it down his throat? His career in law enforcement had been a sticking point for us. But rather than sit down and talk to him about it, I'd tried to pull his strings with the promise of a pile of cash. Enough that he'd never have to worry or work again. I saw it as taking care. You should have kept the money. Maybe then you wouldn't have ended up bleeding in a fucking ditch, I said evenly. Nash shook his head. You still don't get it, do you, Knox? Get what?
That you're more stubborn than I am? That if you'd listened to me, that carjacking coward wouldn't have almost ended your life? By the way, Luce, you dig up anything yet?
Working on it, Lucian said. Nash ignored the sidebar. You don't get that I'd still put on that uniform. Even if I knew I was going to take another hit tomorrow, I'd still walk into that building your money paid for, even if I knew it was my last day on Earth. Because that's what you fucking do when you love something. You show up, even if you're pissing your pants scared. And if you two don't stay the fuck out of police business, or if you even think about going vigilante, I will throw both your asses in a cell.
Agree to disagree, Lucian said. Waylon's tail thumped on the arm of the chair. You about done? I asked, suddenly too tired to fight.
About? You want to do the right thing? You need to tell Naomi the real reason you let her go.
Oh? And what's the real reason? I asked wearily.
That you're scared down to your fucking bones, that you'll fall hard and end up like Dad, like Liza J. That you won't be able to hold up under the bad.
His words landed like arrows, zeroing in on a bullseye I didn't know I was wearing.
It's funny. I used to think my big brother was the smartest guy on the planet. Now, I realize he's just a delusional fool.
He started for the door, pausing when he got to it.
You could have been happy, man. Not just safe, happy. Like we used to be.
Lucian scooped Waylon onto the floor and followed him out the door. When they'd gone, taking my beer and their righteous frustrations with them, I sat in the dark and stared at the blank TV, doing my best not to think about what they'd said. I went so far as to start looking for large parcels of land far the fuck away from Knockemout. My phone signaled a text. Steph, seriously, I warned you, man. You couldn't have just not been a selfish dick. I tossed my phone aside and closed my eyes. Could it possibly be true that my best efforts to take care of the people I cared about amounted to me pushing a mountain of money between us? Money gave them security, and it protected me. The pounding on my door jolted Waylon awake. He gave a short, sharp bark, then decided the chair was more comfortable and immediately went back to sleep. Go the fuck away, I called. Open the damn door, Morgan. It wasn't Nash or Lucian back for round 2. It was worse. I opened the door to find Naomi's dad standing there in pajama pants and a sweatshirt. Lou looked pissed, but the bourbon I'd switched to after my last uninvited guest drank all my beer numbed me. If you came here to punch me in the face, someone already beat you to it. Good. I hope it was Naomi, Lou said, pushing his way inside. I really needed that 1,000 acres. She's too classy for that. Lou stopped in the foyer and turned to face me. She is. She's also too hurt to see the truth. Why is everyone so obsessed with the truth? I asked, using air quotes. Why can't people just mind their own damn business and stick to their own truths? Because it's easier to see someone else's, and more fun to kick someone else's ass when they've got their head shoved up it. I thought you, of all people, would be doing a victory dance over this. You never liked me with her. I never trusted you with her. There's a difference. And I suppose you came here to educate me. I suppose I did. Someone's got to. I'd add a moat around my bunker as a last line of defense. I'm 43 years old, Lou. I don't need a father-son moment. Tough shit, because that's what you're gonna get. I'm sorry that you suffered so much loss so early in life. I'm sorry that your mom died and your dad abandoned you. Liza's told us bits and pieces. I'm sorry you lost your grandfather just a few years later. It's not fair, and I can't blame you for wanting to hide from all that pain. I'm not hiding. I'm a goddamn open book. I told your daughter what she could expect from me. It's not my fault she got her hopes up. That would be true if it weren't for one thing. I scrubbed my hand over my face. If I let you tell me the one thing, will you leave? You didn't do it because you didn't care. You did it because you cared too damn much, and it scared you. I snorted into my glass, trying my best to ignore the tightening in my chest. Son, you fucked up big time, he continued. I may be Naomi's father, and that might bias me, but I know my daughter is one of a kind, a once-in-a-lifetime woman, just like her mom. And I don't like what it says about how you feel about yourself that you don't think you deserve her. I put my glass down. He hadn't said that I didn't deserve her. He'd said I thought I didn't deserve her. Do you deserve Amanda? I asked. Hell no, still don't. But I've spent every day of my life since I met her trying to be the kind of man who does. She made me a better man. She gave me the kind of life I never dreamed I'd have. And yeah, we've had our rough times, most of them revolving around Tina. But the fact is, I've never once regretted sticking. I remained stalwartly silent, wishing I could be anywhere else but here. Sooner or later, you have to accept that you're not responsible for other people's choices. Worse, sometimes you can't fix what's wrong with them. He looked me dead in the eye when he said it. I'm not responsible for my daughter's choices or the outcomes of those choices. You're not responsible for your father's, but you are responsible for the choices you make. And that includes walking away from the best thing that will ever happen to you. Look, Lou, this has been a nice chat and all. He clapped me on the shoulder. His grip was solid, firm. You couldn't save your mom from an accident any more than you could save your dad from addiction. Now you worry you won't be able to save anyone else, or stand losing someone else. My throat was tight, and it burned. Lou's grip tightened. Somewhere, deep down is a man stronger than your father ever was. I see it. Your grandmother sees it. My daughter sees it. Maybe it's time you take a look in the mirror.
41. The New Naomi. Naomi.
Knox, look, I know I could have handled things differently, but trust me, it's better this way. If you or Waylay need anything, I want to know.
Knox.
Liza probably already told you, but the security company is installing the alarm at the cottage Saturday. What time is Waylay's soccer game?
Knox.
Are you okay?
Knox.
Just because we're not together doesn't mean I don't still want you and Waylay to be safe.
Knox.
You can't avoid me forever.
Knox.
Can't we be fucking adults about this? It's a small fucking town. We're gonna run into each other sooner or later.
I pried open one bleary eye and peered at my phone screen. Satisfied it wasn't a certain dead-to-me Morgan brother, I swiped to answer. "What?" I croaked. "Wakey, wakey, witty," came Steph's cheery voice from half a world away. I gave a muffled groan in response and rolled over. I had the covers pulled over my head in a juvenile attempt to block out the entire world. Unfortunately, it had the unintended consequence of also surrounding me with the scent of him. Sleeping in a bed we'd shared while I'd fallen for the farce was not conducive to anything but a downward spiral. If I was going to survive this, I needed to burn these sheets and buy Liza a new set. "Judging from your effusive greeting, I'm guessing you haven't yet dragged your definitely getting over him today ass out of bed yet," Steph surmised. I grunted. "You're lucky I'm not on the same continent as you right now because your time is up," he chirped. "What time?" "Your woe is me, I miss my stupid hot fake boyfriend time. It's been 5 days. The acceptable mourning period is over. You are officially being reborn as new Naomi." Being reborn sounded like a lot of work. Can't I just wither away as old Naomi? Old Naomi had spent the last few days putting on a fake smile for waylay and library patrons, then spending a few hours a day half-heartedly trying to clean up the wreckage in the cottage, all while avoiding thinking about Knox. I was exhausted. Not an option. It is 6:30 a.m. your time. Your day starts now. Why are you so mean? I groaned. I'm your mean fairy godfather. You have a transformation to begin, my little caterpillar. I don't want to be a butterfly. I want to smother in my cocoon. Tough shit. If you don't get out of bed in the next 10 seconds, I'm bringing in the big guns. I'm out, I lied. He said something derisive in French. In case you need a translator, that was French for bullshit. Now, I want you to get your lying ass out of bed and go take a shower because Liza reports that your hair is greasier than the deep fryer at a sports bar on wing night. Then, I want you to open that Sephora order I sent you and snap the fuck out of this funk. I like funks. You do not. You like game plans and to-do lists. I'm giving you both. Having friends who know you really well is overrated, I complained to my pillow. Okay, fine, but I want it on record that you made me do this. Do what? You have an 11-year-old girl looking up to you. Do you really want to teach her that when a boy hurts your feelings, you give up on life? I sat up. I hate you. No, you don't. Why can't I wallow? It was more than hurt feelings, and he knew it. Knox had warned me. He'd told me not to fall for him, not to mistake his actions for real feelings, and I'd still fallen for him. That made me an idiot. At least with Warner, he'd tried to hide his true self from me. It was an excuse, not a great one, but an excuse all the same. But there was no such excuse with Knox. I loved him. For real, loved him. Loved him enough that I wasn't sure I could survive the anguish of being tossed aside. Because all that I'm such an idiot and how could I fall for him negative self-talk is a waste of time and energy. It's also setting a shitty example for Waylay, who's had enough shitty examples to last a lifetime. Get your ass out of bed, take a shower, and get ready to show Waylay how to burn an asshole's life to the ground. My feet hit the floor. You're really good at this pep talk thing. You deserve better, Whitty. I know somewhere deep down you don't think so, but you deserve a man who's going to put you first. I love you. Love you too, babe. I gotta go, but I want a post-shower makeover selfie, and I'm emailing you your game plan for the day. From Steph to Naomi. Subject: New Naomi, day 1. 1. Get your ass out of bed. 2. Shower. 3. Makeup. 4. Hair. 5. Wardrobe. I know how much you like checking things off your list. 6. Breakfast of champions. 7. Waylay's soccer practice. Smile. Light up the damn field with your gracious beauty. 8. Host a spontaneous social gathering. Invite friends, family, and Nash. That part is very important. Look amazing, also very important. Have an actual good time, most important. Or fake it till you make it. 9. Go to bed smug. 10. Rinse, repeat. With the satisfaction of 4 items already crossed off my to-do list, I ventured downstairs. The rest of the house was still silent. Steph knew me too well. And it really was easier to fake a positive attitude when I looked good on the outside. There was a fresh pot of coffee waiting for me. I poured generously into a cheery red mug and studied the kitchen while I sipped. The room had taken on a new life since the first time I'd been invited inside. It felt like most of the house had. The curtains had not only been opened, but washed, ironed, and rehung. Morning sun streamed through clean glass. Years of dust and grime had been scraped away, cabinets and drawers of junk purged. Bedrooms closed up for nearly 2 decades were now full of life. The kitchen, dining room, and sunroom had become the heart of a home full of people. Together, we'd breathed life back into the space that had gone far too long without. I took my coffee into the sunroom and stood at the windows, watching the creek catch fallen leaves and usher them downstream. The loss was still there. The holes left behind by Liza's daughter and husband hadn't magically been filled. But it felt to me like there was more surrounding those holes now. Saturday soccer games, family dinners, movie nights when everyone talked too much to hear what was happening on screen, lazy evenings spent grilling dinner and playing in the creek, dogs, kids, wine, dessert, game nights. We'd built something special here around Liza and her loneliness, around me and my mistakes. This wasn't the end. Mistakes were meant to be learned from, overcome. They weren't meant to destroy. Resilience. In my opinion, Waylay was already the epitome of resilience. She'd dealt with a childhood of instability and insecurity and was learning to trust the adults in her life. Maybe it was a little easier because she'd never let herself down the way I had. I admired her for that. I supposed I could learn from her example on that. I heard the shuffle of slippered feet, punctuated by the excited tippy-tapping of dog nails on tile. "Morning, Aunt Naomi. What's for breakfast?" Waylay yawned from the kitchen. I left my morning moping and returned to the kitchen. "Morning. What are you hungry for?" She shrugged and settled on a stool at the island. Her blonde hair was standing up on one side of her head and squished down on the other. She was wearing pink camouflage pajamas and fluffy slippers that Randy and Kitty tried to steal and hide in their dog beds at least once a day. How about cheesy eggs?" she said. "Wow, you look nice." "Thanks," I said, reaching for a pan. "Where's Knox?" Waylay's question felt like a blade to the heart. "He moved back to his cabin," I said carefully. Waylay rolled her eyes. "I know that. Why? I thought things were good with you guys. You were kissing all the time and laughing a lot." My instinct was to lie, to protect her. After all, she was just a kid. But I'd done so much protecting already, and it just kept blowing up in my face. "There's a couple of things we need to talk about," I told her as I gathered the butter and eggs from the fridge. "I only told Donnie Pacer that he was a dickwaffle because he pushed Chloe and told her she was a shithead loser," Waylay said defensively. "And I didn't use the F word because I'm not allowed to." I stood up with a carton of eggs in my hand and blinked. "You know what? We'll get back to that in a minute." But my niece wasn't ready to give up her defense. "Knox said it's good to stand up for people, that it's up to the strong ones to take care of the ones who need protecting. He said I'm one of the strong ones." Crap. I swallowed around the lump in my throat and blinked back the tears that burned my eyes, threatening to ruin my mascara. This time the grief wasn't just for me. It was for a little girl with a hero who didn't want either one of us. "That's true," I said. "And it's a good thing you're one of the strong ones because I have to tell you some hard stuff." "Is my mom coming back?" Waylay whispered. I didn't know how to answer that, so I started somewhere else instead. "The cottage isn't infested with bugs," I blurted out. Randy the beagle jumped at my legs and peered up at me with soulful brown eyes. I leaned down to ruffle his ears. "It isn't?" "No, honey. I told you that because I didn't want you to worry, but it turns out it's better for you to know what's going on. Someone broke in. They made a huge mess and took some things,
Chief Nash thinks they were looking for something. We don't know what they were looking for or if they found it. Waylay was staring down at the counter. That's why we moved in here with Liza and your grandparents. What about Knox? I swallowed hard. We broke up. The finger she was using to trace the grain in the counter stilled. Why'd you break up? Damn kids and their unanswerable questions. I'm not sure, honey. Sometimes people just want different things. Well, what did he want? Weren't we good enough for him? I covered her hand with mine and squeezed. I think we're more than good enough for him. And maybe that's what scared him. You should have told me. I should have. I agreed. I'm not some baby who's going to freak out, you know, she said. I know. Out of the two of us, I'm a much bigger baby. That earned me the smallest of smiles. Was it Mom? Was what your mom? Did Mom break in? She does that kind of stuff. This was why I didn't have honest conversations with people. They asked questions that required even more honesty. I blew out a breath. I'm honestly not sure. It's possible. Is there anything you can think of that she'd be looking for? She shrugged those little girl shoulders that had already carried more weight than was fair. Dunno, maybe something worth a lot of money. Well, whether it was your mom or not, you don't have anything to worry about. Liza's having a security system installed today. She nodded, fingers back to tracing patterns on the counter. You want to tell me how you're feeling about all this? I asked. She leaned down to scratch Kitty on her head. Dunno. Bad, I guess. And mad. Me too, I agreed. Knox left us. I thought he liked us, really liked us. My heart broke all over again, and I vowed that I would make Knox Morgan pay. I went to her and wrapped an arm around her. He did, honey. But sometimes people get scared when they start to care too much. She grunted. I guess. But I can still be mad at him, right? I brushed her hair out of her eyes. Yes, you can. Your feelings are real and valid. Don't let anyone tell you you shouldn't feel the way you feel, okay? Yeah, okay. So, how do you feel about having a party tonight if Liza says it's okay? I asked, giving her another squeeze. Waylay perked up. What kind of party? I was thinking about a bonfire with apple cider and s'mores, I said, cracking an egg into a glass mixing bowl. That sounds cool. Can I invite Chloe and Nina? I loved that she had friends and a home that she wanted to share with them. Of course. I'll check in with their parents today. Maybe we can have Liza pick some of the country music Knox and Nash's mom liked, she suggested. That's a great idea, Way. Speaking of parties, Waylay heaved a sigh and looked up at the ceiling. Your birthday is coming up, I reminded her. Between Liza, my parents, and me, we already had a closet full of wrapped gifts. We'd been badgering her about her big day for weeks, but she'd remained annoyingly noncommittal. Have you figured out how you want to celebrate? She rolled her eyes. Oh my gosh, Aunt Naomi, I told you 9 million times I don't like birthdays. They're dumb and disappointing and lame. Despite everything, I smiled. Not to guilt trip you, but your grandma will go into hysterics if you don't at least let her bake you a cake. I saw the calculating look on her face. What kind of cake? I booped her nose with a spatula. That's the best part about birthdays. You get to pick. Huh. I'll think about it. That's all I ask.
I had just poured the eggs into the skillet when I felt arms around my waist and a face press into my back. "I'm sorry Knox was a douche waffle, Aunt Naomi," Waylay said, her voice muffled. My throat tightened as I squeezed her hands with my own. It was such a new, fragile thing, this affection she showed me in moments when I least expected it. I was afraid I'd do or say the wrong thing and scare her off. I am too, but we'll be okay. We'll be better than okay, I promised. She released me. "Hey, those jerks didn't steal my new jeans with the pink flowers when they broke in, did they?" "Fee, I don't know what's going on between you two, but Knox just offered me $1,000 to put you on the schedule tonight since you called in sick your last 2 shifts. I can either split it with you or tell him to fuck off. Your call." "Me. Sorry, I can't. I'm hosting a bonfire tonight, and you're invited." "Fee. Fuck yeah. Can I bring my annoying family?" "Me. I'd be disappointed if you didn't."
42. The Old Knox. Knox. I wasn't going to admit it, but the Ice Princess routine was killing me. It had been 5 days since I'd told Naomi the truth, since I'd ended things to spare her feelings, and I was fucking miserable. The relief I'd expected from ending things never came. Instead, I felt sick and uneasy, almost guilty. It felt worse than my first over 30 hangover. I wanted things to go back to the way they'd been before Naomi showed up with fucking daisies in her hair, but they couldn't. Not with her in town avoiding me. It was no small feat given that she lived with my grandmother. She'd called off from her shifts at Honky Tonk. I'd expected relief that I didn't have to face her, but the longer she went without answering my texts or calls, the more uneasy I felt. She should have gotten over this by now. Hell, I should have gotten over this by now. "Your 5 o'clock canceled," Stasia said when I returned to Whiskey Clipper from my late lunch break spent at Dino's, getting glares and cold pizza that I didn't even feel like eating. She and Jeremiah were cleaning up for closing. Seriously? It was the 3rd client to cancel on me this week. 2 of them had rescheduled with Jeremiah and sat in his chair tossing me judgmental looks. None of them had the balls to say anything, but they didn't need to. I took enough of a beating from the Honky Tonk girls. "Guess you must have pissed them off somehow," Stasia mused. "It's no one's goddamn business who I see or don't see," I said, dunking the comb back in the alcohol and stowing my scissors. "That's the thing about a small town," Jeremiah said. "Everyone's business is everyone's business." "Yeah? Well, everyone can kiss my ass." "He definitely seems much happier since he got out of that terrible relationship," Stasia said. She pretended to scratch her nose with her middle finger. "Who signs your paychecks?" I reminded her. "Some things are worth more than money." I didn't need this abuse. I had shit to do, a life to live, and these assholes could just get on with forgetting all about me and Naomi. "I'm going to Honky Tonk," I said. "Have a great night," Jeremiah called after me. I threw a middle finger in his direction. Instead of the bar, I ducked into my office. It didn't feel like a sanctuary. It felt like a prison. I'd spent more time locked in here this week than I had the previous month. I'd never been this caught up on paperwork, or this disconnected from what was going on with my businesses. Why the hell does anyone in this town give a damn who I date or don't date? I muttered to myself. I picked up the rent check for one of the apartments upstairs. The tenant had also included a "you fucked up" note scrawled on a sticky note. I was starting to worry that everyone else was right, that I'd done the wrong thing. and that sat about as well with me as the idea of wearing a suit and tie every day for the rest of my life. I liked freedom. That's why I owned my own businesses. That lottery ticket had bought me stability and freedom, although I supposed running my own businesses also sometimes felt like 1,000 fucking zip ties lashing me to responsibility. But it was a responsibility I chose. I could run my businesses without worrying about other people, well, except for the ones I employed and served. Fuck. I needed to get out of my head. I headed down the hall and let myself into honky tonk. It was early still for a Friday, but the music was loud and I could smell wings cooking in the kitchen. It felt like home, even though my eyes did a quick scan of the bar looking for Naomi. She wasn't there, and the disappointment I felt cut like a goddamn knife. Silver and Max were both behind the bar. Fee was shooting the shit with Wraith. All three of them looked at me. "Evening," I said, testing the waters. "Boo!" they chorused. Silver and Max were giving me the thumbs down. Fee was giving me one thumbs down and one middle finger. The other server, Brad, a new hire brought on to even out the estrogen, refused to make eye contact with me. Seriously, the handful of patrons snickered. "I could fire every last one of you," I reminded them. They crossed their arms in unison. "I'd like to see you try," Max said. "Yeah, I'm sure you'd bartend and serve and manage just fine all by yourself on a Saturday night," Silver said. Her nose ring moved with the flare of her nostrils. Fuck. I knew when I wasn't wanted. Fine. I could go home and enjoy the peace and quiet of single life. Again. Maybe tonight it wouldn't feel so fucking empty. I'd get used to it. "Fine, I'm leaving," I said. "Good," said Max. "Bye," said Silver. "Fuck off," Fee said. "I'm leaving too." Fine, whatever. I'd go home and work out a new schedule where these three never shared the bar again, I decided. Even if it meant hiring 5 more people. I'd hire guys who didn't get periods and didn't give me shit. I fantasized about that life on the leisurely ride I took on my bike, winding around Knockemout and beyond before finally heading home. After all, I didn't have someone waiting for me, someone to answer to. I could do what I wanted, which was exactly what I wanted out of life. I was so distracted by reminding myself how great my life was without Naomi that I almost missed the vehicles at Liza's. For a second, I panicked, wondering if something had happened, if there'd been another break-in or worse. Then I heard the music, the laughter. I drove by slowly, hoping for a glimpse of her. No such luck. I parked my bike in my driveway and was headed for the front door when the tang of bonfire hit my nostrils. If Liza wanted to have a party and not tell me, that was her business, I decided, letting myself inside. Waylon attacked, his paws scrabbling at my jeans as he barked and moaned about how hungry he was since his afternoon snack. Yeah, come on. Pee break first, then dinner. I went straight to the kitchen and opened the back door. The dog bulleted out between my legs. He didn't stop in his usual pee stop. His stumpy legs were too busy galloping toward Liza's house. I could see the fire from my vantage point. Someone had built a bonfire next to the creek. There were tables with food, camp chairs, and over a dozen people milling around, looking like they were having a great time. Liza's dogs, Randy and Kitty, broke away from the food tables to greet Waylon. I spotted Waylay, her blonde hair under a bright pink hat that I bet Amanda had knit for her. Her friends Nina and Chloe were horsing around in the side yard. The pang in my chest took me by surprise. Waylay dropped to her knees in the grass and gave Waylon a good scruffing. He rolled onto his back in ecstasy. I rubbed my hand absently over my chest, wondering if it was indigestion from the shitty cold pizza. Headlights slashed across the yard as another car pulled in, a minivan that I recognized. Fee, her husband, and their kids piled out carrying camp chairs, covered dishes, and a six-pack. Great. My own family and now my employees were taking her side in all of this. This was why I needed 1,000 acres far away from here. Then I saw her, Naomi by firelight. She wore those tight leggings that showed off every inch of her mile-long legs, boots with the girly fur trim, a thick cropped sweater under an insulated vest. Her hair was a mass of curls that glowed amber in the firelight. She was wearing a knit hat just like Waylay's, only in a deep red. She was smiling, laughing, glowing. The pang in my chest became a physical ache, and I wondered if I should call a cardiologist. This wasn't normal. This wasn't how it was supposed to go. I ended things before they got too sticky and felt nothing but relief immediately after. If I ever ran into one of my conquests again, which was rare, it was easy, pleasant. I never promised anything, and they never expected anything. But this time, despite my best efforts, there had been expectations. Though she didn't look like she was suffering. She was next to the creek, standing close to my asshole brother, having what looked like an intimate chat. Her gloved hand reached out and clutched his arm. My fists clenched at my sides. Red filtered into the corners of my vision. My brother hadn't wasted a goddamn second, had he? It wasn't a conscious decision to go to her, but my feet had a mind of their own. I strode across the grass toward the happy little group with destruction in mind. I didn't want her with him. I didn't want her with anyone. I couldn't stand the idea of seeing her stand next to him, let alone whatever else they were doing. Fuck. Liza J. called to me, and Amanda flashed me a pitying smile as I marched through the festivities. You two didn't waste any goddamn time, did you? I snapped when I caught them on the other side of the fire. Nash had the audacity to laugh right in my face. But Naomi was something else. The easy smile on her face disappeared, and when she looked at me, it wasn't an ice princess I saw, ready to freeze me out. It was a woman on fire, ready to burn me alive. The relief was swift and overwhelming. The tightness in my chest loosened by millimeters. Freezing me out meant she didn't care, but that fire I saw in those gorgeous hazel eyes told me she hated my guts. That was better than cold disinterest any day. Nash took a step forward, effectively putting himself between me and Naomi, which only served to piss me off even more. You got a problem? He asked me. I had a 6'3" problem with a few bullet holes in it. Problem? With you helping yourself to my leftovers? Nah, better she doesn't go to waste. I was such a fucking asshole, and I'd gone way too far. I deserved the beating Nash was about to throw me. Part of me wanted it, wanted the physical punishment to take the place of the emotional shitstorm that was ripping me apart inside. I couldn't think straight with her this close. This close, and I couldn't touch her. Couldn't reach out and lay claim to what I'd thrown away. Nash's fist pulled back, but before he could let it fly, another body stepped between us. You're a child throwing a temper tantrum, Naomi snapped, inches from me. And you're not invited, so go home. Daisy, I said, reaching for her on autopilot. Yet another body wedged itself between us. If you don't want to go down in history as the dumbest asshole in this town, I suggest you step the hell back, Sloane said. She was glaring up at me like I'd just decked Santa Claus at a library luncheon. Get out of my way, Sloane, I snarled in her face. Then there was a hand on my chest, and I was being shoved back hard. Wrong target, friend. Lucian, looking more casual in jeans and a fleece than I'd seen him in a decade, fisted his hands in my coat. The rage in his eyes clued me in that I was skating on thin ice. I could take my brother, especially when he was one-armed, but I wasn't stupid enough to think I could take on Nash and Lucian and live to tell the tale. I don't need your protection, you big, rich idiot,
Sloane snapped at Lucian. He ignored her in favor of backing me away from the fire, away from my family, from my stupid dog who had his snout in what looked like a casserole dish of hot dogs. "Let me go, Luce," I warned him. "I will when you're not determined to go down and take innocent bystanders with you." Interesting. He was pissed, not because I'd come at Nash and Naomi, but because I'd gotten in Sloane's face. "Thought you couldn't stand her," I taunted. Lucian gave me another shove and I stumbled backwards. "Christ, Knox, you don't have to be such an asshole all the time." "Born that way," I shot back. "Bullshit. What you show to the world is a choice, and right now you're making the stupid choice." I did the right thing, man. Lucian produced a cigarette and a lighter. "Keep telling yourself that if it helps you sleep at night." I told her not to get attached. I warned her. I looked over Lucian's shoulder and saw Naomi standing next to the fire, her back to me, Nash's arm around her. My chest tightened again, and that pang was a goddamn knife wound now. Maybe I'd told her not to get attached, but I hadn't done myself the same courtesy. I never thought it was something I had to worry about. But Naomi Witt, runaway bride and compulsive cleaner, had her hooks in me. "I did the right thing," I said again, as if repeating it would make it true. With eyes on me, Lucian lit his cigarette. "It never occurred to you that the right thing would have been to be the man your father couldn't be?" Fuck. That one landed like a bell ringer. "Go fuck yourself, Lucy." "Try to unfuck yourself, Knox." And with that, he wandered back to the fire, leaving me alone in the dark. I saw a flash of pink out of the corner of my eye and found Waylay standing a few feet away from me. Waylon sat at her feet. "Hey, Way," I said, suddenly feeling like the biggest, stupidest asshole on the planet. "Hey, Knox. How's it going?" She shrugged, those blue eyes fixed on me, her face blank. "How did soccer practice go? I meant to swing by, but it's okay. You don't have to pretend. Aunt Naomi and me are used to people not wanting us." "Way, that's not fucking fair. That's not why things didn't work out between your aunt and me." "Whatever. You probably shouldn't swear in front of kids. They might learn something from you." Ouch. "I'm serious, kid. You two are too good for me. Sooner or later, you both would have figured it out. You deserve better." She looked down at the toes of her boots. Her little heart charm glimmered against her laces, and I realized she wasn't wearing the sneakers I gave her. That hurt, too. "If you really thought that, you'd be working hard to be good enough, not dumping us like we're trash." "I never said you were trash." "You never said much of anything, did you?" she said. "Now, leave Aunt Naomi alone. You're right, she deserves better than some guy who isn't smart enough to see how awesome she is." "I know how awesome she is. I know how awesome you are," I argued. "Not awesome enough to stay, though," she said. The glare she sent me was years beyond 11 in maturity. I hated myself for giving her one more reason to doubt that she was anything but the smart, beautiful badass she was. "Waylay, come on," Nina called, holding a giant bag of marshmallows aloft. "You should go," Waylay told me. "You make Aunt Naomi sad, and I don't like that." "You gonna put field mice in my house?" I asked, hoping a joke would repair some of the damage. "Why bother? There's no point in getting revenge on someone too dumb to care." She turned and started toward the fire, then stopped again. "I'm keeping your dog," she said. "Come on, Waylon." I watched a kid that I not only liked but respected wander off toward the party with my own damn dog. Naomi greeted Waylay with a one-armed hug, and the two of them turned their backs on me. To be contrary, I snagged one of the hot dogs off the table and a beer. I gave my grandmother a half-assed salute and then headed back to my place alone. When I got there, I threw both in the trash.
43. Day drinking. Naomi. Knox.
I owe you an apology about last night at Liza's. I was out of line.
I took a deep breath, turned off my car, and stared at the side door to Honky Tonk. It was my first shift back since the breakup, and I was tied up in knots. It was a weekend lunch shift. The odds of Knox actually being inside were in the negative, but I still needed a pep talk before getting out of the car. I'd been okay at my other job all week. The library felt like a fresh start and didn't have memories of Knox around every corner. But Honky Tonk was different. You can do this. Get out of the car, rake in the tip money, and smile until your face hurts. Knox had thrown his little hissy fit at the bonfire and had to be escorted out by Lucian. I'd done a half-assed job pumping Sloane for information about Lucian's chivalry, but inside I was reeling from being that close to Knox again. He'd looked angry and almost hurt, as if me standing next to his brother had been some sort of betrayal. It was laughable. The man had discarded me like an unwanted receipt and had the nerve to tell me I was moving on too fast when all I'd done was give Nash the list I'd been working on about people or incidents that felt off to me. I looked in the rearview mirror. You are an ice queen swan, I told my reflection. Then I got out of the car and marched inside. Relief coursed through me when I didn't see him inside. Milford and another line cook were already firing up the kitchen, prepping for the day. I said my hellos and headed into the bar. It was still dark. The stools were stacked, so I turned on the music and the lights and set about getting the place ready. I'd flipped all the stools, reassembled the soda machine, and was turning on the soup warmer when the side door opened. Knox stepped inside, his eyes cutting directly to me. The breath left my chest, and I suddenly couldn't remember how to inhale. Damn it! How could a man who'd hurt me so badly look so good? It wasn't fair. He was wearing jeans and another long-sleeved Henley, this one in a forest green. There was a fading bruise on his chin that made him look like trouble. The sexy, delicious kind of trouble. But the new Naomi was smarter than that. I wasn't going back there. He nodded at me, but I returned my attention to the soup and tried to pretend he didn't exist. At least until he came too close to ignore.
Hey,
he said. Hey, I repeated, putting the metal lid over the warmer and throwing the plastic wrap away.
I'm on the bar today,
he said after a moment's hesitation. Okay. I brushed past him to get to the dishwashing station where 2 divided trays of clean glasses waited. I hefted one, then found it being snatched from my hands. I've got it, I insisted.
Now I've got it,
Knox said, carting it up to the soda machine and dropping it on the stainless steel counter. I rolled my eyes and grabbed the second tray. It, too, was promptly removed from my possession. Ignoring him, I flicked on the heat lamps on the expo line and moved to the POS to check the receipt tape. I could feel him watching me. His gaze had a weight and temperature to it. I hated being so aware of him. I could practically feel him skimming me from head to toe. I'd worn jeans today instead of one of my denim skirts, feeling like every layer of protection was necessary.
Naomi.
His voice was a rough rasp around my name, and it made me shiver. I glanced at him and gave him my best fake smile. Yeah? He shoved his hand through his hair, then crossed his arms.
I owe you an apology. Last night.
Don't worry about it. It's forgotten, I said, making a show of checking my apron for my bank and notebook.
This doesn't have to be, weird.
Oh, it's not weird for me, I lied. It's all in the past. Water under the bridge. We're both moving on. His eyes looked like molten silver as he stared me down. The air between us was charged with what felt like an impending lightning strike. But I forced myself to hold his gaze.
Right,
he said with a clench in his jaw. Fine. I didn't know exactly how much Knox had moved on until an hour into the slowest shift ever. Normally, a Saturday lunch shift could be counted on for some kind of business, but the whole 7 patrons seemed to be content to sip their beers and chew their food 137 times. Even with the new server, Brad, to train, I had too much time to think. Rather than hang around the bar and deal with Knox's moody stare, I cleaned. I was scrubbing down the wall next to the service bar, working on a particularly tricky stain, when the front door opened and a woman walked in. Or strutted. She wore black suede boots with stiletto heels, the kind of jeans that looked as though they'd been painted on, and a cropped leather jacket. She had a trio of bracelets wrapped around her right wrist. Her nails were painted a gorgeous, murderous red. I made a mental note to ask her what the color was. Her dark hair was cut short and worn tousled on top. She had cheekbones that could cut glass, an expertly applied smoky eye, and a wry grin. I wanted to be her friend, to go shopping with her, to find out everything about her so I, too, could retrace her steps and discover that kind of confidence for myself. That grin widened when she spotted Knox behind the bar, and I suddenly wasn't sure I wanted to be friends anymore. I snuck a glance at Knox and knew I definitely didn't want to be friends. Not with the way he was looking at her with affectionate familiarity. She didn't say a word, just strolled across the bar, eyes on him. When she got there, she didn't slide onto a stool and order what I guessed would be the world's coolest drink. No. She reached across, grabbed him by the shirt, and laid a kiss right on his mouth. My stomach dropped out of my body and continued to plummet toward the Earth's core.
Oh, shit.
Wraith groaned from his table.
Is that the boss's girlfriend?
Brad, the server I was supposed to be training, asked. I guess so, I said, sounding as if I was being strangled. I'll be back. Hold this. I handed Brad the dirty rag and gave the bar wide berth.
Naomi!
Knox sounded pissed, but his moods were no longer my concern. My heart was pounding so hard I could hear it in my ears as I headed toward the restroom with every eye in the place on me. I pretended I didn't hear him calling my name or her greeting him. Knox, seriously? It's about damn time, a throaty voice said.
Fucking A, Lena. You couldn't have called first? This is the worst goddamn timing.
I didn't hear anything else because I pushed through the restroom door and went straight to the sink. I wasn't sure if I wanted to cry, throw up, or pick up the trash can and throw it at Knox's head. I was trying to get myself under control and considering a plan that would involve all 3 of my options when the door swung open. My ex-imaginary friend strolled inside, hands in her back pockets, gaze on me. I could only imagine what she saw. A pathetic, lovesick, mid-30s loser with horrible taste in men. That's what I saw in the mirror every morning before I covered it up with mascara and lipstick. Naomi, she said. I cleared my throat, hoping to dissolve the lump that had taken up residence there. That's me, I said brightly. It sounded like I was choking on thumbtacks, but at least I'd rearranged my face into a carefully blank expression. Wow, game face. I like it. Good for you, she said. No wonder you've got his balls tied up in knots. I didn't know what to say, so I pulled a paper towel free and ran it around the perfectly dry, clean counter. I'm Lena, she said, closing the distance between us, her hand outstretched. Angelina, but I don't like the mouthful. I took the offered hand automatically and shook. Nice to meet you, I lied. She laughed. No, it isn't. Not with that first impression.
But I'm going to make up for that and buy you a drink.
No offense, Lena, but the last thing I want to do is sit down at my ex-boyfriend's bar to have drinks with his new girlfriend.
None taken, but I'm not his new girlfriend. Matter of fact, I'm an exier ex than you are. And we're definitely not drinking here. We need to go someplace without Knox's big, dumb ears. I really hoped she wasn't messing with me. What do you say? Lena asked, cocking her head. Knox is having heart palpitations out there, and every other person is on their phone reporting to the grapevine what just happened. I say we give them all something to freak out over. I can't just walk out on a shift, I said. Sure you can. We have stories to share, commiserations to commiserate, drinks to drink. He's got that cute little helper out there. He'll be fine. And you deserve a break after that shit show. I took a deep breath and debated. The idea of staying on shift here with Knox was one step below having my toenails ripped out one at a time during a gynecological exam. What color is your nail polish? I asked. Burgundy bloodbath. Sloan. Just heard that Knox's new girlfriend showed up at the bar and they started having sex on the pool table. Are you okay? Do you need shovels and tarps? Me. I've been kidnapped by new girlfriend who is actual old ex-girlfriend. We're day drinking at Hellhound. Sloan. Let me find some pants. Be there in 15. Hellhound was a biker bar 15 minutes out of town, heading in the direction of D.C. Outside, the parking lot was half full of motorcycles. The crap brown clapboard siding didn't do anything to make the place look more welcoming. Inside, the lights were dim, the pool tables were plentiful, and Rob's zombie music thudded from a jukebox in the corner. The bar was sticky, and I had to quash the urge to ask for a sponge and some Pine Sol. "What'll it be?" the bartender asked. He wasn't smiling, but he also wasn't overly intimidating. He was the tall, burly type with gray hair and a beard. He wore a leather vest over a white long-sleeve tee. The sleeves were pushed up to his elbows to reveal tattoos down both arms. They made me think of Knox, which made me want alcohol. "What's your name, handsome?" Lena asked, settling on a stool. "Joel." "Joel, I'll have your best scotch. Make it a double," she decided. Damn it, I knew she'd order a cool drink. "You got it. For you, darling?" He looked at me. "Oh, I'll have a white wine," I said, feeling like the least interesting person in the bar. He winked at me. "Coming right up." He's no Knox, but I dig the Silver Fox thing, Lena mused. My hum was non-committal. Oh, come on. Even if Knox is a shithead, which he is, you can still appreciate the very fine exterior, Lena insisted. I wasn't in the mood to appreciate anything about the Viking who'd trampled my heart. Silver Fox Joel plopped our drinks in front of us and left again. "What are we doing here?" I asked. Lena lifted her glass. "Having drinks, getting to know each other." "Why?" "Because you didn't see the look on Knox's face right after I laid that closed-mouth kiss on him." Closed-mouthed was good. Wait, no, it didn't matter. Even if Lena wasn't with Knox, he'd dumped me. I didn't need to concern myself with competition. I ran my finger around the rim of my glass. What happened to his face? She pointed an index finger at me. Fear. I've known that man since he was barely a man, and I've never seen him scared, but I saw fear when he watched you walk away. I sighed. I didn't want to hear that. I didn't want to pretend that there was hope when there was none. I don't know why he'd be afraid of me walking away. He's the one who already did the walking. Let me guess. It wasn't you. It was him. He doesn't do relationships or complications or responsibilities. There's no future, and he's letting you go so you can get on with yours. I blinked. You do know him?
I'll have you know, I hold the impressive title of first official non-girlfriend, thank you very much. It was my junior year in college. He was 24. We met at a party, and it lasted 4 glorious hormone and hangover-filled weeks before the idiot got cold feet and handed me my walking papers. Judging by your greeting, I'm guessing things ended better for you than they did for me. Lena smiled and took a sip of scotch. He underestimated my stubbornness. See, I could do without him as a boyfriend, but I wanted to keep him around as a friend. So I forced him into a friendship. We talk every couple of months. Before he hit that lottery, we'd meet up every couple of years, always someplace neutral. We'd play wingman for the other. I downed the wine in 3 big gulps. Before I even put the glass down on the bar, another one arrived. Thanks, Joel. I traded the empty glass for the full one. What's his problem, anyway? Lena snorted and sipped again. What's anyone's problem? Baggage. People meet, sparks fly, then they spend all their time trying to hide who they really are so they can stay attractive. Then we're surprised when it doesn't work out. She had a point. If everyone just introduced themselves with their baggage, imagine how much time we'd save. Hi, I'm Lena. I have daddy issues and a jealous streak combined with a temper that means you should never cross me. Also, I've been known to eat an entire tray of brownies in one sitting, and I never fold laundry. I couldn't help but laugh. Your turn, she said. Hi, Lena. I'm Naomi, and I keep falling for guys who don't see a future with me. But I keep hoping the future I'm envisioning for the both of us will be good enough to keep them around. Also, I hate my twin sister, and it makes me feel like a bad person. Oh, and Knox Morgan ruined orgasms for me for the rest of my life. It was Lena's turn to laugh. Another scotch appeared in front of her. This guy knows what's up, she said, pointing to our bartender friend.
2 ladies come into this place talking about the same man, and I'm going to keep the drinks coming,
he assured us. Joel, you're a true gentleman, Lena said. The front door burst open and Sloane appeared. She was makeup-free and wearing knockoff Uggs, leggings, and an oversized Virginia Tech football jersey. Her hair hung in a thick braid over her shoulder. You must be the new trollop, Sloane said. And you must be the cavalry coming to save Princess Naomi from the she-beast, Lena guessed. I snorted into my wine. Sloane, this is Lena. Lena is the original Knox ex-girlfriend. Sloane is an overprotective librarian with great hair. I pointed down the bar. And that's Joel, our Silver Fox bartender. Sloane took the stool next to me, and before her butt had gotten comfortable, Joel appeared.
You date the same guy, too?
He asked. She rested her chin in her hand. No, Joel, I did not. I'm just here for moral support.
You want a drink while you morally support?
Sure do. How's your Bloody Mary?
Spicy as fuck.
I'll take a Bloody Mary and a round of Fireball. Joel saluted and wandered off to make the drinks. One of the men at the pool table closest to us ambled over. He had impressive spikes on the shoulders of his vest and a Fu Manchu to write home about.
My, you bitches a drink?
We swiveled on our stools as one. No, thank you, I said. Fuck off, Lena replied with a mean smile. If you think referring to us as bitches is going to get you invited into the conversation, let alone one of our beds, you're about to be deeply disappointed, Sloane said.
Move along, Reaper,
Joel told him without looking up from the quart of vodka he was pouring into Sloane's glass. My phone buzzed on the bar and I glanced down. Knox.
That wasn't what it looked like. I'm not seeing Lena.
Knox.
Not that it's any of your business.
Knox.
Fuck. At least text me back and tell me where you are.
For someone who was done with me, he sure texted a whole heck of a lot. Naomi. It's this awesome place called None of Your Business. Stop texting me. I slid my phone over to Sloane. Here, you're in charge of this. Lena held up her phone to show us a text. Knox.
Where the fuck did you take her?
See, she said. Fear. I don't think I'm going back to work today, I said. Hey, Waylay hanging out at a museum in D.C. with Nina and her dads. There's no better way to spend a fall Saturday than getting blitzed. What's a Waylay? Lena asked. My niece. The niece Naomi didn't know about because her estranged twin sister sucks, Sloane added. She twirled the tip of her braid around her fingers and stared blankly at the football game on the screen. Are you okay? I asked her. I'm fine. I'm just sick of men. Amen, sister, I said, raising my glass at her. My sister, Chloe's mom, she's bi. Every time she dates a man who pisses her off, she ends up dating nothing but women for like 12 months. She's my hero. Makes me wish I didn't like penis so much. Joel said a Bloody Mary with a floating stick of bacon in front of Sloane and didn't bat an eye at the word penis. I winced. Please don't say penis. My experience with Knox's equipment is almost 20 years old, so I can only imagine how much better he's gotten with age, Lena said with sympathy. You know, with this whole guardianship, maybe it's just better to focus on being a parent figure and forget about being a woman with sexual needs, Sloane filled in. I picked up my wine. How many glasses would it take to forget about sex? Usually around 1.5 bottles, but that comes with a hangover that cuts you off at the knees for 3 days, so I wouldn't recommend, Lena said. He really made me believe, I whispered. Joel lined up the shots in front of us, and I stared at mine. I know he said things wouldn't go anywhere, but he made me believe. He kept showing up. Not just for me, but for Waylay, too. Back the truck up. Knox, Morgan, spent time with your kid? Willingly? He took her shopping. He showed up at her soccer game and got her to stop swearing. He told her that strong people stand up for the ones who can't stand up for themselves. He picked her up at a sleepover, watched football with her. Lena shook her head. He's so fucked up. All men are, Sloane said. Joel stopped and gave her the eye. Except you, Joel. You're a hero among villains, she amended. With a nod, he handed over a fresh glass of wine for me and vanished again. Sloane attached herself to the straw of her drink like it was a protein shake after a bodybuilding competition. Okay, seriously, what's going on with you? I asked. Does this have something to do with Lucian last night? Lucian? Now that's a sexy name, Lena said. Sloane snorted. A sexy name to go with a sexy man, I agreed. There's nothing sexy about Lucian Rollins, Sloane said when she came up for air. Okay, you're definitely lying. Either that or an entire section of the Dewey Decimal System fell on your head. She shook her head and picked up her shot. I'm not talking about Lucian. None of us are talking about Lucian. We're talking about Knox. Can we stop talking about him? I asked. It felt like an X-Acto knife to the heart every time I heard his name. Of course, Lena said. Cheers, Sloane said, lifting her shot glass. We clinked glasses and knocked back the whiskey. A man with a toothpick dangling precariously from his mouth wandered up and leaned an elbow on the bar, crowding Lena. His t-shirt didn't quite cover the belly that peeked out over the top of his black jeans. Which one of you ladies wants to come check out the back of my bike? Joel lined up another round of shots in front of us. Lena picked up her shot. Sloane and I followed suit and knocked them back. She put the glass down on the bar, and before Toothpick knew what was happening, she had the stiletto of her boot digging into his chest. Go away before I make you bleed in front of your friends, she said. I like her and her shoes, Sloane whispered next to me. Christ, Python, leave him alone before your old lady shows up and cuts off your balls. Listen to the nice man, Python, Lena said, giving him a shove with her foot. He slid down the bar a foot, then put his hands up. Just asking. Didn't know you were lesbos. Because that's the only reason we wouldn't want to fuck you, right? Sloane said. Sloane was a lightweight, and she'd already had 2 shots and a very strong Bloody Mary. Can we maybe get some water? I asked Joel. He nodded, then cupped his hands.
Listen up, assholes. The ladies aren't looking for a ride or a good time. Next idiot who bothers them is getting thrown out.
There was a general muttering around us, and then everyone went back to what they were doing. Joel, are you married? I asked. He held up his left hand to show me a gold band. All the good ones are taken, I complained. The front door opened again. You have got to be kidding me, Sloane groaned. Joel handed over a fresh Bloody Mary and she dove for it. I swiveled around on my stool, wobbling a bit as the alcohol fought my equilibrium. Oh my, Lena purred next to me. Who are they? More cavalry, Sloane muttered. Lucian and Nash wandered up to the bar looking 6 shades of gorgeous. 44. The Babysitters. Naomi. This can't be a coincidence, I observed.
Knox called the cops,
Lucian said, nodding at Nash.
and the cops called me.
Nash skimmed me with a look.
You all right?
I'm fine. Why are you here? Nash blew out of breath, his gaze moving on to Lena. She arched an eyebrow at him.
We're babysitting,
he said finally. My mouth dropped open. We don't need babysitters, especially not babysitters who are just going to report everything we say back to Knox.
I hate to point out the obvious, but given everything that's happened, I don't think you should be out unprotected like this,
Nash said. Who said I'm unprotected? Lena just nearly pierced a man's sternum with her stilettos, I complained. How did you find us?
I wouldn't worry about that,
Lucian said without looking away from Sloane, who was glaring at him like he was Satan incarnate. You've got to be a Morgan, Lena said, resting her elbows on the bar and giving Nash a head-to-toe sweep. Lena, this is Nash, Knox's brother, I said. On that note, I think I'll be heading home, Sloane said, sliding off her stool. She didn't get far. Lucian stepped in on her, trapping her between the bar and his body without touching her. She tilted her head all the way back to look up at him. She was a foot shorter than the man, but that didn't stop Sloane from shooting ninja throwing stars out of her eyeballs.
You'll stay,
he insisted darkly. I'm going, she argued.
I count 3 empty glasses on the bar in front of you. You'll stay.
I'll call a rideshare. Now get out of my way before I make you sing soprano. Lena gave up ogling Nash and leaned over my shoulder. Okay, what's their story? I don't know. They won't tell anyone. Oh, I love a torrid secret past, she said. We can hear you, Sloane said dryly without breaking her sexy staring contest with Lucian. We're all friends here, I began.
No, we're not,
Lucian insisted. Sloane's eyes blazed, making her look like a fiery pixie about to commit a homicide. Finally, something we agree on. My phone vibrated at Sloane's elbow. Seconds later, Lena's phone signaled a text. Nash and Lucian both reached for their pockets at the same time. For someone who doesn't care about you, Knox sure seems concerned about how you're doing, Lena said, holding up her phone again.
And what you're saying about him,
Lucian said with a smirk. I shook my head. I think I'm going to share that ride with Sloane. No! Lena grabbed my hand and squeezed. Don't give him the satisfaction of ruining your day. Stay. We'll get more drinks, talk more shit, and everyone who stays has to swear a blood oath they won't report back to Knox. I'm not staying if he's staying, Sloane said, shooting a murderous look at Lucian.
And the only way you're leaving is in my car, so sit down and order some goddamn food,
Lucian ordered. Sloane opened her mouth, and for a second I was worried she was going to bite him. I clapped a hand over her mouth. Let's get some nachos and another round of drinks. Missed calls, Knox, 4.
No fair, you said they were off limits, Joel.
A drunkard with a skull cap and tattoos under his eyes complained from one of the pool tables when we sat down at a table with Lucian and Nash. Joel flipped him the middle finger while our babysitters shared a look. See, I told you we didn't need babysitters. We have Silver Fox Joel, I said.
Maybe we just want to spend some quality time with you, Nash said, giving me the patented Morgan grin of sexiness. I sighed hard enough to blow a napkin across the table.
What's wrong, Nay? Sloane asked.
I thought about it for a beat.
Everything, I answered finally. Everything is wrong or broken or a mess. I used to have a plan. I used to have it all together. I know you guys might not believe this, but people didn't used to break into my house. I didn't have to fend off ex-fiancés or worry about the example I was setting for an 11-year-old going on 30.
I looked around the table at their concerned faces.
I'm sorry. I shouldn't have said that. Forget the words came out of my face.
Sloane pointed a finger in my face.
Stop that!
I picked up my glass of water and blew bubbles in it.
Stop what? Stop acting like you don't have the right to express your own feelings.
Lena, looking stone sober despite the fact that she was on her 4th scotch, knocked her knuckles on the table.
Here, here. What's up with that?
She's the good twin, Sloane explained.
Her sister sucks and put the family through the ringer. So Naomi made it her life mission to be the good kid and not inconvenience anyone with things like her feelings or her wants and needs. Hey, mean, I complained.
She squeezed my hand.
I speak the truth with love.
I'm new here, Lena said. But wouldn't it be a good idea to show your niece what a strong, independent woman looks like when she lives her life?
Why does everyone keep saying that to me?
I groaned.
You know what I did for me? Just me?
What did you do?
Lucian asked kindly. I noticed that his chair was angled towards Sloane, crowding her almost protectively.
Knox! I did Knox just for me. I wanted to feel good and forget about the hurricane of crap for just one night. And look what happened. He warned me. He told me not to get attached, that there was no chance at a future. And I still fell for him. What is wrong with me?
Care to chime in here, gentlemen? Lena suggested. The men exchanged another look full of manly meaning. I can hear them mentally going through the man code appendix, I whispered. Nash wearily scraped his hand through his hair. It was a gesture that reminded me of his brother. Are you okay? Do you need to rest? I asked. He rolled his eyes.
I'm fine, Naomi.
Nash got shot,
Sloane explained to Lena. Her assessing gaze slid over him as if she could see through his clothing down to his skin. That sucks, she said, lifting her glass to take a sip.
Not one of my favorite experiences,
he admitted.
Naomi, you've got to stop wondering what's wrong with you or what you did wrong and understand the problem is with Knox. Agreed,
Lucian said.
Look, we lost a lot when we were kids. That can fuck with some people's heads,
Nash said. Lena studied him with interest. What did it do to yours? His grin was a flash of humor.
I'm a lot smarter than my brother.
She looked at me. See, no one wants to be real and put their baggage on the table.
When you trust someone to see you for who you really are, the betrayal is 1,000 times worse than if you hadn't handed them the weapons in the first place.
Lucian spoke quietly. I heard Sloane's sharp intake of breath. Nash must have picked up on it too because he changed the subject.
So, Lena, what brings you to town?
He asked, crossing his arms and leaning back in his chair.
What are you, a cop?
She joked.
I found that very amusing. Sloane found me spraying a fine mist of water over the table just as amusing, and we both dissolved into giggles.
A ghost of a smile played on Lucian's lips.
Nash is a cop, I told Lena. He's the cop.
The big, important one. She eyed him over the rim of her glass. Interesting. What did bring you to town? I asked her. Found myself with some time off and I was in the area. Thought I'd pay my old friend a visit, she said. What do you do? Sloane asked. Lena ran her finger through a water ring on the table. I'm in insurance. I'd tell you more, but it's incredibly boring. Not nearly as exciting as getting shot. How did it happen? She asked Nash. He shrugged his good shoulder. Traffic stop gone bad? They catch you did it? She asked. Not yet, Lucian answered. The chill in his tone had a shiver running down my spine. I'm going to hit the restroom, I said. I'll come, Sloane volunteered, jumping out of her chair like it was electrocuting her. I followed her into the gloomy hallway, but when she held the door open for me, Nash stopped me. You got a second? He asked. My bladder was nearing the red zone, but this sounded important. Sure, I said, signaling to Sloane to commence peeing without me. I just wanted you to know that I'm looking into the list you gave me, he said. I'm not officially back on duty, but that just means this is getting my undivided attention. I appreciate that, Nash, I said, giving his arm a squeeze. It wasn't a crime to appreciate the muscle, right? If you remember any other details about this red-haired guy, you'll let me know? Sure, I said, my head bobbing. I only talked to him that one time, but he stands out in the crowd, muscular, tattooed, bright red hair. Nash's eyes got a funny, faraway look to them. Are you okay? I asked again. He gave an almost imperceptible headshake. Yeah, fine. Do you think he could have something to do with the break-in? Nash did the Morgan nervous tick of running his hand through his hair. He's a wild card, and I don't like wild cards. This guy just happens to show up at the library to talk to you. He said he needed help with a computer problem. He nodded, and I could see him rearranging puzzle pieces in his head, trying to find the pattern. Then you see him in the bar the night someone breaks into your place. That's not a coincidence. I shivered. I just keep hoping, whoever they were, they found whatever they were looking for. If they found it, there's no reason to come back. I hope so too, he said. Did you talk to Waylay about it? I did, finally. She took it pretty well. She was more concerned about whether any of her new clothes had been stolen than the break-in itself. She didn't seem to know what Tina or anyone else would have been looking for. I mean, it's not like we had a pallet of stolen TVs sitting around in the living room. Been thinking, Nash said, rubbing a hand over his jaw. It doesn't have to be stolen goods. If Tina was bragging about a big payday, it could have been a different kind of job. Like what? People get paid to do a lot of shit. Maybe she gave up on moving stolen property and got mixed up in something else. Maybe they got their hands on information that someone else wanted, or that someone didn't want anyone else to know. How does someone lose or hide information? He smiled sweetly at me. Not everyone's as organized as you are, honey. If this whole thing is about something Tina was irresponsible enough to lose, I am going to be pissed, I told him. She went through 9 house keys. 9! And don't even get me started on the car keys. His smile stayed fixed in place. It's gonna be all right, Naomi. I promise you. I nodded, but I couldn't stop thinking of all the ways Tina had managed to hurt me despite my parents' best efforts. How were a small-town police department and a wounded chief supposed to protect us? And then it hit me. Maybe it was time for me to start standing up for myself. Nash leaned against the wall. His expression gave nothing away, but I was willing to bet money that he was in pain. There is something I wanted to ask you, he said, looking serious. There is? I croaked. Sure, Nash was as unfairly gorgeous as his jerk of a brother,
He certainly had a more amiable personality, and he was great with kids, great with Waylay. But if he asked me out just days after his brother, I was going to have to let him down easy. I had zero headspace for another Morgan brother, and I needed to focus on my niece and the guardianship.
You mind if I have a word with Waylay? He asked.
I jolted, rewinding his words to see if I'd somehow missed the dinner invitation. Nope. Waylay? Why?
I might ask the right question and help her remember something important from before her mom left. She knows Tina better than any of us.
I bristled. Do you think she has something to do with this?
No, honey, I don't. But I know what it's like to be a kid who keeps quiet, plays things close to the vest.
I could see that about him. Knox was the stand up and pitch a fit about a problem kind of guy. On the outside, Nash was Mr. Nice Guy. But there was a quiet depth there, and I wondered what secrets lurked beneath that surface. Okay, I agreed. But I'd like to be with you when you do talk to her. She's finally starting to trust me, to open up to me. So I want to be there.
Absolutely.
He tucked a strand of hair behind my ear, and I thought about what a good guy he was. Then I wished it was Knox's fingers in my hair. And then I got mad all over again. The restroom door opened and Sloane walked out. More accurately, she stumbled. I caught her, and she smiled up at me and squished my cheeks between her hands. You are so pretty.
I'll escort this one back to the table, Nash volunteered.
You're really pretty too, Nash, Sloane said.
I know. It's a curse, Sloaney Baloney.
Aw, you remember, she crooned as he led her back to the bar. I stepped into the ladies' room and decided it was not a room I wanted to linger in, so I made quick work of taking care of business and then ducked back into the hall. There were no babysitters lurking, so I pulled out my phone and opened my email. Glancing over my shoulder to make sure Lucian or Nash hadn't materialized, I started a new message. To Tina, from Naomi. Subject, what you're looking for. Tina, I don't know what you're looking for, but if it gets you out of my life, I'll help you find it. Tell me what I'm looking for and how I can get it to you. N. If I could find whatever it was Tina wanted first, I'd have the leverage I needed to get her out of my life. If it wasn't something like nuclear codes, I could let her have it, or I could at least use it as bait to lure her out of hiding. I waited for the tiny pinprick of guilt, but it never came. I was still waiting when my phone rang in my hand. Knox Morgan. I didn't know if it was the fireball or all the pitying pep talks, but I felt more than ready to take charge. Squaring my shoulders, I answered the call. What?
Naomi, thank God.
He sounded relieved. What do you want, Knox?
Look, I don't know what Lena told you, but this wasn't what you think.
What I think, I said, cutting him off, is that your love life is none of my business.
Oh, come on, don't be like that.
I'll be any damn way I want to be, and you have no say in it. You need to stop texting and calling. We're over. You walked.
Naomi, just because we're not together doesn't mean I don't want you safe.
His voice, the rawness in it, went straight to my chest. I felt like I couldn't breathe. That's very chivalrous of you, but I don't need you to keep me safe. There's a whole other line of defense in place. You're officially free. Enjoy it.
Days. I don't know how to make you understand.
That's just it, Knox. I do understand. I understand that you cared and it scared you. I understand that Waylay and I weren't rewarded enough to get you to face that fear. I get it. I'm dealing. You made the call. Now you have to deal with the consequences. But I'm not like Lena. I'm not going to insist on being friends. In fact, consider this my notice. Tomorrow night is my last shift at Honky Tonk. Just because we live in the same damn small town doesn't mean we have to see each other all the damn time.
Naomi, this isn't what I wanted. Honestly, I don't care what you want. For once, I'm thinking about what I want. Now, stop calling. Stop texting. Call off your babysitters and let me live my life because you're no longer a part of it.
Look, if this is about what I said about you and Nash, I apologize. He told me...
I'm going to stop you right there before you call me your leftovers again. I don't care what you say or think about me and any man I might choose to see. I don't need your opinions or your half-assed apologies. Who apologizes by saying, "I apologize"? I demanded, making sure my imitation of him was far from flattering. There was silence on the other end, and for a second I'd hoped he'd hung up on me.
How much have you had to drink?
He asked. I held the phone up to my face and screamed into it. I heard the scrape of chairs, and moments later Lucian and Nash were standing in the mouth of the hallway. I held up a finger to keep them at bay. I suggest you lose this number because if you call me again, I won't make Waylay give your dog back.
Naomi!
I hung up and stuffed the phone into my pocket. Can one of you give me a ride home? I have a headache. But it was nothing compared to the ache in my chest.
45. The Bar Fight. Knox. I blew into honky-tonk under a full head of steam. I hadn't slept last night. Not after that phone call with Naomi. The woman was a stubborn nightmare. She didn't care that I was trying to do what was best for her. She didn't want to see it from my perspective. Quitting a good job just because she got her feelings hurt was a stupid fucking reason to turn her back on cash. And I was going to tell her that. Instead of the usual greetings from the kitchen staff, I got a couple of furtive glances, and suddenly everyone was too busy with what they were doing to even acknowledge me. Everyone needed to get their heads out of their asses and get over it. I pushed through the doors into the bar and found Naomi leaning over a table in the corner, laughing at something her mom was saying. Lou and Amanda were there for the drinks portion of their weekly date night. I knew it had nothing to do with supporting my business and everything to do with showing their support for their daughter. The rest of her section was already full, because she drew people to her. Knockemout had welcomed her just as it had me and my brother all those years ago. If she thought she was going to leave me behind, she was about to be disappointed. A long denim-clad leg kicked out in front of me, blocking my path. "Whoa, cowboy. You look like you're about to murder someone." "I don't have time for games, Lena," I told her. "Then stop playing them." "I'm not the one playing. I fucking told her just like I told you how it was going to go. It went the way I said. She's got no right to be pissed at me." "You ever think about telling her the real reason why you are the way you are?" she asked, lifting a glass of what I had a feeling was my private stock of bourbon. "What are you talking about?" I asked evenly. She rolled her neck like she was warming up for a fight. "Listen, Knox. Women have this sixth sense when we're being served up half-truths." "You got a point." Naomi left her table with a little wave and was headed to the next one, a four-top full of bikers. "She knows there's more to it than what you're sharing. I knew it. And I'd be willing to bet every woman in between knew it too. We're suckers for a wounded man. We think we can be the one you'll let in, the one who will magically fix you with our love. Come on, Lena. I'm serious. But you just keep pushing all of us away, and I think that's because you don't want to acknowledge your truth. You sound like a fucking TV therapist. Bottom line, my friend, Naomi deserves your truth. Even if it's ugly. She's not going to forgive you and get over it, as you so eloquently put it, unless you're straight with her. I think you owe it to her. I really don't like you right now, I told her. She grinned. And I don't really care. She polished off her drink and set the empty on the bar. I'll see you later. Try not to fuck it up even more. It was with those words ringing in my ears that I rounded the bar and caught Naomi at the POS.
She hadn't seen me yet, so I stood there looking my fill, my body tense with the need to touch her. Her face was flushed. Her hair was styled in sexy waves. She was back in one of those damn jean skirts. This one looked new and even shorter than the others. She wore cowboy boots and a long-sleeved honky-tonk V-neck. She looked like every man's fantasy. She looked like my fantasy. "Need to talk to you," I said. She jolted when I spoke, then looked me up and down before turning away. I grabbed her arm. "That's not a request." "In case you haven't noticed, I have 7 tables, boss. I'm busy. It's my last night. There's nothing that needs to be said." "You're wrong, Daisy. It's not your last night, and there's a lot I need you to hear." We were close, too close. My senses were full of her. Her scent, the velvet softness of her skin, the sound of her voice. It all went straight to my gut. She felt it too. The attraction hadn't simply vanished because I'd called it quits. If anything, the last week spent without her made me want her even more. I fucking missed waking up next to her. Missed seeing her at Liza's table. Missed walking waylay to the bus stop. Missed the way I felt when Naomi kissed me like she couldn't help herself. The music from the speakers kicked over to a lively country anthem, and the bar cheered. "I'm busy, Viking. If you drag me out of here, you're only hurting your own profit margins." I clenched my jaw. "Get your table sorted. You're on break in 15, my office." "Yeah, okay," she said, her tone dripping with sarcasm. "If you're not in my office in 15, I will come out here, throw you over my shoulder, and carry your ass back there." I leaned in closer, almost close enough to kiss her. "And there is no way that skirt of yours is up for that?" I felt her shiver against me when my lips brushed her ear. 15 minutes, Naomi," I said, and left her standing there. "16 minutes later, I was alone in my office and royally pissed. I yanked the door open so hard the hinges rattled. When I hit the bar, Naomi's head came up at the service bar like a doe sensing danger. I went straight for her. Those eyes went wide when she read my intention. "Warned you," I told her as she took a step back and then another. "Don't you dare, Knox!" But I fucking dared. I caught her by the arm and bent at the waist. She was up over my shoulder in less than a second. It was like a record scratch. The bar went completely silent except for Darius Rucker on the speakers. "Max, run those drinks," I said, nodding at Naomi's tray. Naomi squirmed, trying to right herself, but I wasn't having any of it. I gave her a hard slap on the ass, catching denim, cotton, and bare skin. The bar erupted into pandemonium. Naomi squeaked and reached for the hem of her skirt. She was wearing the underwear I bought her, and I knew that as frosty as she'd been, she fucking missed me. "Everyone can see my underwear?" she yelped. I laid my palm over her ass. "Better." "I am going to slap you so hard your head spins around," she threatened as I marched us out of the bar and toward my office. By the time I hit the code on the door, she'd stopped fighting me and hung upside down with her arms crossed in what I could only assume was a pout. I hated to take my hands off her. I wished there was a way to get through this without letting her go. But I wasn't a great conversationalist under normal circumstances, and when I had an aching dick, I was even worse. I grabbed her by the hips and let her slide down my body until her toes hit the floor. For a moment, we stood there, pressed against each other like we were one. And for just a second, as she looked into my eyes with her palms pressed flat on my chest, everything felt right. Then she was pushing away from me and stepping back. "What the hell do you want from me, Knox? You said you didn't want to be together. We're not together. I'm not following you around, begging for another chance. I respected your wishes." I was worried she'd get the wrong answer if she looked below my belt, so I steered her to the chair behind my desk. "Sit." She glared at me for a full 30 seconds with her arms crossed before giving in. "Fine," she said, flopping down in my chair.
But the distance didn't make me feel better. I was starting to realize the only thing that did was being close to her.
You keep saying you want one thing and then acting like you want something completely different, she said.
I know. That shut her up. I needed to move, so I paced in front of the desk, needing to keep something between us. There's something you don't know. Her fingers drummed on her arms.
You gonna enlighten me anytime soon, or do I have to kiss all those tips out there goodbye?
I shoved my hands through my hair, scraped one down over my beard. I felt sweaty and twitchy. Don't rush me, okay?
I am not going to miss working for you, she said.
Fuck. Naomi, just give me a second. I don't talk about this shit to anyone, okay?
Why start now?
She stood up. You met my father. I blurted out the words. Slowly, she sank back into the chair. I started pacing again. At the shelter, I said.
Oh my God, Duke,
she said. The realization hit her.
You cut his hair. You introduced us.
I hadn't introduced them. Naomi had introduced herself. When my mom died, he didn't deal. He started drinking. Stopped going to work. Got busted for a DUI. That's when Liza and Pop took us in. They were grieving too. For them, being around me and Nash wasn't some painful reminder of what they lost. But for my father, he couldn't even look at us. The drinking continued here, right here at the bar before it was honky-tonk. Maybe that's why I bought it. Why I'd felt compelled to turn it into something better. When the alcohol stopped numbing him, he went looking for something harder. So many memories I thought I'd buried came rushing back. Dad with bloodshot eyes, scratches and scabs all on his arms, bruises and cuts he didn't remember on his face. Dad curled on the floor of the kitchen, screaming about bugs. Dad unresponsive on Nash's bed, an empty bottle of pills next to him. I chanced to glance up at her. Naomi was sitting stock still, eyes wide and sad. It was better than the frosty indifference. He was in and out of rehab half a dozen times before my grandparents kicked him out. I shoved my hand through my hair and gripped the back of my neck. Naomi didn't say anything. He never got his shit together. Never tried. Nash and I weren't enough of a reason for him to hang on. We lost my mom, but she didn't choose to leave us. I swallowed hard. Dad? He chose. He abandoned us. He wakes up every day and makes the same choice. She blew out a shaky breath, and I saw tears in her eyes. Don't, I warned her. She gave a little nod and blinked them back. I turned away from her, determined to get it all said. Liza J and Pop did their best to make it okay for us. We had Lucian, we had school, we had dogs and the creek. It took a few years, but it was good. We were okay. We were living our lives. And then Pop had a heart attack. Keeled over, fixing the downspout on the back of the house. Dead before he hit the ground. I heard the chair move, and a second later, Naomi's arms came around my waist. She didn't say anything, just pressed herself against my back and held on. I let her. It was selfish, but I wanted the comfort of her body against mine. I took a breath to fight off the tightness in my chest. It was like losing them all over again. So much useless fucking loss. It was too much for Liza J. She broke down and cried in front of the casket. This silent, never-ending well of tears as she stood over the man she'd loved for her entire life. I've never felt more helpless in my entire goddamn existence. She shuttered the lodge, drew the curtains to keep the lights out. She stopped living. Once again, I hadn't been enough to make someone I loved want to go on. Those curtains stayed closed until you, I whispered. I felt her hitch against me, heard a ragged breath. Fuck, Naomi, I told you not to cry.
I'm not crying,
she sniffled.
I dragged her around to my front. Tears streaked her beautiful face. Her lower lip trembled. That's in my blood. My dad, Liza J., they couldn't deal. They lost themselves and everything around them spiraled out of control. I come from that. I can't afford to give up like that. I already have people who depend on me. Hell, some days it feels like this whole damn town needs something from me. I can't put myself in a position where I'll let them all down. She let out a slow, shaky breath. I can see how you'd feel that way, she said finally. Don't feel sorry for me. I squeezed her arms. She swiped a hand under her eyes. I'm not feeling sorry for you. I'm wondering how you're not a larger, teeming mess of trauma and insecurities. You and your brother should be very proud of yourselves. I snorted, then gave in to the urge to pull her into me. I rested my chin on the top of her head. I'm sorry, Naomi, but I don't know how to be different. She stilled against me, then tilted her head back to look at me. Wow, Knox Morgan just said he was sorry. Yeah, well, don't get used to it. Her face crumpled and I realized what a stupid fucking thing it was to say. Shit, I'm sorry, baby. I'm an asshole. Yeah, she agreed, sniffing heroically. I looked around my office. But I was a man. I didn't keep a box of tissues handy. Here, I said, maneuvering us toward the couch where my gym bag sat. I yanked a t-shirt out of it and used it to mop up the tears that were ripping me to shreds inside. The fact that she let me made them a little easier to handle. Knox? Yeah, Daisy. I hope someday you meet the woman who makes it all worth it. I nudged her chin up. Baby, I don't think you get it. If it wasn't you and Wei, it's never going to be anybody. That's really sweet and really messed up at the same time, she whispered. I know. Thank you for telling me. Thanks for listening. I felt different, lighter somehow, as if I'd managed to throw open my own curtains or some shit like that. We good? I asked, threading my fingers through her hair and tucking it behind her ears. Or do you still hate me? Well, I hate you a whole lot less than when I started my shift. My lips quirked. Does this mean you'd be willing to stay on? Customers love you, staff loves you, and the boss is pretty damn fond of you. I was more than fond of her. Holding her like this, talking to her like this, something was happening in my chest and it felt like fireworks. She pressed her lips together and brought her hands to my chest. Knox, she said. I shook my head. I know. It's not fair to ask you to hang around when I can't be what you deserve. I don't think my heart is safe around you. Naomi, the last thing I want to do is hurt you. She closed her eyes. I know that. I get it. But I don't know how to protect myself from the hope. I nudged her chin up. Look at me. She did as I told her. Talk. She rolled her eyes. I mean, look at us, Knox. We both know this is going nowhere, yet we're still literally entwined. God, I love that fancy vocabulary of hers. I'll be able to remind myself for a while that you can't be with me, but sooner or later I'm going to start forgetting. Because you're you. And you want to take care of everybody and everything. You'll buy Waylay a dress that she loves, or my mom will talk you into golfing with her on the weekends, or you'll bring me coffee when I most need it again, or you'll punch my ex in the face again, and I'll forget, and I'll fall all over again. What do you want me to do? I asked, gathering her against me again. I can't be who you want me to be, but I can't let you go. She cupped a hand to my cheek and stared up at me with something that looked a hell of a lot like love. Unfortunately, Viking, those are your only two choices. Someone once told me in this very room that it doesn't matter how shitty the options are, it's still a choice. I think that guy also told you that there's a man out there who knew on his best day he was never going to be good enough for you.
She gave me a squeeze and then started to slide out of my grip.
I need to get back out there.
It went against every instinct I had to let her go, but I did it anyway. I felt strange, open, exposed, raw, but also better. She'd forgiven me. I'd shown her who I really was, what I came from, and she'd accepted it all. Any chance I could get my dog back? I asked. She gave me a sad smile.
That's between you and Waylay. I think maybe she could use an apology from you, too. She's with Liza tonight.
I nodded. Yeah, okay. Naomi? She stopped at the door and looked back. Do you think if we would have carried on, if we hadn't called it off, is it possible that you would have... I couldn't get the words out. They clogged my throat and closed it up.
Yeah,
she said with a sad smile that had my insides churning. Yeah, what? I pressed.
I would have loved you.
How do you know? I demanded, my voice a rasp.
Because I already do, dummy.
And with that, she walked out of my office.
46. Tina sucks. Naomi. I went straight to the restroom to repair my face. Knox Morgan sure did a number on a woman's makeup. After I cleaned up the sad clown face and reapplied my lipstick, I gave my reflection a long, hard look. The tiny shards of my broken heart were now ground into a fine dust, thanks to Knox's confession. No wonder, I whispered to my reflection. There were things a person never got over. We both just wanted someone to love us enough to make up for all the times we hadn't been enough. It felt like such a waste that we could feel the way we did, but neither of us could be that person for the other. I couldn't make Knox love me enough, and the sooner I got over that, the better. Maybe someday we could be friends. If I won the custody hearing, and if Waylay and I decided to make Knockemout our permanent home. Thinking of Waylay, I dug my phone out of my apron to check my messages. Earlier this week, I'd approved a messaging app for her laptop so she could text me if she needed to. In return, she'd downloaded a GIF keyboard on my phone so we could exchange GIFs throughout the day. Oh, great, I groaned when I saw the dozen new texts. Silver, nice undies. Max, this better mean you guys are making up. Mom, 6 flame emojis. Fee, we're covering your table, so feel free to have as many orgasms in Noxie's office as you need. Sloan, Lena just texted, along with 9 other people at the bar. Did that son of a bitch really carry you off like he was a caveman? I hope you rearranged his face and his balls. Waylay, Aunt Naomi, I'm in trouble. The breath in my lungs froze when I read the last text. She'd sent it 15 minutes ago. With shaking hands, I fired off a response as I rushed out of the restroom. Me, are you okay? What's wrong? There are a lot of reasons an 11-year-old could think they were in trouble, I rationalized. It didn't mean there was an actual emergency. Maybe she forgot her math homework. Maybe she accidentally broke Liza's favorite garden cherub. Maybe she'd gotten her period. I also had 3 missed calls in the last 5 minutes from an unknown number. Something was wrong. I headed for the kitchen and scrolled through my contacts for Liza's number. Everything okay, Naomi? Melford asked as I hustled for the parking lot. Yeah, I think so. Just have to make a quick call, I said before pushing through the exterior door into the cold night air. I was getting ready to hit call when headlights from a car blinded me. I held up my hand to block the light and stepped back. Naomi. My arms dropped limply to my side. I knew that voice. Tina? My twin sister leaned out the driver's side window. I felt like I was looking in the mirror again, a funhouse mirror. Her formerly bleached hair was now a dark brown and cut short in a style similar to mine. Our eyes were the same hazel. The differences were subtle. She was wearing a cheap fake leather jacket. She had multiple earrings in both ears. Her eyeliner was thick and blue. But she looked as worried as I felt. "He's got Waylay. He took her," she said. My stomach dropped, and a wave of nausea crested as every muscle in my body tightened. "What? Who took her? Where is she?" "It's all my fault," Tina wailed. "We need to go. You have to help me. I know where he took her." "We should call the police," I said, remembering I had a phone in my hand. "Call him on the way. We gotta move fast," she said. "Come on." Operating on autopilot, I opened the passenger door and climbed in. I was reaching for my seatbelt when something furry clamped over my wrist. "What are you doing?" I shrieked. Tina grabbed my other arm, her fingernails digging into my wrist. I tried to pull away but wasn't quick enough. She snapped the other cuff in place. "For the smart one, you sure are stupid," she said, lighting a cigarette. My evil twin had just handcuffed me to the dashboard with furry sex cuffs. "Where's Waylay?" "Relax." She blew a stream of smoke in my direction. "The kid's fine. You will be too if you cooperate." "Cooperate how? With who?" I yanked against the cuffs. She let out a cackle as she pulled out of the parking lot. "Pretty funny, right? Found those in a box of sex toys in my old asshole landlord's storage unit. Gross! I was going to need to scrub myself with bleach when this was over. My phone was face down on the floor. If I could get to it, I could call someone. I yanked on the cuffs again, yelping when they bit into my skin. "Got your email," my sister said conversationally. "Figured between you and that kid of mine, we'd find what I'm looking for real quick." "Find what?" I nudged my phone with the toe of my boot in an effort to flip it over. The angle wasn't quite right, and instead of flipping it over, it slid further under the dash. "Doesn't surprise me that you don't know. One thing that doesn't suck about my kid is she sure knows how to keep her damn mouth shut. My man and I got our hands on some pretty important information that a lot of people would pay a lot of money to get. Kept it on a flash drive. Flash drive went missing." "What does this have to do with Waylay?" This time the nudge was just enough to flip the phone over, and unfortunately turn the screen on. The glow was not subtle. "Oh, nice try, goody." My sister leaned down and reached for the phone. The car swerved off the road onto the berm, headlights shining on a long run of pasture fence. "Watch out!" I ducked as we smashed right through the fence and came to a stop in the grassy horse pasture. My head smacked against the dashboard and I saw stars. "Whoops," Tina said, sitting up holding my phone. "Ouch! God, you haven't gotten any better at driving, have you?" "Orgasms and undies," she mused, scrolling through my texts. "Huh, maybe you got more interesting since high school." I leaned down so I could use a shackled hand to prod my aching forehead. "You better not have hurt Waylay, you irresponsible ignoramus." "Vocabulary's still working just fine. What the hell do you take me for? I wouldn't hurt my own daughter." She sounded insulted. "Look," I said wearily, "just take me to Waylay." "That's the plan, Goody." Goody was short for Goody Two-Shoes, the nickname Tina had saddled me with when we were all of 9 years old and she wanted to see how high we could shoot arrows into the air with our uncle's crossbow that she found. I wished I had that crossbow now. "I cannot believe we're related." "Makes two of us," she said, tossing her cigarette followed by my phone out the window. She cranked the radio and stomped on the accelerator. The car fishtailed wildly on the damp grass before careening through the gaping hole in the fence. 30 minutes later, Tina turned off the pothole-ridden road that cut through a run-down-looking industrial section of a D.C. suburb. She pulled up to a chain-link fence and laid on the horn. Subtlety was not my sister's specialty. I'd spent the entire drive thinking about Waylay and Knox, about my parents, Liza, Nash, Sloane, the honky-tonk girls, about how I'd finally, somehow, managed to make a home for myself only to have Tina show up and ruin it all. Again. 2 shadowy figures dressed in denim and leather appeared and wrestled the gate open with an ear-splitting screech. I needed to stick to my strengths and play it smart. I'd get to waylay and then find a way out. I could do this. We pulled through the gate and Tina brought the car to a stop in front of a loading dock. She lit another cigarette. Her 4th of the trip. You shouldn't smoke so much. What are you, the lung police? It gives you wrinkles. That's what plastic surgeons are for, Tina said, hefting her significantly larger fake breasts. That's the problem with you. Always too worried about the consequences to have any fun. And you never gave the consequences a thought, I pointed out. Look at where that got you. You abandoned and then kidnapped Waylay, abducted me, not to mention stole from me on multiple occasions. Now you're moving stolen products.
Yeah, and which one of us is having more fun? Actually, I've been sleeping with Knox Morgan. She eyed me through the smoke. You're shitting me. I shook my head. I am not shitting you. She thumped the steering wheel and cackled. Well, look at little goody two-shoes finally loosening up. Next thing, you'll be jumping on the pole at amateur night and shoplifting scratch-offs. I seriously doubted that. What? Who knows? Maybe you'll loosen up enough we might find that sisterly bond you were always whining about, Tina said, slapping my thigh with what might have been affection. But first, we gotta get this business taken care of. I held up my handcuffed hands. What kind of business can I take care of with sex cuffs on? She reached into the pocket of her door and produced a set of keys. Here's the thing. Need you to do me a favor. Anything for you, Tina, I said dryly. I bet my man $100 I could get you here without knocking you out or forcing you. Told him you were a natural-born sucker. He said there was no way I could get you to march on in there all free will and shit. So here's how this is gonna go. I'm gonna uncuff you and take you upstairs to my man and kid. You're not gonna tell him about these. She ruffled the purple leopard fur on the cuff closest to her. My sister was an idiot. If I uncuff you and you try to run, or if you open your tattletale mouth up there, I'll make sure you never see Waylay again. An idiot with a surprising grasp of what motivated people. She grinned. Yeah, I knew you'd like her. Figured she'd like you too, seeing as how you're into all that girly shit. Knew you'd be the best place to park my kid till I was ready to hit the road. Waylay's a great girl, I said. She ain't some whiny tattletale like some people, she said, shooting me a pointed look. Anyway, I win my bet. You get to spend some quality time with the kid before we head off to our payday. She wanted to take Waylay with her. I felt an icy sickness settle in my gut, but said nothing. We got a deal? I nodded. Yes, we have a deal. Let's get me my $100, Tina said cheerfully. I counted 3 more swarthy degenerates, all with guns, inside the warehouse. The first floor had nearly a dozen flashy vehicles parked inside. Some were under tarps, some sat with their hoods up and doors open. On the other side of the loading dock were boxes of TVs and what looked like other stolen goods. It was cold, and I wasn't dressed for it. Let's go, Goody. Got shit to do, Tina said, leading the way up the metal stairs to the second floor, an area that looked like it had once housed offices. My sister threw open the door and strutted inside. Mama's home, she announced. I hesitated outside the door and sent up a silent prayer to the good twin gods. I was scared. I would have given anything to have Knox or Nash or the entire Knock-'em-out police department with me. But that wasn't going to happen. I needed to be my own hero tonight, or I was going to lose everything. I straightened my shoulders and crossed the threshold to do what I did best, triage the mess. There was heat inside, thank God. Not much, but enough that at least my lady parts wouldn't freeze.
There was also a distinct odor of old takeout food, most likely coming from the stack of pizza boxes and to-go containers on a long folding table. Dingy glass windows overlooked the warehouse floor and the exterior. Against a third wall was a futon topped with what looked like very expensive sheets and no fewer than 6 pillows. There were 2 rolling racks of designer clothing that created a makeshift closet. A dozen pairs of high-end men's sneakers and loafers were organized on another folding table. The floor was sticky, the ceiling had holes in it, and there was a thick layer of grime on the windows. I itched to find the Lysol and start scrubbing until I spotted the table, stacked nearly a foot high with bundles of cash. "Told ya," Tina said triumphantly, hooking her thumb in my direction. "Walked right in, didn't she?" I stopped short when I recognized the man in the large leather office chair in front of the flat-screen TV. It was the red-haired guy from the library in Honky Tonk. Only this time he wasn't dressed to blend in. He was wearing a flashy pair of jeans and a bright orange Balenciaga hoodie. He was rubbing a cloth over an already gleaming handgun. I gulped.
Well, well, if it isn't my old lady's doppelganger. Remember me?
He said with a villainous smirk. "Mr. Flint," I said. Tina snorted. "His name's Duncan. Duncan Hugo. As in the Hugo Crime Syndicate." She was bragging, making him sound as if she'd just told me she was dating a sexy humanitarian lawyer or an orthodontist with a beach house.
What did I tell you, T? You don't say my fucking name to any fucking one, Duncan barked.
"Psh, she's my sister," she said, flipping open a pizza box and pulling out a slice. "If I can't tell her, who can I tell?" Duncan pinched the bridge of his nose, a move I'd seen my father and Knox make. I wondered if all wit women had this effect on men.
"This ain't ladies' night out, woman," Duncan reminded her. "This is business."
"It's business after you pay up. You lost. I won. Cough up the cash." I didn't think it was the best idea to taunt the man holding the gun, but Tina did what Tina always did, whatever she wanted to do, regardless of the consequences.
"Put it on my tab,"
the man said, continuing to study me. He brought the barrel of the gun up to scratch his temple. "I don't think that's a safe way to handle a firearm," I interjected. He studied me for several seconds, then his face broke into a mean grin.
"That's funny. You're funny."
Great. Now he was pointing the gun at me like it was a finger. "Fuck your tab, Dunk. Give me the cash," Tina insisted. "Where's Waylay?" I demanded. "Oh yeah, where's the kid?" Tina asked, glancing around. Duncan's grin got wider and meaner. With his boot, he gave the chair next to him a kick. It rolled across the floor, the seat slowly spinning to face us. Waylay, wearing pajamas and sneakers, was gagged and tied to the chair. She looked mutinous, her expression mirroring her mother's. Waylon was sitting in her lap, his tail thumped when he spotted me. I forgot all about being scared and almost felt sorry for the red-headed moron. If Tina or I didn't kill him for tying up Waylay, Knox would for stealing his dog. "Why is she tied up?" Tina demanded. Duncan shrugged and used the barrel of the gun to scratch an itch between his shoulder blades.
"Little bitch called me a dick weasel and tried to kick me in the balls. Fucking bit me, too," he said, holding up his forearm to show off the bandage.
"Well, were you being a dick weasel?" my sister asked, crossing her arms. Waylay, eyes narrowed, nodded vehemently.
"Me?"
He pointed the gun at his chest, all innocence.
"I just told her not to eat another piece of pizza else she'd get fat, and no one likes fat chicks."
Tina stomped over and drilled a finger into his chest. "You don't tell my kid about getting fat. That shit goes to a girl's head. Body dysmorphia and shit like that."
I was impressed.
Bitches are so sensitive.
Duncan said to me as if he could expect my agreement. Give me my money and untie her, Tina demanded. I couldn't help but notice the order of her priorities and tabled my newfound respect for my sister. Exasperated, I started toward Waylay. Wayland scrambled off her lap and tried to approach but was stopped by his leash.
One more step and we're gonna have a problem, not Tina.
The warning was accompanied by the racking of a gun as Duncan came to his feet. I glared at him. My name is Naomi.
Don't care if your name is Queen Latifah. I need you to stand right where you are.
He gestured with the gun.
Now, Waylay, whatever the fuck kind of name that is. Where's the fucking flash drive? You got 10 seconds to tell me, or I'm gonna shoot your aunt right between the eyes.
The cigarette in Tina's mouth fell to the floor as she gaped at him. The fuck? That wasn't part of the plan, you asshole!
You shut your mouth, or I'll drop you next to your sister. Hey, what's sadder than a dead twin? 2 dead twins!
Duncan howled at his own feeble humor. You dirty double-crosser, Tina snarled. He stopped laughing.
Now hold on there, T. I ain't double-crossed you yet. I meant what I said. We can take the drive, sell it, and start building something real. Something that's got nothing to do with my fucking dad or the fucking family business.
His arms flailed, the barrel of the gun pointing everywhere at once. Could you please gesticulate without the gun? I suggested. Christ, again with the daddy issues, Tina scoffed at Duncan. My daddy is a big-time crime lord. It's so hard to live up to his example. Boo friggin' who? Again, I began to inch my way toward Waylay.
You know I don't like it when you talk to me like my mom,
Duncan howled. You're acting like you're large and in charge, but who's the one who tricked the kid into the car by pretending to be my sister? Who's the one who got Naomi here?
Hey, I'm doing this for you, T. We could finally get the equipment to make those fake IDs you're always running your mouth about, or set up a black market organ donor farm.
I wrinkled my nose. Gross! Is that a real thing?
Don't you yuck my yum hot, Tina, he said to me.
Oh boy. Tina backhanded him in the shoulder. What did you just call her? I used the distraction to sneak closer to Waylay.
Ow! I meant not Tina,
Duncan insisted. My niece chose that moment to heave herself forward, trying to tip the chair over, only succeeding in knocking into the table with the fat stacks of cash. I raced forward, untangling dog leash and rope.
One more move and both of them get it,
Duncan warned, the gun trained on me as he stared at Waylay.
You got 5 seconds, kid, to start talking. Where's the drive?
Waylay's eyes were wide and scared and pinned to me.
5, 4, 3, 2...
47. Missing. Knox. What the hell did you do with Naomi? Fee demanded, waving her lollipop in my face when I hit the bar floor. I noticed Naomi's parents were gone and their table had been turned over. I talked to her. Nicely, I said when her eyes narrowed. Why? Couldn't have been that nice since all her tables are getting restless with empty drinks. I peered over Fee's shoulder, doing what I always did, looking for Naomi. But Fee was right. She wasn't there. If you chased her off in the middle of the shift, I didn't chase her off. We talked, it was good, we're good. Did you check the bathroom? Now, gee, why didn't I think of that? Fee said, her voice dripping with sarcasm. Did you ask him what the hell he did with Naomi? Max asked as she buzzed by. Something cold settled in my gut. Ignoring my employees, I pushed through the doors into the kitchen. Naomi in here?
Milford looked up from the chicken he was grilling and tilted his head toward the door to the parking lot. Went out a couple minutes ago to make a call. She looked upset. You say something mean to her again? I didn't bother answering. Instead, I went straight for the door and shoved it open. Fee was on my heels. The night air had a crisp bite to it that did nothing to thaw the icy fear inside me. There was no sign of Naomi. Fuck. I did not have a good feeling about this. She's probably just getting some fresh air since you broke her heart and then embarrassed her in front of half the town, Fee guessed, scanning the lot with me, but she didn't sound sure either. I don't like this, I muttered. Naomi? But there was no response. Naomi, Knox is sorry for being an ass, Fee shouted into the night next to me. Nothing. My phone vibrated in my pocket and I yanked it out. Nash. What? Just a heads up. I'm on my way to Liza's. She said Waylay's gone. Took your dog out for a pee break and neither one of them came back. The ice in my gut turned into an iceberg. How long ago? About 40 minutes. Liza went out looking for them. Think she saw taillights heading for the road. Said she tried to call Naomi, but she's not picking up her phone. I tried too and got voicemail. I'm sure it's nothing, but I need you to tell Naomi. Fuck, fuck, fuck. My heart was hitting like a damn bass drum. Naomi stepped out to make a call and no one's seen her since. I'm standing in the fucking parking lot and she's not here. God damn it. I don't like this, I said, dragging a hand through my hair. I'm gonna go look for them. Do me a favor first and call Naomi's parents. I'm gonna get Liza and have some of my guys do a sweep of the woods. She's not gonna be there, I told him. Gotta start somewhere. Call you back, Nash said. I immediately dialed Naomi's number and headed back inside. Fee followed me with wide, worried eyes. I snapped my fingers at her. Get on the security feed for the parking lot. She didn't give me an ounce of shit, just bobbed her head and hurried off in the direction of the office. Naomi okay, boss? Milford asked. She's not out there. Hey, I could use a hand out here. The natives are getting restless and thirsty, Max said, swinging through the kitchen door. She took one look at us and stopped in her tracks. What? Can't find Naomi, I told her as the phone rang and rang in my ear. What the hell did you say to her this time? Max demanded. Hi, you've reached Naomi Witt. Thanks for calling. Leave a message. I hit redial as worry crept over me like an icy black cloud. Come on, Days, pick up, I muttered. Let me try, Max said, pulling out her phone. Tell me the second you talk to her. I need to know where she is. What's happening? Silver asked, sticking her head in the door. Waylay and Naomi are missing, I snapped. All eyes landed on me. What are the odds that they'd both go missing at the same time? Max asked. I shook my head and scrolled through my contacts. My hands were shaking. I dialed Lou's number. I know it's date night, and I know I'm not your favorite person right now, but I think we've got trouble, I told him when he answered. What's wrong? Liza said Waylay went missing again. She and Nash are out looking for her now, but Naomi walked out of the bar to make a call, and I can't find her either. I'll meet you at Honky Tonk in 2 minutes, he said. If something happened to them, Lou, I couldn't even finish the thought. We're gonna find them. Keep it together, son. Knox? The worry in Fee's tone had me turning fast. I gotta go, I said and hung up. What did you find? Her coat and bag are still behind the bar, and the camera has her getting into a car in the parking lot about 10 minutes ago. 10 minutes felt like a lifetime. What kind of car? Who was driving? I couldn't tell, on either count. Some dark, crappy sedan, but it looks like she got in willingly. What the hell's going on? Wraith demanded, poking his head into the kitchen. There's going to be a revolt out here soon if someone doesn't start pouring beers. Naomi's missing, Fee told him. Fuck me. Waylay too, Max added with a tearful sniffle. Double fuck, Wraith said, then disappeared back into the bar. Her phone, Fee said. She's not answering. But she's on your family plan, isn't she? My mind was going a million miles a minute. I needed to get out there and start looking for her. Every second I wasted was 1 second that she got farther away. Yeah. Max slapped me in the arm. You can track her. Technology for the fucking win? I shoved my phone at her. Find her. As she moved deft fingers over the screen, I headed for my office. I grabbed my coat and keys and returned to the bar. It wasn't the pandemonium I'd expected from pissed-off drinkers on a Saturday night. It was organized chaos. Wraith stood on the bar, boots planted between beer glasses. Everyone was gathered around, shrugging into coats. Last seen getting into a dark gray 4-door shitmobile wearing a denim skirt and long-sleeved shirt that says honky tonk. What the hell is this? I demanded. Search party, Silver said as she shoved her arms into a gray tweed coat. The front door opened and everyone turned expectantly. It was Lou and Amanda. Let them through, Wraith ordered. The crowd parted for them and they hurried forward. I got her, Max said, holding my phone up triumphantly. Looks like she's just off Route 7 near the Lucky Horseshoe Farm. I snatched it out of her hand. Call Nash, I said, pointing to Lou. Lou turned to Amanda. Call Nash, I'm going with him. I didn't waste time arguing. We hit the parking lot and I had the truck started before either of us closed the doors. I floored it out of the lot, fishtailing onto the road. Who took her? I don't know for sure, I said, gripping the wheel tighter. But if Waylay's missing too, my money's on Tina. Lou swore under his breath. My phone rang. It was Nash. I hit the speaker button. You find Way? I asked. No, I'm bringing Liza J into town. Got some footage off the Morrison's doorbell cam. Dark, shitty sedan pulled out of Liza's about an hour ago. A big black SUV was parked on the shoulder waiting for it. Headlights set off the motion sensor. Timeline fits for Liza seeing the brake lights. Also got a call about a hit and run. Someone smashed through the Loy's fence along the road over at Lucky Horseshoe. Lou and I glanced at each other. We're on our way there now, tracking Naomi's phone. Don't do anything stupid, Nash ordered. Lucky Horseshoe was a short drive, made shorter by the fact that I hit 90 miles per hour. Should be right up here, Lou said, peering at my phone. I let off the gas, then hit the brakes hard when I saw the fence. Shit! Tire marks swerved off the road and smashed right through the rail fence. I turned the wheel so my lights could follow the path and put the truck in park. Mr. and Mrs. Loy were standing in the pasture, surveying the damage. Mrs. Loy was huddled up in an oversized flannel jacket and smoking a small cigar. Mr. Loy came right at us. Can you believe this? Some son of a bitch smashed through the fence and then drove back out again. Grab the flashlight in the glove box, I told Lou. Naomi? I called the second my feet hit the ground. The frosty grass crunched under my boots. There was no answer. Lou flashed the light into the pasture and we followed the tracks. Looks like they stopped here before driving back out, he said. Must have been one drunk idiot. Something caught my eye in the grass and I bent to pick it up. It was a cell phone with sparkly daisies on the case. A chill stopped my heart and had me fighting for breath. Is that hers? Lou asked. Yeah. God damn it. What's that? Is that evidence? Mr. Lloyd demanded. I drove back to Honky Tonk in a fog. Lou was talking, but I wasn't listening. I was too busy replaying my last conversation with Naomi. I hadn't wanted to lose her, so I'd pushed her away and lost her anyway. She was right. This was worse. So much fucking worse. Someone had coordinated this. Someone had conspired to take them both away from me, and I was going to make them fucking pay. I pulled up to the front door of the bar and half the damn town poured out. Where is she? You find her? Does he look like he found her, Elmer, you idiot? He looks pretty pissed off. Ignoring the crowd and the questions, I pushed inside and found half the Knock 'em Out PD surrounded by the other half of town.
The specials board had been erased, replaced with a hand-drawn map of Knockemout cut into quadrants. Fee, Max, and Silver charged me, and Nash looked up. "You didn't find them?" Fee said. I shook my head. A shrill whistle cut through the noise, and everyone shut up. "Thanks, Luce," Nash said to Lucian, who immediately returned to whatever phone call he was making. "As I was saying, we've got an APB out on Naomi Witt, Waylay Witt, a gray sedan, and a black, newer model Chevy Tahoe. We're starting the search in town and expanding outward." Amanda, dragging Liza J with her, hurried over to Lou, who pulled her into his side. "We'll find him," he promised. Then he wrapped his free arm around my grandmother. I couldn't breathe, couldn't swallow, couldn't move from the spot. I thought I'd been afraid before, afraid of turning into my father, of crumbling after a loss. But this fear was worse. I hadn't told her I fucking loved her. I hadn't told either one of them. And someone had taken them from me. I hadn't crumbled. It was worse. I hadn't had the goddamn guts to love someone enough to crumble. I shoved my hands through my hair and kept them there as the reality of what I'd walked away from set in. I felt a hand clamp down on my shoulder. "Keep it together," Lucian said. "We'll find them." "How? How the fuck will we find them? We know jack shit." "We've got a plate number on a 2002 gray Ford Taurus that was reported stolen from Lawlerville an hour ago," Lucian said. "We don't have plate numbers yet," Nash said, pausing to glance down at his phone. "Scratch that. 2002 gray Ford Taurus with a primer gray trunk lid." He read off a license plate number. "Lawlerville is a half an hour from here," I said, running the calculations in my head. It was the edge of a suburb of D.C. "You'd have to be pretty stupid to steal a car and then drive it back to the scene of the crime," Lucian pointed out. "If Tina is involved with this, stupid is a factor." The front door opened, and Sloane and Lena rushed in. Sloane looked breathless and scared. Lena looked scary. "What can I do?" Sloane asked. "Whose ass do you want me to kick?" Lena demanded. I needed to move. I needed to get out of here and find my girls, rip apart every single person who played a role in taking them, and then spend the rest of my life begging for Naomi's forgiveness. "Give us a moment, ladies," Lucian said, and steered me back outside. "There's more." "What more?" "I have a name." I grabbed him by the lapels of his wool coat. "Give me the name," I growled. Lucian's hands closed over mine. "It's not going to help like you think it will. Start talking before I start punching." "Duncan Hugo." I released him. "Hugo as in the Hugo crime family?" Anthony Hugo was a crime lord who operated out of both D.C. and Baltimore. Drugs, prostitution, weapons, enforcement, political blackmail, you name it, it had his filthy fingerprints on it. Duncan is the son, and a bit of a fuck-up. It was his chop shop where the car used in Nash's shooting was found. I didn't think it was a coincidence, but I wanted more information to corroborate before I brought it to you and Nash. "How long have you known?" I demanded, my hands balling into fists. "Not long enough for you to waste time and energy on me tonight." "God damn it, Luce. Rumor has it he had a nasty and recent split from his father. Seems Duncan wants to strike out on his own. Rumors also mention a woman he's been working with as well as fucking for the past few months." It clicked into place as neatly as the last piece of a puzzle. Tina fucking Witt. "Where is he?" Lucian tucked his hands into his pockets, his expression giving nothing away. "That's the problem. Since he had his falling out with his father, no one seems to know his whereabouts. Or they're not telling you. Sooner or later, everyone tells me everything," he said. I didn't have time to worry about how dark that sounded. "You tell Nash any of this?" I asked, digging my keys out of my pocket. "Just the plate number. Could be a coincidence." "It's not." The door opened behind me and Sloane stepped out. "Are you going to look for them?" she asked. I nodded, then turned to Lucian. I'll start in Lawlersville and work my way toward D.C.
Hold on, he said. I'm coming with you, Sloane announced.
Lucian stepped in front of her. You're staying here.
She's my friend, and Waylay is practically a second niece.
You're staying here. I didn't have time to listen to Lucian use his scary-ass intimidation voice.
I think you're making the incredibly ignorant assumption that you have any say over what I do or don't do.
If I find out you leave town limits tonight, I will see that your beloved library never gets another dime of funding. Then I'll buy every piece of land around your house and build apartment complexes so tall you never see the sun again.
You rich son of a...
I left them to it. I opened the door to my truck and climbed behind the wheel. A second later, the passenger door opened and Lucian got in. Where are we going? I'm starting at the top. I'm going to beat the hell out of Anthony Hugo until he tells us where his asshole son is. Then I'm going to find him and beat the hell out of him until I break every bone in his face. Then I'm going to marry Naomi Witt. This should be fun, my best friend said, pulling out his phone. You can give Nash a heads up on the way and then tap that creepy source network of yours to find me, Anthony Hugo. We were 10 minutes out of town with 2 credible locations for the biggest crime lord in Washington, D.C. One of the sources even coughed up the gate code for the property. Lucian Rollins was a scary motherfucker. His phone rang again. This is Lucian. He listened for a few seconds, then handed me the phone. For you. It was probably my brother bitching me out for taking the law into my own hands. What? I said. Knox, Grimm here. Grimm was the high-stakes, poker-playing, mostly almost legal motorcycle club president. This is not a good time to plan another poker game, man. Not poker-related, club business. Got some info I thought you might be interested in. Unless it's the whereabouts of Anthony or Duncan Hugo, I'm not interested. Then you're about to be real interested. That pretty little waitress of yours just marched her fine ass right on into Duncan Hugo's new chop shop. My heart was hammering away against my ribcage. What did you just say? My guys have been sitting on the building for reasons. I'm not the cops, I reminded him. Let's just say some local businesses aren't real happy about the competition. Translation, Grimm's club was planning to hit the chop shop. Been keeping tabs on all the comings and goings. Just got photo confirmation. She's a twin, right? Yeah, why? I remember her talking about her twin sister at the last game. Looks like she wasn't bullshitting about the twin. Bitch had Naomi handcuffed to the dashboard. I dropped my foot on the accelerator. Address, I demanded.
48. The Old Switcheroo. Naomi.
5, 4, 3, 2.
Wait! What makes you think Waylay knows where whatever the hell you're looking for is? I asked, desperate to keep Duncan distracted from his deadly countdown. She's just a child. Waylay grumbled, clearly offended. Tina didn't say anything. Her eyes were glued to Duncan, and I was surprised he hadn't caught fire from the flames shooting out of them. The man had no idea the fuse he'd just lit. I only hoped my sister's impending explosion wouldn't get us all killed.
Simple addition. Tina took the flash drive, and it disappeared. Only one other person in that house. The little brat who likes technology and stealing stuff.
Tina told you it disappeared?
No, Santa Claus did,
Duncan said, rolling his eyes. Did it ever occur to you that Tina is hiding the flash drive? Maybe she took it to cut you out of the deal. Both Tina and Duncan were now looking at me. I didn't know if I'd made things better or worse, but at least the gun was pointing at the floor. I dropped to my knees and attacked the knot on Waylay's wrist. Don't listen to her, Tina said, seeming to come back to life. She's just doing what she used to do with our parents, trying to manipulate you.
I hate that shit, he said, raising the gun once again. Now where was I? 5,
9, I suggested weakly. You have to go to the bathroom, Tina announced to me. What? She gave me a hard look. You have to go to the bathroom, she said again before turning back to Duncan. She got her period. You don't want to shoot her and get period all over the place, do you, Dunk? Gross. Don't tell me that woman shit, he complained, looking like he was about to vomit. I'll take her to the bathroom, and we'll get the kid to talk about where she stashed the drive, she said with a pointed look at Waylay's direction. Then I'll run out and get you some of that fried chicken that you like. Tina was definitely up to something. She had that crafty look on her face. And I definitely hadn't gotten my period. The honky-tonk code red was 2 weeks out. That's more like it, Duncan said, satisfied that his woman was back in line. Wasn't really gonna shoot you, T. I know you're under a lot of stress, baby, Tina said as she dragged me across the room toward a door marked Res. Take a break. Drink a beer. We'll be right back, she called over her shoulder. She shoved me through the door into a bathroom that needed to be hosed down with a truckload of bleach. Take your clothes off, she said when the door swung shut. What? Tina, we can't leave Waylay alone with him. He's insane. I'm getting that. Now take off your goddamn clothes, she said, dropping her pants. You've lost your mind. This isn't just another bad decision with horrible consequences. You've gone off the deep end, haven't you? For fuck's sake, I'm not trying to have incestual relations with you. This ain't a porno. We're trading places. He's not gonna let you walk out of here and get help, but he'll let me leave. She stripped her shirt off over her head and threw it in my direction. It hit me in the face. Then leave and call the police, I hissed. I'm not leaving Way with that stupid motherfucker. You already abandoned her once. I left her with you, smarty pants. Knew you'd take care of her until I got my score. I knew I shouldn't really take that as a compliment, but it was about as close as Tina got to giving them. He's fondling that Beretta like it's his dick and he's got a loaded PPK under the pizza box, she continued. You know how to work one? Are you willing to shoot a man in the fucking balls and risk prison? No, and yes, if it gets Waylay out of here alive. Well, I'm yes and yes. Pretty damn good shot, too. So give me your damn skirt, and you go call the cops. Can't you just send Knox or Nash a text and tell them where we are? Phone's in the car, she said, dragging my skirt up her hips. Dunk's paranoid about being tracked by the government. Won't let a cell phone near him here. I pulled her shirt over my head. Fine, okay, so what's the plan then? We go out there. I'm you, but I give Waylay the code. What's the code? I say, I read this article on the devastation of the rainforest, and she knows it's code for get ready to run. I supposed it was Tina's version of having a family fire drill. Okay, then what? She'll make up the location of wherever she hid the thing. Dunk'll send his guys to get it. You'll leave to get celebratory chicken, but really you'll go down to the car and call 911. This didn't sound like a great plan, and I trusted my sister about as far as I could spit, which was not far at all. But I didn't have any other options. What will you do? I stalled. Even if you get past Duncan, there are men with guns outside. I'll do whatever it takes to get Waylay out of here. I zipped her jeans and then stepped into her boots. We looked at each other. Your boobs are exploding out of my shirt, I observed. She reached for the roll of toilet paper. Stuff. Seriously? I squeaked. As long as you and me have big tits, he won't notice the difference. He's 7 beers into his night. You have got to get better taste in men, I complained as I shoved wads of toilet paper into my bra. She shrugged. He's not so bad when he's not drunk. Yo, ladies, get your asses out here. I'm ready to shoot someone. He sounds like a dreamboat, I grumbled. Try not to walk like you gotta stick up your ass, Tina hissed, shoving me toward the door. Try to talk like you didn't have to cheat your way through the 8th grade. We returned to Bachelor Central, and I was relieved to see that Waylay was still alive and looking mutinous.
Waylon was sitting next to her chair like a guard. His tail thumped when he saw me, and I worried that Duncan would notice. Fortunately, he was too engrossed in a video game that apparently involved shooting scantily dressed women.
Ha! Suck my barrel, bitch!
Tina cleared her throat and looked at Waylay. I read this article on the devastation of the rainforest. Waylay's eyes widened above the duct tape. I nodded at her and then at her mother. She blinked twice. Tina elbowed me. Ouch! I mean, quit blabbering about reading shit and go sit down over there. By my kid, I said, tossing my hair over my shoulder and gesturing in Waylay's direction.
Waylay, honey, sweetie pie, are you okay? I'm so sorry this is all happening. It's all my fault probably because I'm so snobby and act like I'm better than everyone, Tina said, flopping down on the torn ottoman next to her daughter. Her knees spread wide and I could see straight up her skirt. Waylay rolled her eyes. Behind me, I heard Duncan get to his feet. I was startled by a stinging slap on my butt.
That ass is looking mighty fine in those jeans tonight, teen,
he said before shotgunning the rest of his beer. He threw the can over his shoulder and belched. I have the best taste in men, I said, glaring at Tina.
Heh, your sister has the same thong as you,
Duncan said, pointing at Tina's exposed crotch.
You guys really are twins.
The man was an idiot. Unfortunately, he was an idiot with a gun, and I had no better options than Tina's plan. Naomi and I were talking, I began.
She didn't get period all over the place in there, did she?
I gritted my teeth. No, it's just the usual bodily fluids all over the floor and walls. Tina cleared her throat pointedly. Poor Waylon was looking back and forth between her and me like he was trying to puzzle out what was going on. Anyway, your aunt, who loves you very much, and I talked, Waylay. We agreed that it's safe for you to tell Duncan where you hid the flash drive, I said.
Yeah, you can tell me, kid. I'm trustworthy as shit,
Duncan said, apparently forgetting that he'd just threatened the lives of her mother and aunt only minutes ago. Just tell him where you absconded it, and he'll send his men to go get it, Tina said, enunciating slowly. That was definitely not the right use of the word absconded. Duncan nudged me with his elbow.
Go take the tape off her mouth.
I approached Waylay and leaned in.
It's me, Naomi,
I whispered. She crossed her eyes as if to say, duh. Waylon stood up and licked my shin.
Oh, now he likes you, Duncan said. Dogs are as fickle as bitches. An hour ago he couldn't stop growling at you. Now he wants to hump your leg.
I peeled back the corner of the tape.
Sorry, kiddo,
I whispered and yanked the tape free.
Son of a goddamn bitch! Ow!
Waylay yelled. I suddenly missed Knox from the depths of my soul.
Tell me where the drive is, kid,
Duncan said. The gun appeared in my peripheral vision as he advanced on us. Waylay took what looked like a heroic breath.
I hid it at the library in Knockemout. I taped it under a shelf in the historical fiction section. Smart girl.
If Duncan sent his men to break into the library, they'd essentially be breaking into a police station.
Thank you for telling us. I'm very proud of you for your honesty and integrity,
Tina said in what I assumed was her impression of me. She sounded British. You'll probably want to go get that now while the library's closed, I said to Duncan.
Yeah, maybe,
he said, but his eyes were on Tina and he looked thoughtful. I guess I'll go get that chicken, I said, edging toward the door.
Not so fast.
I felt cold metal at the base of my neck and froze. Tina's plan officially sucked. Waylon growled low.
And that, too, made me miss Knox. Even if the man didn't love me, I knew he wouldn't hesitate to turn Duncan's face into an abstract painting.
My whole life, everyone's underestimated me,
Duncan said conversationally.
Called me an idiot, said I was stupid and dumb, so I went with it, played the moron. People don't watch what they're saying around a moron, and they don't try as hard to hide what they're doing. Naomi.
Crap.
You two are the morons here. You actually think I'd fall for the old switcheroo?
He scoffed. How did you know? I asked, stalling for time.
Your tits aren't crooked.
You mean Tina's aren't?
No, dumbass. Tina's are crooked. Yours aren't. Who's the idiot now?
He said this while gesturing with the gun. Since it wasn't trained on me, I turned to face him. Tina was frantically trying to work Waylay's bonds free. Knee, balls, nose. Knox's instructions came back to me almost as if he were standing next to me.
I liked you, Tina. Really fucking liked you, and now I have to kill you. How do you think that makes me feel?
He raised his gun, and I knew somewhere deep inside that this time he intended to use it. Tina was looking at me hard, and for once in my life, I could read her mind. "Hey, Duncan," I said. The second his eyes were on me, everything moved in slow motion. Tina gave Waylay's chair a shove out of the line of fire and dove in the opposite direction, reaching for the pizza box. "This!" I grabbed his shoulders and rammed my knee up into his crotch. The gun went off as he doubled over. My ears rang, but I could still hear Knox in my head. Nose. Clinging to his shoulders, I brought my knee up again and this time connected with his face. I couldn't hear if there was a crunch, but judging by the way the man crumpled to the ground, I'd done it correctly. Over the ringing in my ears, I thought I heard more shots, but they sounded like they were farther away. A siren, too. I left Duncan where he lay and sprinted to Waylay. Spinning her chair around, I was beyond relieved to see she was unharmed. "Are you okay?" I asked as my shaking fingers started to untie her. "That was awesome, Aunt Naomi," she said. "You stupid piece of shit!" Tina had the pizza gun trained on Duncan as he got to his hands and knees. "You were going to shoot my daughter, my sister, and me?" "Mom, the cops are here," Waylay called as I finally freed her wrists. Tina gave Duncan a kick to his midsection. "You're lucky I don't have time to shoot you." Then she turned away from him. "Here," she said, handing me the gun. I held it at arm's length and prayed it wouldn't go off. "You're not seriously running, are you?" I asked. It was an admittedly stupid question. Of course my sister was running. It's what she did after making a mess. Tina grabbed a grungy black duffel bag off the floor and shoved several stacks of cash into it. Then she dumped the rest of the pizza on top, leaving the piece with the bullet hole. "I'm allergic to cops," she said, hitching the strap over her shoulder, and looked at her daughter. "See you around, kid." "Bye, Mom," Waylay said, waving with her freed hand. Behind me, Duncan groaned on the floor. Waylon growled. "Been fun. Thanks for the skirt, Goody. Take care of my kid," she said with a little salute, and then she disappeared out the window onto the fire escape. The rope finally loosened and I threw it to the floor. "She'll be back," Waylay predicted, standing up and shaking out her hands. I didn't doubt it. "Come on, let's get out of here," I said, putting the gun down and untying Waylon's leash from the leg of the desk. It wasn't just my hands that were shaking. Now it was my entire body. I wasn't going to feel safe until we were home at Liza's. Maybe not even then. The image of the gun pointing at my niece was permanently engraved in my brain. I doubted I'd ever sleep again. "Aunt Naomi!" The panic in Waylay's voice had me spinning around. Instinctively, I put myself between her and danger and right into Duncan's bruising grip. His hand closed around my neck, cutting off my breath. Blood poured from his nose. For the briefest moment, I felt a flicker of satisfaction that I'd done that. I'd stood up to him. But the moment was fleeting as blackness crept in along the edges of my vision.
"You ruined everything!"
he howled. Time froze and solidified into a picture of the end as he brought the gun to my head. This couldn't be how it ended. Not with Waylay watching. Not with help in the building. Not without Knox. I felt Waylay's arms come around me from behind. One last hug. I couldn't move or speak. I couldn't tell her to run. My world was going dark. The door burst open, startling me and Duncan. He turned his head in time to see one of his men fall backwards into the room. Scratch that. He didn't fall. The man was thrown like a rag doll. With the last of my energy, I landed a kick to Duncan's shin.
"Waylay, run!"
someone ordered. The voice sounded so beautifully familiar, yet so far away. Help was in the room. Waylay would be okay. I slipped into the darkness.
49. The Cavalry. Knox. I hit him low and hard, driving his body into the floor. Some part of me was aware of Naomi crumpling to the ground. I needed to go to her, but I couldn't stop hitting the man beneath me. My fist plowed into his face again and again until someone hooked me from behind and pulled me back. "Enough," Lucian said. Duncan Hugo ceased to exist to me. There was only Naomi and Waylay. Waylay knelt next to her, holding her hand to her chest. The tears welling in her blue eyes knifed into my gut.
"Wake up, Aunt Naomi," she whispered.
I closed the distance and grabbed Waylay, hugging her to me.
"Make her wake up, Knox,"
she begged. My idiot dog crawled his way between them and started to howl. Lucian was on his phone, holding his fingers to Naomi's bruised neck. "We need an ambulance," he said tersely. Still clutching Waylay to me, I leaned over Naomi and cupped the face of the woman I loved, the woman I'd lost, the woman I couldn't live without. "Wake the fuck up, Days," I growled. My eyes and throat burned, my vision blurred as hot tears clouded everything. I almost missed it, the flicker of those long lashes. Then I was sure it was a hallucination when those beautiful fucking hazel eyes opened. "Coffee?" she croaked. Christ, I loved this woman. Waylay tensed against me, her arm nearly choking me around the neck.
"You didn't leave me!"
"Thank fucking God," Lucian whispered, swiping the back of his hand over his brow and collapsing back on his elbows on the floor.
"Of course I didn't leave you,"
Naomi rasped. The bruises on her throat made me want to end the life of the man who'd put them there, but I had a more important priority. "Welcome back, Days," I whispered. I leaned down and pressed my mouth to her cheek, breathing her in.
"Knox,"
she sighed.
"you came."
Before I could answer, the side door I'd used to sneak in while Lucian created the distraction burst open. I saw the gun and the gleam in the man's eyes and knew what was about to happen. Operating on instinct, I pulled Waylay to my front and used my body to pin her and Naomi to the ground. 2 shots rang out in rapid succession, but I felt nothing. No pain, just my girls warm and alive beneath me. I chanced to glance up and saw the gunman on the floor. "You fucking idiots," Nash said, leaning against the wall. He had a cut on his face, blood on his t-shirt, and was sweating profusely. "You did that right-handed?" Lucian asked, impressed. My brother flicked him off as he slid down the wall. "I told you idiots I'm fucking good at my job."
"Are we alive?"
Waylay asked under me.
"We're alive, honey,"
Naomi assured her. Carefully, I eased my weight off them. They both stared up at me with identical grins.
I pointed at Waylay. You're getting a damn birthday party, and after that, we're getting married, I told Naomi. Naomi's eyes went wide and she reached for me, hands frantically prodding my torso. What's wrong, baby? Are you shot? Did you hit your head? No, Days, I'm fine. Did I hit my head? No, baby. I must have. I thought I heard you just say we were getting married. You think I'm dumb enough to let you two go? Yeah, Waylay, Lucian, and Nash said together. Can I have a dress for the party and a dress for the wedding? Waylay asked. You can have 10 dresses, I promised her. You're going to spoil her, Naomi said, running her hand over Waylay's hair. Fucking right I am. I'm going to spoil you, too. Her smile put pieces back together inside me that I hadn't even noticed were broken. Where's Duncan? Waylay asked. Lucian got to his feet and scanned the space. He's gone. You've got to be fucking kidding me, Nash muttered. This is why amateurs shouldn't get involved in police business. I can't wait till I'm a grown-up and I can swear all the time, Waylay announced. We all heard footsteps on the stairs at the same time. Nash shifted to point his gun at the door. I pulled mine from the waistband of my jeans and aimed. Lena and Sloane burst into the room together. Christ, I could have shot you, Nash complained, lowering his gun. What the hell are you doing here? How'd you find us? Sloane looked a little green around the gills. We followed Nash. He left a trail of bodies from the parking lot. Didn't leave any fun for the rest of us, Lena said, kneeling next to my brother. Gently, she pushed the sleeve of his shirt up. Popped your stitches, hotshot. Can barely feel it, Nash lied through his teeth. Sloane spotted Naomi and started toward us, but Lucian was already in motion, crossing the room like a god about to crush a mortal. They met in the middle of the room, stopping inches apart. I told you to stay in town, he snarled. Get out of my way, you big... Her voice trailed off, and I saw she was staring at the body Nash had dropped. Her face went white. Sloane. When the librarian didn't look at him, Lucian grasped her chin and firmly turned it toward him. Knee, balls, nose, Naomi whispered to me. That's my girl. I gave her a squeeze. Naomi, you okay? Lena called from where she was tending my brother. I'm pretty great, Naomi said, looking up at me with the kind of smile that could light up a man's life. I fucking love you, I whispered to her. She opened her mouth, but I shook my head. Nope, you don't get to say it back yet. Figure I have at least a week of telling you before I'll deserve to hear it back. Got it? Her smile got impossibly brighter, and her eyes filled with tears. Sorry, she sniffled, bringing her hands to her face. I know you don't like tears. Think I'm okay with these, I told her and lowered my mouth to hers. Barf, Waylay complained. Naomi shook with laughter against me. Blindly, I reached over and found Waylay's face with my hand and gave the girl a gentle shove. She tipped over, laughing. There was another flurry of activity on the stairs, and then the doorway filled with cops. Drop your weapons! About damn time, Nash muttered, dropping his Glock and holding up his badge. I sat on the back of the ambulance in the middle of the night next to Naomi while a detective asked us yet another round of questions. I couldn't stand to be more than a foot or two away from her. I'd almost lost her and Waylay. If Grimm hadn't come through, if I'd been 1 minute later, if Nash hadn't been that accurate with his right hand, all of those ifs, and yet I was still here, holding on for dear life to the best thing that ever happened to me. What the hell is this, a parade? Asked one of the uniformed officers. A motorcycle rolled in, followed by another and another, a dozen total. They were followed by 4 vehicles. Engines cut, doors opened, and knock 'em out showed the fuck up.
I blinked a few times when I saw Wraith helping my grandmother off the back of his bike. Lou and Amanda climbed out of their SUV and started running. Jeremiah, Stasia, and Steph were right behind them. Silver and Max jumped out of Fee's minivan along with Milford and 4 of Honky Tonk's regulars. Justice and Tallulah got off their respective bikes and hurried forward. "Can we wrap this up?" I asked the detective. "Just one more question, Ms. Witt," he said. "A patrol car picked up a woman claiming to be Naomi Witt. Caught her trying to steal a Mustang 2 blocks from here. Do you have any idea who she might be?"
"You've got to be kidding me,"
Naomi groaned. I spotted Nash and Lucian leaving a huddle of officers. My brother nodded for me to join them. I gestured for Lou to take my place. "I'll be right back, Days," I told her. Naomi smiled up at me as her dad hustled over, Amanda on his heels. She paused long enough to give me a loud kiss on the cheek and a hard smack on the ass.
"Thank you for saving my girls,"
she whispered to me before turning her attention to her daughter.
"We brought you coffee, sweetheart."
"You about done fucking things up?" Steph asked me. "I just told our girl that we're getting married, so yeah, I'm about done."
"Good, then I don't have to destroy your life," he said.
"I leave you alone for less than 2 weeks, and look what happens, Whitty."
"Oh my God, Steph, when did you get home?"
I felt a hand in mine as I crossed the asphalt and looked down. Waylay had linked her fingers through mine. She had Waylon's leash in her other hand. My dog looked like he just wanted to lay down and sleep for a month.
"Did you mean it about the dresses?"
she asked as we walked toward my brother. I released her hand and pulled her into my side with an arm around her shoulders. "Sure did, kid."
"Did you mean it about what you said to Aunt Naomi? About loving her and stuff?"
I stopped us and turned her to face me. "I've never been more serious about anything in my life," I assured her.
"So you're not going to leave us again?"
I gave her shoulders a squeeze. "Never. I was miserable without you two."
"Me too?"
she asked. I saw the spark of hope that she just as quickly pushed aside. "Way, you're smart, you're brave, you're gorgeous. And I'm gonna hate it when you start dating. I fucking love you. And not just because you're part of a package deal." She looked so solemn it almost crushed my heart.
"Will you still maybe love me if I tell you something? Something bad?"
If Duncan Hugo put his hands on Waylay, I was going to hunt him down, chop them off, and feed them to him. "Kid, there is nothing you can tell me that's going to make me not love you."
"Promise?"
"I swear to you on your kick-ass sneakers." She looked down at them, then back at me, the corner of her mouth turned up.
"Maybe I kind of fucking love you too."
I hauled her in for a hug, holding her face against my sternum. When she wrapped her arms around my waist, I felt like my heart was suddenly too big for my fucking chest.
"But don't tell Aunt Naomi I said it that way."
"Deal." She pulled back.
"Okay, so here's the thing."
2 minutes later, I escorted Waylay over to Nash and Lucian. An EMT had closed Nash's stitches. Both men had butterfly bandages over various visible cuts and scrapes. The 3 of us were going to be hurting tomorrow, and the next day, and probably the next. "Naomi said Tina and Hugo were looking for a flash drive with some kind of information on it," Nash explained. "No one seems to know what information was on it or what happened to the drive." "Waylay, why don't you go see if your aunt needs anything?" Lucian suggested. I tracked the direction of his gaze and saw it was pinned on Sloane, who was hovering near Naomi, her parents, and Steph. "Actually, Way has some information she wants to share," I said. I gave her shoulder a squeeze. "Go ahead, kid." She took a breath and then bent down to untie her shoe.
"They were looking for this,"
she said, straightening with the heart charm now in her hand. Nash took it from her. He held the charm between his fingers, then frowned. Carefully, he pulled it apart at the middle. "Well, I'll be damned."
"It's a flash drive,"
Waylay explained.
Mom was all worked up about this drive that she brought home. Kept saying she was finally getting her payday and that soon she'd be driving a big-ass SUV and eating steak for every meal. I got curious and I peeked. It was just a list of names and addresses. I thought maybe it was important, so I copied the file onto my drive just in case. She's always losing things. I nodded at her to go on. Mom got mad at me for something stupid and cut my hair as punishment, so I decided to punish her back. I took the drive so she'd think she lost it, and then I hid it in the library, but not in the historical fiction section like I told Duncan. It's actually taped to the bottom of one of the archive drawers. I didn't know they were going to break into Aunt Naomi's and kidnap us and stuff. I swear, she said. Nash put his hand on her shoulder. You're not in trouble here, Waylay. You did the right thing telling me about this. He said he was going to shoot Aunt Naomi if I didn't tell him where it was. I was trying to tell him, but he taped my mouth shut, she said. I growled at this new information. None of this is your fault, Nash assured her again. But it was her mother's, and I wasn't sorry that she was in custody. I did, however, decide it wasn't a great time to tell Waylay about it. There's one more thing, she said. What's that? Nash asked. Your name was on the list. Lucian and I exchanged a look. We need to see the list, Lucian announced. Nash reached out and covered Waylay's ears. The fuck you do, assholes. Police business. Come on, Way. Let's clear it with your aunt, and then we can get Sloane to let us in the library. Okay, she said. Knox? Yeah, kid. She crooked her finger at me, and I leaned down. I tried not to smile when she got done whispering in my ear. Got it. I'll see you at home, I said, giving her hair a ruffle. We watched Nash guide her over to the ambulance. We need that damn list, Lucian said. I felt my lips curve. What? He asked. That's not the only copy. She also uploaded it to the library server. He stood stock still for a beat, then let out a bark of laughter. Sloane's gaze flew to him, and I realized that Lucian rarely laughed. Not like he used to, when we were kids and everything was a punchline waiting to happen. You are going to hate your life when she starts dating, he said. I couldn't fucking wait. We started back toward Naomi, who was on her feet under a blanket and holding a coffee. Despite everything I'd seen tonight, despite everything I'd done wrong, the smile she directed at me lit me up from the inside out. I slapped Lucian on the shoulder. Hey, how do you feel about being co-best man?
Epilogue. Party time. Naomi. Knox, we have to get back to the party, I murmured against his mouth. He had me pinned against the wall in Liza's den as the most epic 12th birthday party happened in the backyard, and the front yard, and in the kitchen, dining room, and sunroom. There were kids, parents, and bikers everywhere. The man who was currently kissing the ever-living breath out of me had sat down with Waylay and asked her for a list of every single thing she could possibly want. And then he'd delivered on each and every one. Which was why there was an inflatable obstacle course in the backyard, a petting zoo in the front yard, and not a vegetable in sight on the food table that was buckling under the weight of pizzas, nachos, popcorn, and 2 birthday cakes. His tongue teased its way into my mouth again, and my knees went weak. The erection he had pressed against my stomach was driving my lady parts wild.
You have your parents, Liza, Steph, and Sloane out there playing host. Give me 5 minutes.
He growled over my lips. 5 minutes? He wedged a hand between our bodies and slid it up my dress. When his fingers found me, my hips bucked involuntarily against him.
Might only need 4 to get you there,
he decided. He could have had me there in about 15 seconds, but I was feeling greedy. Deal, I whispered. He dragged me with him to lock the glass doors, then guided us to the credenza against the wall and placed me on it.
What are all these boxes in here for? I asked, noticing a stack of them in the corner.
Don't worry about it,
he said. I decided to follow his advice when he yanked my underwear down my legs until I could step out of them.
5 minutes.
He reminded me as he hooked my heels on the edge of the wood and spread my knees wide. Before I could say something smart, he was freeing his thick, hard cock from his jeans and feeding it into my body inch by glorious inch. We moaned together as he thrust hard to fill me completely. I can't believe you talked me into this, I said, my teeth chattering as he began to thrust mercilessly.
You're already gripping me, baby.
He gritted the words out. Knox had been insatiable since the incident, as I'd dubbed it. He'd barely let me out of his sight. And I was okay with it, especially since so much of the time we spent together was naked. Well, between talking to the police. Both the Knockemout PD and the other departments involved. It turned out that the infamous list included the names of several cops and their criminal informants spread out across 5 counties in Nova. Hugo's father had gotten his hands on the information and intended to work his way down the list, eliminating all of the cops and their informants. Hugo, wanting to impress his father, had decided to take a shot at one of those names on the list, Nash. But after the botched job brought his father's wrath down on him, Hugo decided it was more lucrative to steal the information and sell it to the highest bidder. All of this information came from my sister. Tina had sung like a canary in an orange jumpsuit and was looking at a pretty lenient deal if her information brought down any part of the Hugo crime family. With Tina behind bars, the path toward guardianship was about as clear as it could be. It would still be a long one, but at least we'd cleared it of the major obstacles. And while Duncan Hugo was still out there somewhere, police all over the state were looking for him, and I had a feeling his freedom was coming to an end soon.
More kids,
Knox rasped. What? I said, pulling back from his mouth. He pistoned his hips forward and buried himself to the hilt.
I want more kids.
I felt the clutch and pull of my muscles around him and knew I was going to come any second. What? I repeated dumbly.
Way would make a great big sister,
he said. With a wolfish grin, he hooked his fingers in the neck of my dress and yanked it and my bra down, exposing my breasts. He dipped his head, his mouth hovering an inch above my straining nipple.
You up for it?
He wanted kids. He wanted a family with me and Waylay. My heart was close to exploding. And so was my vagina. Yes, I managed.
Good.
He looked smug, victorious, and so damn sexy as he lowered his mouth to my breast. I bowed back and let him plunder me right over the edge. I was still in the midst of an earth-shattering orgasm when he stilled at the end of me and held. A guttural groan wrenched free as I felt the first hot pulse of his release deep inside me.
Love you, Naomi,
he murmured, his lips worshipping my bare skin. But he was clamping a hand over my mouth even as he continued to glide in and out of me like he was trying to savor every second of our closeness.
Not yet, baby.
It had been a week since the incident, since his first I love you, and he still wouldn't let me say it back. Soon? I asked.
Soon,
he promised. I was the luckiest woman in the world. Knox left the den first, claiming he had something he needed to see to. I was still trying to fix my hair and dress and hoping it wasn't a rock climbing wall or a hot air balloon when I walked out of the room and ran right into Liza, who was perched on a floral upholstered chair I'd unearthed in the basement and moved into the foyer. You scared me. I've been thinking,
she said without preamble. "This house is too big for one old woman." My fingers gave up on my hair. "You're not thinking of selling, are you?" I couldn't imagine this house without her. I couldn't imagine her without this house. "Nah, too many memories, too much history. Thinking about moving back into the cottage." "Oh?" I felt my eyebrows wing up. I didn't know what to say to that. I'd always assumed that Waylay and I would move back into the cottage at some point. Now I wondered if this was Liza's way of evicting us. "This place needs a family in it. A big, messy one. Bonfires and babies. Smart-ass teenagers. Dogs." "Well, it's already got dogs," I pointed out. She nodded briskly. "Yep. So it's settled then." "What's settled?" "I take the cottage. You and Knox and Waylay live here." My mouth dropped open while my brain began to run through a dozen new furniture placement ideas. I don't know what to say, Liza." "Ain't nothing to say. Already talked to Knox about it this week." "What did he say?" She looked at me as if I'd just asked her to give up red meat. "What the hell do you think he said?" she asked, sounding disgruntled. "He's out there throwing your girl the best damn party this town's ever seen, ain't he? He's already planning the wedding, ain't he?" I nodded, unable to speak. First Waylay's party, then the discussion on kids. Now the house of my dreams. I felt like Knox had asked me to write down a list of everything I'd wanted and set about making it all happen. Liza reached out and gave my hand a squeeze. "Good talk. I'ma go see if we can cut into those cakes yet." I was still staring at the chair she vacated when Steph appeared in the hallway. "Waylay needs you, Whitty," he said. I snapped out of my daze. "Okay, where is she?" He hooked his thumb in the direction of the backyard. "Out back." "You okay?" he asked with a knowing grin. I shook my head. "Knox just snuck me away for a quickie. Told me he wants to have more kids with me. And then Liza gave us this house." Steph let out a low whistle. "Sounds like you could use a drink." Or 7. He escorted me through the dining room where there just happened to be 2 flutes of champagne waiting. He handed one to me, and we exited through the sunroom doors onto the deck. Surprise! I took a step back and clutched a hand to my heart as a large portion of the citizens of Knockemout cheered from the yard below. "It's not a surprise party, you guys," I told them. There was a ripple of laughter, and I wondered why they were all looking so happy, like they were anticipating something. My parents stood off to the side of the deck with Liza and Waylay all grinning at me. "What's going on?" I turned to Steph, but he was backing away and blowing me kisses.
"Naomi."
I turned and found Knox standing behind me, his face so serious my stomach dropped. "What's wrong?" I asked, twisting around and looking to see if someone was hurt or missing. But all our people were here. Everyone we cared about was right here in this yard, smiling. He had a box in his hand, a small, black, velvet box. Oh my God. I peered over my shoulder at Waylay, worried I was ruining her party. The day was about her, not me. But she was holding my mom's hand and bouncing on her toes, the biggest smile I'd ever seen on her face.
"Naomi,"
Knox said again. I turned back to him and pressed my fingers to my mouth. "Yes?" It came out as a muffled squeak.
"I told you I wanted a wedding."
I nodded, not trusting my voice anymore.
"But I didn't tell you why."
He took a step forward, then another one until we were standing toe-to-toe. I felt like I couldn't quite catch my breath.
"I don't deserve you,"
he said, sending a glance over my shoulder.
"But a smart man once told me that what matters most is that I spend the rest of my life trying to be the kind of man who deserves you. So that's what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna remember how fucking lucky I am every single day. And I'm gonna do my best to be the best for you. Because you, Naomi Witt, are incredible. You're beautiful. You're sweet. You've got a fancy-ass vocabulary. You make people feel seen and heard. You make broken things whole again. Me. You made me whole. And every time you smile at me, I feel like I hit the lottery again.
The tears were threatening to spill over, and there was nothing I could do to stop them. He opened the box, but I couldn't see anything through the waterworks. Knowing Knox, the ring was over the top and somehow still exactly perfect.
So I told you once. And now I'm gonna ask you. Marry me, Days.
I didn't point out that he hadn't exactly asked. It was more like he ordered. I was too busy nodding my head.
Need you to say it, baby,
he coaxed. Yes! I managed to get the word out and found myself against the very solid, very warm chest of my fiancé. Everyone I loved was cheering for us, and Knox was kissing me in a very inappropriate way for having an audience. He pulled back just an inch.
I love you so fucking much, Daisy.
I gave a hitching sigh and tried not to start wailing. I managed a not very dignified nod.
Now you can say it,
he prompted me, cupping my face in his hands, those gray-blue eyes telling me exactly what he needed to hear. I love you, Knox.
Damn right you do, baby.
He held me tightly, then released one arm and opened it. Waylay appeared and slid under it, grinning up at me through tears of her own. I wrapped my free arm around her, binding the three of us together. Waylon wedged his head between us and barked. You did good, Knox, Waylay said. I'm proud of you.
You about ready for some cake?
He asked her. Don't forget to make a wish, honey, I told her. She grinned up at me. Don't gotta. I already got everything I wanted. And just like that, the tears were back. Me too, honey. Me too.
Okay, new family rule. Neither of you is allowed to cry ever again,
Knox said, his voice hoarse. He sounded pretty serious about it. That just made us cry harder. Later that night, after the party was over, the guests had gone home and Knox had gotten me naked again. We lay in the dark in our room. His fingers traced lazy lines up and down my back as I cuddled against his chest. Down the hall, half a dozen girls giggled in Waylay's room. Liza had wasted no time making good on her promise. She'd packed a suitcase and the dog dishes and was spending her first night in the cottage. Today was the best day, I whispered, admiring how the ring on my finger caught the light from the bathroom and twinkled. I was right, it was over the top. A massive solitaire diamond flanked by 3 smaller stones on each side. I was going to need to start lifting weights with my other hand just to keep my muscles even. Knox pressed a kiss to the top of my head.
Every day since I met you has been the best day.
Don't be sweet or I'll break your new family rule, I warned him. He shifted under me.
I got a couple of other things for you.
Knox, no offense, but after the best birthday party this town's ever seen, Liza giving us the house, and you demanding I marry you in front of all our friends and family, I don't think I can take anything else.
Suit yourself,
he said. I lasted all of 10 seconds. Okay, gimme. He sat up and snapped on the bedside lamp. He was grinning, and it made my heart turn to liquid gold.
First, tomorrow you gotta help me pack.
Pack?
I'm moving in here officially, and I don't know what shit your parents will want and what they won't.
My parents?
Liza J gave us the house. I'm giving your parents the cabin.
I sat up and pulled the sheet up to my chest. "You're giving my parents the cabin," I repeated. He gave me a wolfish look.
Your ears still ringing, Days?
Maybe. Or maybe it's all the orgasms you keep giving me that are slowing down my auditory processing. He hooked me behind the neck and tugged me closer.
Your mom just got a job at Waylay's school, part-time counselor. She starts in January.
I brought the heels of my hands to my eyes. My parents are...
moving to knock 'em out.
How did you do this? How did you... Waylay gets to grow up with her grandparents right next door. Every damn dream I'd ever had was coming true, and he was making it happen.
One thing you gotta understand, Naomi. If there's anything in this world you want, I'm gonna get it for you. No questions asked. You want it, it's yours. So here.
He thrust a stack of papers at me. Blindly, I held them up. They looked like some kind of legal contract. What are these?
Flip to the signature page,
he instructed. I followed the handy yellow tab and found my sister's signature scrawled across the line. The words guardianship and parental rights popped off the page. "Oh my God," I whispered.
She signed over parental rights to you. It's official. No more hearings or home visits. Way is ours.
I couldn't speak, couldn't breathe. I could only cry silently.
Damn it, baby, I hate when you do this,
Knox grumbled, gathering me up and dropping me in his lap. I nodded, still crying, as I wrapped my arms around him and held on tight.
Now it's time for something I want.
The man could have anything as far as I was concerned. Both my kidneys, my favorite purse, anything at all. If you're trying to have sex with me for the 4th time today, I'm gonna need some Advil, an ice pack, and a gallon of water first, I teased through sobs and sniffles. His laugh was a rumble in his chest as he threaded his fingers through my hair and stroked.
I want the wedding sooner rather than later. I'm not wasting another minute without making you my wife. You can have anything you want. A big church wedding, a backyard barbecue, a 5-figure wedding dress. But I have one demand.
Of course it was a demand and not a request. What's that?
I want daisies in your hair.
Bonus epilogue. 5 years later. Knox. With an abundance of caution, I handed the bundle over to Waylay on the porch and dug out the keys from my front pocket. She grinned down at the tiny face and long lashes, then back up at me. "You guys did good," she said. She was 17 now, and I had heart palpitations every time I thought about her leaving us for college in a year. I wasn't ready. But I knew from the look on her face that she'd be making more trips home than she'd originally planned to be with her sisters. Sisters. I watched my wife sway from side to side in one of those long, flowing sundresses that still managed to drive me crazy. I made sure she had a closet full of them. The toddler on her hip had her thumb in her mouth, eyelids growing heavy. Naomi's smile was soft, content, and it was focused on me. In that moment, I felt it all. Love for the woman who brought me back to life, who gave me a reason to wake up every morning with a smile, who loved me enough to smooth out my rough edges. We'd been through the ringer in the beginning, and then again when building that big family didn't work out the way we'd planned. But we faced it the way we did everything, together. Now, here we stood with our 3 daughters, 2 of whom were the biggest secret we'd ever kept. After years of preparing, the adoption dropped into our laps. We hadn't even had time to get their rooms ready when the call came. 3-year-old Bridget and her brand new baby sister, Jillian. Sliding my palm over my wife's cheek, I cupped the back of her neck and pulled her closer. I kissed her forehead, then brushed my lips over our daughter's hair.
Mom and Dad and Liza are going to be beside themselves, Naomi predicted as I fit the key into the lock. I wish there was a way we could tell them all at once. For a second, I wished fiercely that my own mother could have met her grandkids, that she could see how her sons had grown up in the women we'd chosen. But loss was part of love. How many seconds are you going to wait before you get on the phone? I teased. As many seconds as it takes for me to pee, get Bridget a snack, and make Gilly a bottle. Snack! My daughter was suddenly wide awake. Listen, about that, Waylay said, her grin a little sheepish. What did you do, Way? I demanded. I didn't tell anyone anything specific, she said, but I did tell them we had big news to share today. On cue, the front door was wrenched open from the inside. Your father and I have been climbing the walls all day, Amanda announced, hands on hips. I spotted Lou in the living room watching TV with Nash and Lucian. Just your mother, I've been very calm, Lou yelled. What's this big news? Steph asked, coming up behind my mother-in-law. Yeah, why all the secrecy? My brother's wife wanted to know. Did you bring dinner? My grandmother demanded, appearing next to them. Is this about Waylay's soccer scholarship? Wraith asked. No matter how long it went on, I still couldn't get used to the biker dating my grandmother, even though they seemed to make each other deliriously happy. Guys, Jeremiah said, squeezing Steph's shoulder. Sloane peeked over Amanda's shoulder as I stepped aside. Look, she breathed. Amanda noticed first. Her scream of joy brought Lou, Nash, and Lucian tearing out of the den, looking for a threat. It also woke the baby, who was not pleased about being screamed awake. Fee came trundling out of the kitchen. What the hell is all the screaming? She cut herself off with a blood-curdling scream of her own. Babies! Amanda sobbed, as Waylay handed over the crying Jillian to her. We have babies! Come to Grandpa, Lou said, holding his hands out to Bridget. I promise I'll always have candy for you. She balked shyly for a moment, but the word candy worked its magic, and she reached for him. If I wasn't mistaken, my father-in-law had to choke back a sob of his own. Look how perfect she is, Amanda said to Sloane as she tickled the baby's tiny fingers. Now I get why you were texting me with all those girl hair questions, Jeremiah said with a grin. I'd been pumping him for the best products and styling techniques because my daughters were going to have the best hair and knock 'em out. Waylay's boyfriend, Theo, stepped forward and pulled her into his side. I glared at him, but it didn't have the heat it usually did. Theo, I said. Mr. Morgan, he said. I was definitely losing my touch because he didn't drop his arm from my daughter's shoulders. Naomi elbowed me in the ribs. Dad, behave, Waylay said, rolling her eyes. Liza was holding Jillian now, and Nash was juggling Bridget, making her belly laugh. Well, I think this calls for pizza, Amanda decided. Lucian, you order it. Lou, go get Knox's measuring tape. What for? Lou asked. You and the menfolk are going to go measure the girls' bedrooms so we can get started on the nurseries. Ladies, to the wine cabinet. We have colors and themes to pick, daycares to research, and shopping lists to make, Amanda ordered. I'm going with the womenfolk, Steph decided. He paused and gave Jeremiah a kiss on the mouth. Save me a glass, his husband called after him. Naomi gave me a squeeze around the waist. I love you, Knox Morgan, she whispered. I never got tired of hearing it. Love you, baby. She slipped out of my grasp, and I watched her follow the women into the dining room, her dress flowing around her ankles. You did good, Knoxie, Lena said, lingering in the foyer. I hugged her hard. You're the one with twins, I reminded her. Who are napping in Way's room right now. Don't let me forget them. A new generation under this roof, and our family finally felt complete. There was a knock on the open door behind me. Dad, am I intruding?
He looked good, healthy, steady, all of which still managed to surprise me every time I saw him. John Wayne Morgan was now 3 years sober. He lived in D.C. with his girlfriend and their 2 rescue cats. He worked as a very effective fundraiser for Hannah's Place, which had expanded with locations in downtown D.C. and Maryland. Waylay texted. Told me you had some big news. I can come back when you're not busy, he offered. Dad. Nash put down the ladder he was hauling for God knows what reasons and greeted him with a backslapping hug. I wasn't quite there yet with our father. But every visit, every call, every unbroken promise brought us a millimeter closer. You're just in time to meet your new granddaughters, I told him. Dad's face brightened. Granddaughters? The agency called 3 days ago and said we had 2 little girls ready to join the family, I explained. We didn't want to tell anyone until we got them home. Granddaughters, he said again in wonder, like he felt like the luckiest man in the world. I felt another millimeter between us disappear. Come on in, I said, laying my hand on his shoulder and guiding him into the estrogen-filled war room where Amanda and Liza had paint samples and every available laptop and tablet spread out on the table. Sloane was feeding the baby a bottle while Bridget sat in the center of the table eating a bowl of cut-up grapes. My daughters were surrounded with love and strong, smart women. Duke, I'm so glad you could make it, Amanda said, getting up to press a kiss to Dad's cheek. Come meet your new girls. My father was absorbed into the circle of women and Steph. I felt hands on my belt, and then Naomi was towing me out of the room backwards. Where are you taking me? I asked, amused. She released my belt and took me by the hand, leading me into the living room, where our wedding portrait hung above the fireplace. It still hit me in the chest every time I looked at it. Naomi, breathtaking and blushing in her gown, the daisies woven into her hair like a crown. She had her arm around Waylay, who had insisted on a floor-length lemon yellow gown and daisies of her own. They both were laughing. As for me, I looked pretty damn good in my suit, and pretty damn happy as I looked after my wife and daughter. I know life is going to be absolutely insane for the next few years, Naomi said, cupping my face in her hands. I know we're going to be exhausted and overworked and scared to death most, if not all of the time. But I also know that none of this would be happening if it weren't for you. Baby, I'm not going to be able to handle it if you lose it right here, I warned her. One upside of infertility issues was that I didn't have to watch my wife suffer through pregnancy hormones. I'd have handled her tears, but probably not well. I'm not going to cry, she said. My wife was a dirty liar because I could already see the sheen gathering in those hazel eyes I loved so damn much. But I am going to tell you that you make every day the best one of my life, that I'll never stop being grateful that you got my head out of my ass, I suggested. She shook her head. That you decided Way and I were worth it. Thank you for this life, Knox Morgan. There's no one else who would make such an adventure out of giving me everything I ever wanted. Somehow, she'd done it again. It always surprised me when Naomi found another broken piece in me and made it whole again. I love you, Knox, and I'm never going to stop being grateful for everything you are and all that you've done. My throat was feeling awfully tight, and there was a burning sensation at the back of my eyes that I didn't much care for. I grabbed Naomi and pulled her into me, burying my face in her hair. I love you, I rasped. The words weren't enough. They didn't come close to the feeling I had in my chest when I woke up to her cuddled up next to me, safe and sleeping. They didn't do justice to what I felt when she walked into a room and brought the sunshine with her. And they sure as hell didn't hold a candle to the way I felt when she looked me in the eye and told me I'd given her everything she wanted. I decided I'd spend the rest of my life making sure I showed her how I felt, since I couldn't tell her.
This has been Things We Never Got Over, written by Lucy Score, Narrated by Lila Winters and Sebastian York. Text copyright 2022 by Lucy Score. Production copyright 2022 by That's What She Said Publishing, Inc.
Audible hopes you have enjoyed this program.